So that'll be coming up in a few minutes here, and that will carry us through the next set of hours. I don't know if that might be the final one. Is it 3 in total?
You know, I don't know.
I think it is. You can go up to 12 hours, so don't quote me on this, but it might be the final stream.
It's all good.
Into the next segment.
Either way, pretty sure it should auto push you over, but we appreciate you all hanging out with us and continue to do so through the evening because we still got 300 people out there that we got to bring home, and we want you all to share in those moments and in that energy with us. So make sure you stay locked in. You know, if you got premium, you can just put YouTube in your pocket and go for your run. You turn the screen off so you don't accidentally text or call some people you don't want to, or write weird things in the chat. And yeah, just keep vibing with us throughout the night here and into the daylight.
Absolutely, we'll be here. I guess the sun's going to be coming up sooner than we think.
Yeah.
For another 4 hours.
Yes, we will get a proper second sunrise. Pretty much, we got a lot of landmarks coming up. We've got the 24-hour silver buckle cutoff coming, and then we got second sunrise, and then golden hour, and then the awards ceremony. So we are just going to be just bang on full of fun for the next 12 hours.
There's a lot to come. There's a lot of energy out on that course still. Look at all these people down by the river.
Just such
lots
a
of crews hanging out, making the trek down there, taking the shuttle buses.
And it's all to support people just trying to live their dream.
That's right.
Folks have been dreaming about this for years. Folks have been in the deck or
qualifying year after year, running, traveling, training, all leading up to this day, to this moment.
It's a lifestyle. It is a lifestyle, and these folks are living their best life out there today, and we're glad to be a part of it as we're down here at Rucky Chucky at the river. You get through here, you got 21 miles to go, and a very short boat ride coming right there.
Courtesy of Mr. Thornley.
Indeed, indeed.
I was thinking about that when I was watching him rowing, and I'm just thinking that is the type of strength that I do not have.
Yeah.
Because I was getting tired just holding up my drone controller this afternoon for a couple of hours.
Well, I do know that he's got strong arms, and they don't chafe because he is lubed up with his squirrel's nut butter.
He's got that covered for sure.
He definitely does.
So this is our sweep cam, I'm assuming.
I'm trying. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. I think him and his pacer might have flipped around. Gene Dykes being on.
Yeah, I think we're just get brief snippets. They're in and out of service once they get down past Cal 1.
Definitely. But we will continue to track the tail of Gene Dykes. If he was moving, that means he's at least out of Cal 1, though. And he's got that hour and basically now an hour and a half to get through Cal 2. So he's got to cover 5 miles.
And
yeah, so Gene's got to cover 5 miles in 90 minutes. So that is a hard cutoff. So we're going to be keeping tabs on that as 2:40 a.m. approaches.
We have about a 2-minute warning to our new stream, and you will be switched over directly, so don't worry, but we will be switching that on over. We're switching a lot between aid stations here. We'll try and keep you guys updated. The one with the tree here is Auburn Lake Trails, mile 85.2.
Yeah, I just want to shout out, coming from, I believe we were at the river still, when we saw Ken Zemock from Reno. So just an hour up the road from Olympic Valley. He is currently leading our 50 to 59 division. So got to shout him out. Actually, that wasn't the river because he had already come through Quarry Road. So that might have been Pointed Rocks.
Yeah, this one's Pointed Rocks right here.
Yeah. So All right, and as runners are taking care of themselves, we're going to take a moment to take care of ourselves here, make sure we are fueled up and ready to rock through the night with you all. So we're going to take a brief break. That stream, as Jamil mentioned, is going to end here, but you all will be automatically pushed into the next one. So take this moment, make sure you get your drink of choice, make sure you got your snacks, and buckle up, because it's about to be a real fun 10 hours from here.
Get yourself prepped for the final push here.
Let's get it done.
We'll be taking a short break, and we'll be right back.
Catch you guys soon. And welcome back to the track at Placer High and the Western States 100 live stream version 3.0. I'm not going to say it's the best version, but I do get to share some time with my main man, my fellow on-course correspondent, Zach. How are you doing, bud?
Doing great. It's been a day. It's been a day and a half to be honest. Almost a full day. We're getting there. Alarm went off at 2:15 this morning to get up the escarpment and start my duties then. I think I had a little bit more of a break than you. I had about a half-hour nap in there. How are you doing?
I have not napped at all. After Michigan Bluff, I was able to go, and I hopped in bed, but then that was exactly when Tom made his move. And so I was just watching the live stream, and I was just like, well, guess I should go to the track now. So I'm just running on caffeine and dreams. So that's how we're going to get through this night. But I can't complain because we got people out there who are grinding through the night and trying to achieve their 100-mile dream here at Western States. So glad to be able to be here with you and bring it to all of you joining us at home or wherever you might be watching this live stream from. So thanks for joining us, and we're going to take you through the night to the early light.
It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a great time. We're just trying to zone in, get that real authentic 100-mile experience. No sleep. We're going to be sleep deprived. I haven't really eaten much. I'm pretty sure I'm dehydrated at this point.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, it's been a good time. We've had a lot of fun out there. And this is really, we've been following the leaders all day, and that's really exciting. That's why we show up to races, is because it is a race. And at the end of the day, it is about the front of the pack for a certain amount of time. But right now, this is one of my favorite hours to join in because we've got we're just over 20 hours on the course, and we know a lot of athletes out there. Their goal is that sub 24. They want to get it done in a day, Western in a day, right? That's what it's all about. So we've got a lot of runners who are currently making their way here to Placer High, who are pushing super hard to get that sub 24 goal. And this is going to be our opportunity to let them shine, let them have their Western States day. When so much of the day has been focused on the front of the pack, it is now time to enjoy the stories. We kind of know what the story is for the top 20 males, top 20 females, right? It's a time goal. That's what everyone's shooting for. But now we're starting to creep into these stories that have so much more depth, so much more meaning. We've talked about some of the athletes out there right now. Gene Dykes being one of them. Yep. We've got Ash Bartholomew, former previous runner, and Lucy Bartholomew podium athlete. Her father out there. We've got so many other great stories that we can't wait to bring you guys. We're going to try to get some interviews, bring them up here. But until we've got some athletes coming through, you're stuck with us.
Yeah.
So
sorry.
That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, and what's wild to think about is we are, 20 and a half hours into this experience, and we still have 300 runners actively out on course making their way this direction.
You're going to see it start to trickle in.
Yep.
As we get close to that 24, we're going to have there's always this gap. Every year this happens from 24 to 25. There's a gap because you have all these athletes pushing in to get that sub 24,
exactly.
And then the other ones who just accept it's not going to happen, and then they take their time coming in. So that'll be a fun time to pull some people in. It's been a day to even more. Let's talk a little bit about behind the scenes. What has your day been like out there?
Been wild. It's been fun. So I actually saw you right before you ran up the escarpment. We both got to Olympic Valley at about the same time. I actually had forgotten my press credential and my cameraman's press credential, so I was almost to Olympic Valley and had to go back to the hotel and pick it up because our volunteers very, very diligent about security, and if I did not have that pass, I would not be able to get where I needed to go. So shout out to them for doing their job and keeping us in line. But yeah, so I was at the start line and then went from the start line to Robinson Flat. Yep, that's a drive. Bill 2.5 hours to go the distance that it takes the runners to go 4 hours. So that's always a race. Had a good time up there. Got stuck behind some buses. Almost missed getting to Michigan Bluff on time. Got to Michigan Bluff. We did some live hits, and then the computer died, which is better than last year where our camera overheated, and we were actively trying to dunk it into an ice chest to try to cool it down, and it was lost for the rest of the day. So yeah, then with Michigan Bluff, and then the failed attempt at a nap, and then came to the track, and have been here basically running between the RV, where all the magic happens. Shout out to Vossberg Productions and Studio 637, and then being here trying to help this thing function. And somehow my voice is like still kind of holding on, and we're doing what we got to do.
Yeah, I almost forgot that I had to come on tonight. And whenever I would see some friends come through, and other athletes, I'm just so excited about. You're screaming for them, and you're like, oh yeah, I gotta save my voice a little bit for tonight. Yeah, no, similar day over here, man. It's what it takes to get this type of production going and to bring this to you and to you all at home or wherever you're at, streaming in and catching us here. It is a small army it takes to get this thing going. And our day starts off, like I said, 2:15 in the morning for me to get up the escarpment, to get prepped, to get ready. We've got our camera guys with us, and it's a job.
Yeah,
it's an all-day job. It just keeps going, and then we hop in here and try to bring our experience to you. We want to bring Western States to everyone. We recognize that there's only 300 and some odd spots that get to be given out every year. And not everyone gets an opportunity to crew, to pace, to come out, to spectate. So we do our best at bringing it to you guys. We want to bring you the emotion. We want to bring you the fun. We're all having a great time out there.
Oh, yeah.
You can't help but love it. It's Western, So, it's shout out to the whole team that puts this together. There are a lot of dead spots out there. It takes hours to get from one aid station to the next, almost as long as it takes to run them. And then we're out there dealing with the elements just like the athletes are. We've got computers that overheat. We've got, sun exposure. We were working with 0 cell service and trying to put Starlinks up, last second. So many things that we have to overcome to bring this to you guys. So we're grateful that everyone here in the chat appreciates it. We hope that you have a little bit of a perspective at home of what it takes to bring this to you guys. And just shout out to the whole crew. It's a fun job, but it's still work nonetheless. But at least I don't have to run all the way from Palisades here.
It is significantly kinder on the knees to only do the media side and not have to do the actual running. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate getting to be a part of this experience. But you had the unique adventure of being in some of the most far-flung aid stations. So I at least got to be at like the crewable aid stations. You were on like Devil's Thumb. You were on the escarpment, like places you had to grind to get to. What's that like being in aid stations that most people, even if they're working with a runner, never really get to see?
That was actually the only other time I've been to Devil's Thumb was when I ran the race back in 2017. And I didn't spend enough time to look around, and I was in a terrible space, so I didn't quite appreciate what went on there. But I actually happened to be there with Craig Thornley and Diana Fitzpatrick, the president of the board of directors, and Craig Thornley, our race director here. And he was scrambling like mad to get that Starlink up. We were trying to get everything taken care of for you guys. There was a platoon of volunteers. We had 40, 50 volunteers there that were making sure every single athlete that was going to come through was taken care of. And the first couple athletes are like, oh, this is kind of overkill. But then you wait until the hordes come in, and it is like 1-to-1, one volunteer to every athlete coming through. And man, they dialed it in. They had it set up exactly the way it needed to. They kept perfecting it throughout the day. They were taking care of athletes left and right. Didn't matter if you were M1, F1, or you were DFL. They were taking care of you and giving you love all the same. So, it took us a considerable amount of time to drive out there through these back dirt roads that had 0 cell service. It was an honor to get out there and to experience what the volunteers get to experience and to kind of showcase that a little bit. Man, it's just what happens behind the scenes to put a race like this on is so much more than we recognize as athletes while we're out there. A huge encouragement to everybody here in the stream, watching, listening. Go volunteer at one of your local races. If you can't make it out here, go to a local race, volunteer, put the time in, give back to the community. I mean, we as athletes and volunteers are here because of the athletes. Athletes couldn't be here without the volunteers. So it's a beautiful symbiotic relationship there. And again, encourage everybody to get out and volunteer at your local races and put some time in to give back to the community. And it'll give you a real good perspective of what goes on behind the scenes. It's amazing.
For sure, for sure. And the volunteers helped get this man to the finish line here. We have Hans van Zanten coming in here to the finish. If I have this correctly, while we were switching streams, you guys also saw Tomokazu Ihara from Japan come through. But this is Hans coming in from Kansas City, Missouri. 20 hours, 31 minutes. Absolutely crushing it for a 41st overall finish. 40th overall finish? 40th overall finish.
40th overall finish, yeah.
So that's delightful. That's what you want to see. Just making things happen.
Pushing it in, getting it. You can just tell he was shooting for that sub 230, just so close, so close. It's funny how those small arbitrary goals are what keep you going. Like sub 2030 when you're like, man, like how hard it is to get there. But whatever it takes to get you to the next step, the next aid station, man, you use all of those tricks, all of those little goals. We've got that. Is that Alex?
That is
Nichols?
Alex Nichols. Yeah, talk about somebody who had to find whatever motivation, was 9th here last year, currently going to come across the line in 41st overall, but did not give up. You know, the college coach in him knows that he would never hear the end of it from his athletes if he didn't see this all the way through, and he found a way to persevere through what I'm sure wasn't the day that he imagined and the day that he hoped for, but he is going to be able to celebrate finishing yet another Western States here. 20 hours and 33 minutes for one Alex Nichols. Congratulations on a day well deserved, sir.
Man, he definitely has put in. This is someone who's been here and found so much success in the past here on this course, and to see him come out and grind out another, even though it wasn't his day, you know, he still just grounded out. And I was out there watching him on the course, and he just had that look of, yep, I'm going to get it done today in his eyes the entire time. So congrats, Alex. So glad to see him make it through on, 20 hours and 33 minutes. That's not at all a terrible time here on this course. Yeah, that is the craziest thing to me. I mean, this is two things that we've learned here at this year's Western States is even a cold year for Western States is a hot race. It's not cold whatsoever. We thought we weren't going to be seeing as many cooling techniques out there, but we were seeing athletes dousing at noon, just like
early.
It is time to stay cool. Also, it created some fast times, but there's always going to be some of those below. Someone flying a little too close to the sun every single time, and that just makes this sport so exciting. Great lessons learned.
It's the dangerous nature when there was so much talk going into the race, like it's a cool year, it's a cool year. If you let that narrative take over and you don't take care of business on the day, you're not using the cooling strategies, you're not dousing, you're not taking ice with you, then you're setting yourself up for maybe not failure, but additional challenges that you could have potentially prevented it and avoided. So we saw it play out. We saw people struggling. We saw people cramping up, even though it was only, 80 degrees.
Only
80 degrees, right? People were like, I've been in my sauna this whole time, and they still got eaten up by this course out here today. So you have to respect the distance, and you have to respect the elements that you're going to face, regardless of how they compare to whatever crazy horror story that you've heard from years past.
Yeah, absolutely. And having been out there, we get some insider information, so we get to bring you guys the juice, the gossip, the tea. We're going to spill it all here. It was fun watching Tom and Dakota play off each other all day. And in the beginning, they were trading punches all day, and it was noticeable. There were looks, there were glances through aid stations that, as a fellow athlete and competitor, you're like, oh, I saw that. He wanted to throw down. He gave him that look of like, hey, you want to go? You ready
coming or what?
This?
Yeah.
Yeah. So punches were being traded all day long, and I noticed that occasionally Dakota got pushed out of an aid station a little faster than he wanted to be, and he wouldn't cool down completely. He wouldn't get the ice. And it wasn't until later in the race he started throwing ice down. He was like, I'm hot. I'm getting hot. And man, it's one of those things where if you don't take care of the small little things, if you don't give up the seconds, you're going to lose minutes.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, in the first couple of aid stations that I was at, he was through Robinson Flat in 18 seconds. Like, he literally was just like pack, swap, go. Even in Michigan Bluff, he was out in 20, I think it was like 26 seconds.
Right.
Like, that's just not enough time to completely fill everything unless your crew is like super tight with it. I mean, Ludo was basically up the road at Michigan Bluff, stopped, and made his crew run all the way back because they forgot to fill his ice bandana. And, you know, wasting that extra 90 seconds probably saved him, as you said, minutes, because that's a grind from Michigan Bluff to Forest Hill. And if you're already overcooked before you start trying to send it down Cal Street, your day could be very well done.
And if there's anybody who's going to play the game right, it's going to be Ludovic Pomeroy.
Yeah.
He's been doing this for a long time. He knows what to do. He knows those seconds are valuable. He knows when to give them, when to take them. And he did exactly that today. Put out a gutsy, great finish. You know, he was just trading punches with the young kids all day, all day. It's just an inspiration to see. It was incredibly awesome.
It's like you're looking at him, you're like, you're 47? Like, but how? Like, it just doesn't. Something's in the water there. I don't know.
He's the European version of our Jeff Browning. That's what it is right there.
Fair. That is
Right
a
there.
great comparison.
About the same amount of time in the sport, equal success, you know, similar ages. Oh man, it's great. It gives us hope. Gives us hope. We're not quite there yet, buddy.
That gives one of us hope, because you have actually had a successful athletic career. And then there's me just being like, hey, if I'm functional at 47, I'll be winning. So
that's why we're transitioning to this side of things. We're not worrying about being on course. This is the better place to be.
yeah, nobody's ever tried to find me at a race. They're just like, hang out at the finish line. I'm like, that's where the party is. I got you.
Party pace. Party pace is the best pace.
That is the best pace. And we got folks that are definitely going through party pace here. We got the small box is down there at Rucky Chucky, 79 miles into the race, where we got a whole disco sort of happening. Actually, all of these aid stations kind of have pretty banging themes. Like, every time I rocked up to one, I was just like, this has got some flavor. This has got some funk to it. What was like the wildest aid station experience from a vibe standpoint that you had today?
Oh man, you know, honestly, we didn't quite get into where a lot of the excitement comes from is going to be at night, when we get to see all the glow sticks come out. We get to see the parties come out, the costumes come out. It's pretty much all business for the first couple hours, and then they start to have fun with it, play off with the athletes, and it's a good time. You know, it didn't get to see a whole lot out there, but I will say that the excitement at Pointed Rocks, I mean, they were on it. They were waiting for these athletes to come in, for these front runners, and they were like ready to pounce with anything they needed. And the funniest part was the athletes were going through so quickly that they didn't have time to do anything other than maybe fill up a flask, maybe fill up a water bottle. Other than that, the crews had everything dialed. So they were waiting to pounce. So hopefully that energy carries on through some of these later athletes coming through, and they're just going to feed it to them. One place we didn't get to go that I was a little bummed we weren't stationed out there was No Hands. It's just so iconic. It's so beautiful. It's got that the lights go all the way down, the flags down both sides, and it is one of my favorite views. Next to the escarpment, it is my second favorite view of the day.
It's one of those spots where you see a photo of it and you know exactly where it is. It's the ultra running version of the Brooklyn Bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge. Like, it's right up there in that class. It's nighttime vibes are interesting. We've done enough live streams at this point where we know that the live stream sort of hit this like whatever race after dark moment, and like every aid station out there just automatically does the same thing. Or it's like, all right, cool, this is Pointer Rocks after dark, this is Rucky Chucky after dark, and it's like there was a disco ball at I think it's Rucky, or it might be Green Gate. One of them has that full disco ball and like the bubble machine. I'm like, listen, I have no desire to necessarily be running right now, but I will gladly go to that party and just rage. You want me to DJ in the corner? Like, I'm here for it. And I'm glad that energy is there for the runners to continue to compel them forward so they can get to the next party and then that final party.
Exactly. I mean, all these athletes have gone through a hot day. You know, they've gone through the ringer. They're however many miles they are into the race, they're still putting out the same effort that a lot of our front runners have put in. You know, it's just they're not moving as fast.
Right.
You know, we're all moving at that same hard effort. And that's one of the most beautiful things. That's something that I gained a huge appreciation for mid-pack, back of the pack years ago when I was talking to one of my friends who was a front pack runner, elite athlete in the marathon. And I came through in what I thought wasn't a great time for me, and I was just in awe that he finished a half hour, 45 minutes ahead of me. I'm like, dude, I don't know how you run that hard. And he gave me the perspective. He was like, no, we're all running the same effort. I just happen to be faster. And I couldn't imagine being out there another half hour, 45 minutes. So much more credit as the time goes on and that effort gets longer and longer and more sustained. That's where we start to see grit. That's where we start to see determination and a different level of athlete showing up here. So this, to me, this middle pack, this back of the pack, these are the true stars of the day.
Yeah, I had that same conversation with the kids I coach, the high schoolers all the time. I'm like, listen, racing is always going to be difficult. You're just going to be faster when it happens. It's like, it's going to hurt, and if it doesn't hurt, you're not doing it right. And so whether you're finishing in 14 hours or you're finishing in 29:59, it's still going to be the same level of perseverance necessary to achieve your goal on that day. So we're going to be following those stories all night. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with you guys in a second. All right, we are back here at the finish line. Placer High track, living the dream. We've been talking about runners and these mid-pack and backpack folks that we're going to be following, the 300 runners that are still out there on course, making their way towards the track. And we know that a lot of you might be tuning in to find your loved one, friend, Instagram follow that you love. Make sure you hop over to ultralive.net. Again, that's ultralive.net, and you can track all the runners as they're going through, find somebody either by bib number or by name, and you'll be able to follow along to make sure that they are progressing steadily this direction, so we can rage at the track. We can have that party that we're looking forward to, whether it happens during this after dark situation or after the second sunrise.
Absolutely. Just to catch up, I'm going to follow the live chat a little bit. First off, I do agree. Let's throw the runners on the big screen. There's no reason to be looking at us the whole time. You're going to hear our voice. You don't need to see. So if we can get the studio to throw on the runners and give them the attention they deserve, we're just, they've seen our face all day, man. They don't need to see us anymore.
I don't need to see me anymore.
Exactly. Heather Jackson, it sounds like there was a DNF there earlier to answer that one. Yes, Courtney didn't need ice. Ice was crying. I love that. It's so true. She looked so great. And I'm just going to comment real quick on this is the truth for all athletes. I was talking to Kevin, her partner, at Pointed Rocks, and we, him and I, we're great friends. We go a ways back to URAY 2014. We raced each other when we were both nobodies, and she was literally wearing silver basketball shorts. I'll never forget it. She was chasing me down all day for first and second. I was running from this woman in silver basketball shorts. I didn't know how she was doing what she was doing. But
we still don't know how she's doing what she's doing.
Still don't get it. Still don't get it. But that is my one claim to fame. I did beat Courtney DeWalter in a race, a true mountain race. But Kevin and I became great friends at that point, her partner, and I got to see them in their early stages of their relationship and how they do that. And it's so beautiful how they support each other in different races. But Kevin told me today at Pointed Rocks, he was like, she went to bed last night not knowing if she had it in her to take the win or even come close to a course record. And this is the great Courtney DeWalter that we're talking about here, who is just a legend of the sport, has taken down so many course records, has destroyed so many races, just a whirlwind, just ripping through courses. And even she still doubts herself from time to time or questions it. So we're all normal. It's a normal thing. So all of you athletes out there, when you toe the line and you think, man, like, I bet she doesn't ever doubt herself. How could I ever become something like that? We all go through it. We all handle those emotions. And that's what the course is for. That's the start line to finish line. For me, my goal is always there's a new version of me at that finish line.
Yeah.
I'm going to dig deep to find it. And that's what Courtney did today. And that's how she got that course record. She found a new version of her and built her own confidence.
Yeah, and she left it out on the track. It wasn't like, oh, I meandered my way to this course record. Like, she got sick. She, afterwards, like, hurled all off to the side of the track. Like, she laid it out there in the same way that anybody out there trying to run a Boston qualifying marathon or a hard 5K, like, we all put ourselves in that same box. She found a way to achieve that today. And what I appreciate, and you'll be able to vouch for this, is I think this is also true. I think it's true of both of our champions today, but Courtney Dauwalter, Tom Evans, authentically the personalities that we generally see on the media side. And so, like, if you hear a podcast interview with them or you see them do like a pre-race interview, that's the interaction that they are all the time.
Absolutely.
That's them authentically 100% themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, again, Courtney and I go way back. She's still short story. When we were at Ray, I was in the lead. I fell way back. I was getting super sick. Just couldn't keep anything down. Like, just stomach was in knots. 5-6 runners passed me, and then this girl in silver basketball shorts passes me, and my pacer finally got me to, like, get up out of the aid station and go. And I was like, fine, we'll like 30 miles left, we can do this, whatever. We get going. I puke everywhere, like, just everything emptied out of me, and then I came back to life. I was like, oh my gosh, I feel fantastic.
That's how it goes.
So I went ripping back down the course. I passed 6th, 5th, 4th. No silver basketball shorts in sight. 3rd, 2nd, there they are in the lead. I catch up to Kevin and to Courtney with about 25 miles left. And she just looks at me and she was like, when she first passed me, she was like, oh man, you'll get back at it. You're doing great. Like, she was giving me that, that little sympathy, like, oh, little buddy. And then when I passed her, she was literally like, holy crap, I didn't know you were going to come back to life. You looked terrible. She's so authentic. I love it. And then when I passed her, all I could say was I just looked at her. I was like, oh, well, puke and rally, I guess. And now every time I see her, even today in the aid station, she was like, Zach, puke and rally.
Oh, man.
She's just an absolute doll. I've had so much love in my heart for that woman. Her and Kevin are just two of my favorite people ever. And Tom's the same way. I spent a couple weeks with Tom at Tarawera in New Zealand, and got to know him personally, and man, he's just such a great guy, just such a nice dude. So what you see is what you get.
Yeah.
They are so authentic. I couldn't be more happy for two. I mean, there's so many people I wanted to win. It was such a hard top 10 to put in there. I was bumping friends off, putting other people on. I'm like, I can't do this. But definitely Tom is one of those ones where you're happy that he was the guy who walked away with a win, just because he's a genuinely good person, and you never want to say like someone deserves it more than another, but he's someone that you're glad to see pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you think about the level of prestige that a race like Western States has, you want somebody who's going to go out there and be a good ambassador for the race, because that means they're now an ambassador for the sport. We've seen how this race has elevated the profile of some runners who've, debuted, come out of nowhere, and found success. And today we found two champions who've been successful before, and we can trust are actually still going to carry that mantle and inspire even more people to join the sport, or just push themselves to find their own greatness, be it in some athletic pursuit or something else that they see as a challenge in their life.
Yeah, absolutely. Pulling through some of the notes here to get you guys keep. If you guys had any questions, throw some stuff out here. Give us a little love. If there's any athletes you want to follow, you can follow the live tracker. Go check them out there. We're happy to give some updates as we can. We've got some great athletes. Gene Dykes is one of those athletes out there who is he is getting it done today. I saw him going up the escarpment, and I was just so excited to see how great he looked heading up there, and how happy he was, how excited he was to be pushing forward and giving this a go to become our oldest finisher on Western States ever. And he is in that golden hour push.
Yeah.
He's there. He needs to get to Peachstone pretty quickly.
He's got 49 minutes. He has to clear that aid station.
So yeah, he's got to get there, which, let's keep an eye on him, see what happens there. We'll keep bringing you updates as we get them. Yeah, absolutely. Old guy runner. I love that. He's not hiding it whatsoever. Yeah, he made the last cutoff by the skin of his teeth.
Yep.
So he's
lean at the tape.
He is pushing it. But hopefully with those downhill sections, he can keep a forward lean.
That's the hope.
He is one of our great sponsors, athletes. Stoked Oats brought him on, wanted to see something more than just, hey, let's bring another fantastic athlete to the line. They wanted to bring a new dynamic to it. I'm so glad they brought Gene to inspire all of us to just keep pushing through life, period.
Absolutely. We got a couple folks that have come through Roby that we are expecting to continue to push down here to the finish. Some combination of Dennis Bowick, who's going to be a big fan for the local community because he's a Reading resident. So going to see somebody who got to sleep in their own bed last night get down here to the finish line. Followed by Riley Brady, who was one that we were watching to potentially be a podium athlete earlier. And again, first time here. Got to see the whole course. So looking forward to seeing Riley come through. And Mac Robertson also is through Roby. All those individuals sort of within 8 minutes of each other coming through Roby. So not sure exactly which order they'll find themselves at the bottom of the hill, because that last mile, depending on how you're feeling, could be fast or slow. But we'll celebrate them all when they get here to the track and continue on with so many more runners that we want to see successfully complete their journey down here to the Placer High track.
I've got no doubt in my mind that Riley Brady will be back.
Yeah.
They earned their spot with a golden ticket, and they're going to do it again. They had high goals for this. They came out, wanted to push, wanted to throw themselves against the rest of the field to see how well they could do, and just absolutely not her day that she wanted or that they wanted, but they're still getting it done, getting a whole preview of the course so that they could get here, try again next year, and make it happen. Also, huge shout out to Riley for having the most beautiful aid station transitions I have ever seen in my life. Did you get to see them come through?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
The pirouette out of an old vest and into a new vest without skipping a beat. I mean, I thought
Pro moves.
I thought it was something years ago to see an athlete come in and just drop bottles, pick up new bottles, spend 30 seconds putting them in a vest and go.
Yep.
But to see the vest swap, I mean, that's even less time. It is an F1 pit stop in and out. It was absolutely beautiful.
So much was made going into this race around time and aid and stoppage time, and how the race very well could come down to if you spent 20 minutes in aid stations versus 25 minutes in aid stations. We haven't seen a full kick down sort of side-by-side race happen on the track yet. It doesn't mean it won't necessarily happen, but we definitely saw some folks who might have had the other end of the spear, didn't take enough time in aid stations and come back to bite them.
Absolutely, and I think that played out as we were watching throughout the day, some of the front runners at least. And, I will say, having been at Pointed Rocks today, some of the most exciting moments were when, Ryan Montgomery left the aid station knowing that he had less than 2 minutes to be chasing down the athlete in front of him. And as he left, he didn't see Matthew Blanchard come right behind him into the aid station less than 20 seconds. I mean, it was just... Yeah. It was that close so many times, and then Cole Watson chasing. So it's absolutely so much fun. Like those moments add up.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
You never know how it's going to play out at the end of the day. So, yeah, you shave every second you can while respecting the course. We got an athlete on the course right now, on the track.
Indeed.
Coming in. Let's see who that is.
That is Dennis Bowick. Yep, that is him. Shout out because his athlete photo, his race photo, is with, I'm assuming, his daughter. Is a child. Yep, this looks like her right there on the track running next to him. So keeping it family from the jump, from the pre-race photo to the finish. Got to shout out Dennis, Reading resident. Another person in that Masters category and just having himself a wonderful day. Going to finish here in the top 50 overall. And, you know, it's just a nicer way to get from Reading to Auburn. It's just to run it instead of driving down I-80.
I mean, I would have to say that running is the more beautiful option. It wouldn't be the easiest, but absolutely the most beautiful. I love to see the family finish. You know, there's something about that just warms my heart so much. You know, I don't think any of us as athletes get to this finish line alone, not through 100 miles.
No.
You know, it takes time away from family. It takes time away from loved ones. It takes time away from work. You've got to have so much support outside of just yourself to go do this, that nothing makes me happier to see an athlete come in and share the glory of that finish line with, you know, their family, their partners, loved ones, crew. It's absolutely just makes me happy.
Yep, and here's Dennis knocking down a 20-hour, 57-minute finish here at Western States.
Looks like, is that Riley Brady who just made their way onto the track? Let's see.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a little bit more light from across the track for me to be able to tell definitively.
That is a Riley Brady coming in to the finish here, looking determined. Their great friend Ellie Pell, pacer and training partner from Boulder, Colorado. You know, there's a great little contingency as always in Boulder, but you've got these new groups of the Boulder Buds, the Boulder Boys. You know, I just moved out to Colorado. They don't claim me yet. I'm still a Salt Lake kid. So I like to attach myself to them.
But no, Boulder, it's been a mecca for a while, but Riley is definitely showing that there are more folks that you need to keep tabs on, because they're going to be at the top of leaderboards for quite some time and getting under that 21-hour way to crush.
Just made it so awesome. So happy to see that. Sharing that moment with crew and pacers. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, so Riley got in as a result of the golden ticket from Javelina with that second place finish. So no stranger to the 100-mile distance, and if you can put down a fast, sub 15-hour hundo at Javelina, you definitely got the wheels to make some leaderboards in the future. So looking forward to Riley making another run here, either via golden ticket sponsor spot, some way, shape, or form, but
they'll be back. They'll absolutely be back.
Yep.
No doubt about that whatsoever. You know, just because it doesn't come out as the day you planned, doesn't mean you stop. If that were the case, we wouldn't have ever seen Jim come back and set a course record.
Exactly.
So, you know, these athletes keep coming back and keep giving everything they've got. This was just a preview, I imagine, for them, and they'll come back. In fact, I'm gonna go see if she wants to come and chat with us and let us know about how their day went.
Sounds like a plan.
I'm gonna go grab them.
All right, so we are down here at, I believe this is, we leaving Pointed Rocks. Trying to tell with that's a lot of darkness. Can't tell exactly which aid station that is, but at least making sure that the runner is going on the right path. So that's good. That is Pointed Rocks. Just making sure, okay, cool. Thank you to the studio for helping me out. When I see screens that are all black, I can't tell if it's the light or my eyelids. So I appreciate y'all. We got more runners coming through. And we should have another runner approaching the track here relatively soon. Mac Robertson was a few minutes behind Riley at Roby, so I might actually see Mac coming down the way. Can't quite tell, could also be headlights. But we still got eyes back here at Point of Rocks. Trying to level set a bit for y'all in the chat. If you're looking for a runner, a loved one, somebody you just want to randomly support because you want to find somebody from your hometown, I don't know, whatever works for you, that can all be done on ultralive.net. You can go ahead and track runners of your choice. Make sure you just add Gene Dykes in there too, because we're all going to be looking if he gets through Cal 2 in 38 minutes, and yep, 38 minutes flat now, as the caboose of our race at the moment. And I did see Mac Robertson. Yep, Mac is now on the track, coming around.
Making his way in. We are not going to have an interview with Riley. At this moment, they're feeling a little beat up, to say the least.
Fair.
A little empty. They're going to go take care of themselves. If they feel like it later, they'll come on up and join us.
Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. But we got Mac Robertson here coming straight out of Portland. Works at the Arc'teryx store up there. So if you're in Portland, you might catch homie behind the register for you. So go support. But Mac is no stranger to just crushing big races. Had a 9th place finish at the Cascade Crest 100-miler last year, and just has been going beast mode on a whole host of 50Ks and 100Ks. Actually just took 8th at Gorge 100K a few months ago as a tune-up for this. So not surprised to see him here absolutely crushing it as 44th overall, coming to you just over that 21-hour mark, but looking damn good as he comes to the finish line. It's
that Arc'teryx gear.
It is.
Right?
Feeling fresh. Mac Robertson, congratulations, buddy.
A Pacific Northwest crusher coming in. A lot of athletes have been using that Gorge Waterfalls 100K or 50K as a great tune-up coming into their training season. It's worked well for a lot of athletes in the past who have performed well here. I'm not saying it's a lucky race, but I'm saying it's one that might be put on the list for a lot of the athletes who get an entry into Western States. I've been out there and filmed that live stream a couple years now, and man, it's a fun course. It's absolutely beautiful. Running up and down the gorge is just something that it's an amazing place that you don't think, when you think of Portland, you don't think of the gorge, and man, it is just absolutely amazing.
I can only imagine. I got to get up there. I've never actually been to Portland. I need to properly get up there and make a visit.
Absolutely. Again, another running mecca with Nike headquarters through there. It's one of those places that churns out some of the best athletes. Speaking of Oregon, Ryan Kaiser will be coming in shortly. Another one of our athletes who at 44 is completely crushing it. Always a threat out of Bend, Oregon. What race was? There was a little local race in Oregon that Debo signed me up for the day before of. He ran the 50-miler with Ryan Kaiser behind him, and when I caught up to him, he said he was running scared from Ryan. Ryan was going to chase him down, and it's always the case. This guy is a crusher athlete. Oregon just churns them out, man. They believe in speed, and it works out for them.
Yes, that is putting a lot. I'm thinking about when I really first started tracking the sport. Ryan Kaiser was one of the first names that kept coming up. No matter who I talked to, just legend.
Absolutely. I would be amazed to see what his ultra sign up, what kind of double digits that looks like. But that guy's put down some races in his day, and continually finds himself, on the top of those lists. So excited to see him making his way from Roby Point down here to the track. That actually might be him coming in here shortly. We'll keep an eye out.
Indeed, but right now we got eyes on Hiroyasu Tanaka coming at us from, let me verify I get the proper city going here. Yep, Kawasaki, coming from Japan. Another one of those Masters athletes and another international runner who just is really just coming out here and showing out.
It's amazing. I started coming to Western States, I think, about 2015, and even since then, there's a couple things that we gotta hit on that has changed over the years. I'm not that grumpy old man that sits on his on a chair in his lawn and says, "Oh, things have just changed. It's not the old ways." I love to see the sport grow and get this race in particular get more international attention and more international entrants coming into it. Not just, it's always had the attention. But, it's now we're getting more entrants. And Ryan Kaiser makes a kick to drop his pacer around the track. He is moving on his way in here, showing that at 45, he still has that speed. And making his pacer work for it to catch up.
I'm like, biomechanically, I'm looking.
There's no way he ran 100 miles.
No.
No way.
And I was like, how is he still knee dribbling right now? Like, good on him.
Always looking great, always smiles. He's a great dude. Here we go. We've got Ryan Kaiser making his way across the finish, and it looks like an unofficial 21:07 as he crosses that line. Of course, stopping that watch because the race doesn't stop until the Strava says so.
Facts.
Giving some love to his crew and family there. Love it.
Waves to the crowd of adoring fans.
The oh-so-abundant crowd here at Placer High. You can tell it's a cold year because normally so many athletes camp out here on the track, the infield. We're just not getting that this year. There's always – I remember last year we sat here and had burgers with some of the other athletes as they came through.
Yep.
Elsa McDonald on her second place finish last year. Sat with them, and it's just not what we're getting this year with the cooler temps. But I can tell you who does appreciate these cooler temps. You've got our athletes out there on the field. Our Japanese athlete there, it looks like he's enjoying some warm broth. So it tells you that, that's one of the tricks of running Western States. The pieces of the puzzle you got to put together is the temperature swing. It's not exactly just the heat. It's the going from a cold Tahoe morning to the afternoon heat in the canyons and then that Auburn nighttime heat. There's been years here where the low at night is in the mid to high 80s, and you think you're going to get a little respite from the heat. No, not. But tonight they do get a little bit of that, so our athletes are starting to pull out some jackets. They're trying to keep warm. It's nice to get a little cool hit and let that metabolism calm down a touch. You got an athlete making their way to the track right now. Let's see who this is.
That looks like Christine Mosley.
She is moving fantastically.
Yep, so that's Christine coming from Issaquah, Washington.
Oh, there we go. Another Pacific Northwest athlete out of Izzy, Washington, Issaquah. Beautiful place, amazing trails throughout there. They've got a nice little contingency up there. Most recently, we've got some friends who've moved out there, and they are creating a subculture of elite trail running that is going to be popping through here shortly.
Okay.
It'll be interesting to watch. Watching her make her way around that track, she's powering and motoring through. Excited to hit that finish line in a 21-hour mark. Looks like she's going to get it in under 21:11, so that 21:10.
And I think as she comes through 21 hours and 10 minutes, overcome with joy, or
nausea.
It's nausea. Awesome.
Yep.
Well, while that's happening, on the backstretch, we actually had the person that she passed on the downhill, Jad Martinez, coming through. Should be popping in. There we go. Yeah, Jad coming from Arroyo Grande here in California.
41 years old from Arroyo Grande.
There we go.
So close, 100 meters to go, and just going to live his dream out.
Make it happen, get to that finish. The hours and miles of work that go into this all summed up in this final stretch. Gonna make it happen. You know, so much can happen on that from Roby Point to the finish. For those of you who are watching or listening are not familiar with what the profile of the course at that point, the climbing and descending is not over just because you hit road.
It's rude.
It's a slap in the face as you leave Roby, and you still have to climb the road up out of it, hit the famous white bridge, and then that descent. Last year, maybe the year before, I think it was 2 years ago, following Drew Holman as he was making his way on the podium down that final quarter mile, half mile to quarter mile. He made that turn and locked up everywhere on that descent, just cramping everywhere, and had to stop and walk. And then meanwhile, his crew is looking over his shoulder, just praying nobody
else comes
on the hunt. Because there's nothing you can do on a descent like that when you lock up. You gotta let that ease out. So much can happen there. Love to see some of the final pushes and the just hang-ons come together. We've got eyes out on what aid station is this? That looks like it is Pointed Rocks. Yeah. Athletes taking care of business there.
It's like at this point you have, what do we say, 6 miles to go?
6 miles, like you're 5.7 to be exact. 5.9, because you got that.
Yeah, 0.2. Yep. So taking care of the little things.
Yeah, I mean, the race isn't quite over at that point. It sounds so close, but you've got that pretty technical, horrendous descent down to no hands. Then once you get to no hands, you get all this excitement because it looks so flat, but you make your way up to Roby Point. Back up to about where you came from. So during the day, if you're at Pointed Rocks and you look across the river, you can see about Placer High. Roby Point is about the same right there. And you can see it across the river, but at night they can't see that. So they don't know they've got to go down just to go right back up.
Exactly. Like you can see the lights off down at the bridge, and you're like, that doesn't look too bad. And then you realize how technical that descent is. And you're like, why are we doing this?
Exactly. Oh, man. So they're going to take care of business through there. Again, so thankful to all of our volunteers who are showing up, spending the time, spending the hours, the effort, the energy to give these athletes what they need to get to the finish line to fulfill their dream. Some of these athletes have been putting into this lottery for years, almost a decade, to get to this point. And, if it weren't for these volunteers, sometimes their dream, that buckle, wouldn't happen.
And it looks like we have eyes here on Chris Eveland from Nashville. He was 12th at High Lonesome last year.
Ooh, that is no joke of a race.
Yeah, he's known some struggle. And so he's going to be just cruising along here with just that 6 or so miles here towards the track. And we're back at ALT.
Oh, hugs from the crew.
Gotta love that.
Oh, that's what the sport is all about. I love to see so many faces. So earlier when I was on the escarpment and Dylan asked me, hey, describe how beautiful it is, and I broke down in tears, it was because I literally looked over and saw one of my athletes on the course that I coach, and then another great friend right next to him.
Yeah.
And talk about beauty in the moment. All I could see in that moment, he's telling me how beautiful it was that moment right there. Just overcome with emotion. But that's what the sport is all about. If it's not what the sport is all about, then I'm in it for the wrong things, because I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
It's those little interactions where, age groupers get to interact with elites, or like folks that would never otherwise cross paths, be it because of geography or occupations or things like that. You line up on a start line and anything can happen. Like magic moments, relationships, all built over the course of a day or 30 hours as everybody grinds together from just the silliness of 6,000 feet up to 9,000 feet and the long, treacherous descent down here to, what are we at, like 1,600 feet at the Auburn track?
Yeah, it's ridiculous is what it is. We're practically sea level. You know, that's kind of one of the beauties, and that's why we love to see these athletes out here now all struggling. So we're all doing the same thing, right? Everybody ran the same course from start to finish. You know, some ran a little faster, some ran a little smarter, some had a little more fun, some had terrible days out there, but they're all grinding through and getting it done. I think that's what unites us is the struggle, the journey. We're all undergoing that exact same journey, and we find, you know, I guess misery loves company might be the way to say it, but also I think we find this unity in challenging ourselves and doing something that, you know, frankly, we don't know if we can do it. So that's why we toe the line.
Exactly. That's the fun. The fun is just trying to push yourself a little bit further than you did the day before, because if you're not progressing, you're stagnating. So let's keep on pressing on.
Exactly. And, you know, so many great friendships and relationships have come from this wonderful sport. You know, Casey Lichtig, dear friend of mine, we found each other on the Black Canyon course, local to you, one of your favorites. Yeah, we shared some terrible miles together, absolutely suffering. But we just looked at each other and said, "Yeah, we're gonna get this done, right? Yeah, okay, let's do it." And you know, that was many years ago, and we've been great friends ever since. So, nice. You know, and there's stories like that all over the place. You know, from some of my great friends who live across the world that I get to see once or twice a year or once every other year at these races. You know, you go to a race like Western States where, you know, one huge shout out, Nick Errol, that guy shows up regularly to volunteer. If he's not racing, he's volunteering. He is offering himself to the race to show up and give whatever he can. He was at Devil's Thumb, comes all the way from the UK by way of Australia, so enamored with this race, he's showing up. I don't know if anybody else got to share this story today because it happened in just like kind of an odd time. Did you hear the story of Ed? Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're gonna rehash this real quick. Story time. Pull up a seat, have yourself a little drink. We are gonna tell a story. This is absolutely beautiful. So Ed, and I cannot remember his last name. If you go to part 1 of the series, it is a couple hours in. Dylan and Corinne were having a chat here, trying to fill some time, and randomly, some dude hops on the course and starts making his way around the track. Dude's name is Ed. Ed knows that he's not fast enough to finish the race, a qualifier. So what he did was he came out during the Western States training camp. He ran the camp 2 or 3 years in a row, got to know the course really well, spent the last month since this last camp, volunteering and cleaning up the course for the Western States race, and decided to start the race himself on Thursday, self-supported, got himself to the finish line using Gaia to track himself through the high country.
What?
It was one of the most amazing moments. Dylan and Corinne had him up here to share his story, and it is a beautiful story. I guarantee you, tears will come. Go check it out. It is worth it. Inspire Ed right there.
And here on the track, somebody else who found inspiration at some point and might be inspiring some friends, some family. David Wilkins of Truckee, again, another person right down the road from the start line, getting to sleep in their own bed last night. He is finishing up his Western States journey, going to be just over 21:20. He'll get under 21:21.
So that story is going to be for about Ed Getka from Chapel Hill, North Carolina, a Duke fan. He made it very clear he was a Duke fan, not a Tar Heels fan. So I got to give him credit for that. But what in the world? This is a beautiful, beautiful moment. We've got some dad strength coming through here. And he's still going to get that sub 21:21 carrying his
Boom.
kid across the line.
Awesome. Looked to be not sure if it was a partner, just a crew member jogging around as well with them there, shedding off just before that last 50 meters. But gotta love the family moments and again, getting to connect with your crew, your folks. Got Patty O'Leary on the side, getting some quality footage for the friends. So shout out to David Wilkins. Congrats, bud, on your finishing up this 2023 Western States 100.
Yeah, so we got 883 watching at this moment, and I'm going to throw a question out to everybody watching. You can comment in the section here. So here's a lively debate. I'm going to throw it out to you guys. You know, you and I can chat it about a bit here. When you are pacing, do you, or when let's say when you're a runner, when you're an athlete, you're crossing the finish line, do you want the moment solo, or do you want to share it with friends? I'm not saying there's a right or a wrong way. I'm just saying there are preferences, and some athletes prefer to go through. Some crew prefers to give them their moment. Other athletes say, no, I want my crew with me. This means, you know, that we did this together, kind of thing. Well, what's your hot take on that? What's your opinion?
I think I'm probably a crew person. Like I've been in races, not so much trail races, but even some road stuff where like I could kick down and save a couple of seconds, but like I'll back off just so that person has the finish line photo that they want. And so yeah, I'm like I know personally I'd roll in with my crew to be like, I didn't get here by myself, and I probably can't get home without y'all because I ain't got any legs left. So help me help you.
I need to be nice to you. Absolutely. Likewise, I'm the same way.
Yeah.
You know, I'm an all hands on deck journey kind of guy. I want to share that moment with the people who helped get me there. You know, not to say that running that in solo's the wrong answer whatsoever. Everyone's got their own thing. Speaking of running it in solo, we have an athlete who hit the track and he is coming in hot.
Ken Zemock, your first male in the 50 to 59 category, and he just said, you know what, I want to flash these guns and go shirtless just to show you guys what 50 plus can look like. Absolutely just stunting on this lap around the track. Ken coming from Reno, Nevada, so another person relatively local to the trail, really finishing incredibly strong.
He's looking great, dude. He's making it look fantastic, making it look glorious. It makes me almost want to run 100 miles right now.
Well, here's the thing. This is potentially just a training run for him because he is doing the Vol State 500K in the screw division, kicking off next month, really like 3 weeks from now. And then he's going to say, you know what? Let me one up that and do Moab in October.
He's doing the Moab
240.
240. Wow.
Yeah,
This guy, he's just using Western States as a training run.
pretty much.
Looking good, feeling good, and coming in at a stellar time of 21:24. I mean, let's just talk about how insane. A few years ago, a 21-hour finish on the female side would have been 5th place. And we got
What is happening?
we got our entire top 10 in at home sleeping right now, or at least legs up, you know, shaking the wiggles out from the legs for the day. Man, times are just getting incredibly fast here. And of course, Ken Zemock is making it look fantastic. Keeping our eye on the Pointed Rocks aid station as we got athletes coming in here. All smiles, looking good. They know they've only got that 6-mile little jaunt home. Volunteers are all hands on deck, making sure that they're taking care of everyone. you know, those who are hunting for places. We just had our 49th finisher come through, so we still have, you know, 300 plus out there. Not counting the DNFs, not taking the DNFs out of that. We have quite a few athletes out there, and there's still people wanting to, you know, make up as many spots as they possibly can and, and get themselves in there. Other athletes are recognizing that, hey, it's going to be a take it in, get it in there kind of day, just get it done kind of day. Duct tape the plane while it's in the air kind of situation.
When you go to work, people are only going to ask about the time, and they're going to be like, oh, that I would drive for less time than that. I don't want to drive 100 miles, let alone run 100 miles. Exactly. We know how those tails go. So speaking of folks that we are watching trying to move up, Gene Dykes still out there on course. He's got about 14 minutes to get himself through Cal 2. We have not seen him hit that mat yet. Luckily, that's been a pretty reliable timing mat for us, so we should have a pretty good hunch whether or not that goes down. But he is bumping up against it. 13 minutes now until the cutoff at Cal 2. So Gene Dykes, our oldest competitor in the field at the ripe young age of 75 years old, aiming to be the oldest ever finisher of the Western States 100.
And quite a pedigree underneath his belt as well. The dude has been through some races. He's an extremely fit individual. Now, Western States is a respecter of nobody, but yeah, he's gonna keep moving himself and trying to get that job done. I know right now he's got the owner of Stoked Oats, sponsor of the Western States 100-mile endurance run. Simon Donato is with him right now, so hopefully Simon's cracking the whip, pushing him a little bit. You know, tell him that you know, he's Gene. I can just see Gene right now giving that young whippersnapper some words as he's pushing him over into our aid stations there, so we can hit those cutoffs. But
indeed, we just had Tyler Peterson on screen there, coming out of Satellite Beach, Florida, going down towards, I guess that would have been ALT that he was at?
Yeah, I believe it was ALT.
Yep, and we are here at the river at Rugged Chucky, and now we're back at Pointed Rocks, giving you guys all the views that we have because, listen, we got runners all over the place. We're just going to be watching folks come in, and, you know, we're starting to approach the period where folks, even if they're having a rough day, might start saying, hey, I've got 2.5 hours to still get that silver buckle. So let me at least keep moving forward, making progress, and doing what I got to do to lock that in. So we'll continue to watch all of these mid and backpackers come on forward. If you have somebody at home that you are looking to keep tabs on more specifically, make sure you hop over to ultralive.net and just click on that Western States logo. All the runner tracking will be there, and you can find exactly where your runner is, or at least the last time they went through an aid station, and make some favorites. Click that little button there and keep tabs on them until they get down here to the finish.
We've got some updates on our little hot button question there. Do you finish yourself? Do you take the finish line glory, or do you share it with your crew? Looks like most everyone in the chat room is saying share the moment with your crew, with the people who helped get you there. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and we're going to see so much of that over the next couple hours, especially as we're shooting for that sub 24-hour finish. We have so many athletes out there that are just teeing themselves up to make sure they get it in under 24. They don't want to risk it. They're playing it smart right now. They're taking advantage of the cooler temperatures to move quickly. Or they're on the opposite end of duct taping things and hoping that they can land that plane in a timely manner. And another question we got is, what are they drinking to keep going? Electrolytes, brand. No, it is not Hammer, despite this being an ultra marathon. It is Goo, one of our sponsors of the race, has a brand new flavor out, actually. It is tropical citrus or tropical punch. Either way, it is tropically delicious. And I got the chance to take a little bit of that while I was out there running through aid stations, and Magda Boulay, previous champion of the sport here and president of Goo Energy, made sure that I was nice and hydrated, taking down some Goo electrolytes. So yeah, they've been out on course supporting us all day with gels, with electrolyte, and we've got an athlete coming in right now.
Eli White.
A Salt Lake City kid. I thought that was Eli. Look at him go, having himself a day. Oh, love to see it. Another Salt Lake kid coming in at under 22 hours. He looks like he's going to hit 21:32.
Cruising through. Was 11th at Wasatch in 2021. Had a finish at CCC last year.
He's a great athlete and a great advocate for the sport in the community.
Yeah.
Loves to support the community in Salt Lake City, Utah. Let's give Eli a little bit of love as he comes across that mat there. Eli, you are a Western States finisher coming in at 21:32, making it look just fantastic.
And if I have this right, yep, Eli is our 50th overall finisher.
He crept into the top 50. Look at that.
Nice.
Love to see it. We are going to cut to a commercial here. We're going to throw it out to that, and we will see you guys here in just a few moments. And we are back here in the studio with a great view of the Rucky Chucky iconic river crossing here, as we've got boats going back and forth, bringing athletes from one side of the American River to the other as they make that climb up to Green Gate, where they can start that final marathon-ish to Placer High. They've got plenty of time to get it done. Right now, we are looking at athletes have a 2.5 hours to get that sub 24-hour buckle, the Western States in a day buckle. They're going to keep making their way through. We've got athletes there at, that looks like Pointed Rocks. That is Pointed Rocks aid station. So they're just 6 miles away. They crossed Rucky Chucky a couple hours ago, making their way on here down to Placer High. Again, that was Eli White, who just finished, came in, a Salt Lake kid. And that was our 50th finisher of the day. We've got plenty of athletes left to go, and we're going to keep bringing you all the juicy goodness as we reach into the morning hours. You got those crushers trying to get that sub 24-hour buckle. Make sure you come back for that 10 a.m. Pacific time to 11 a.m. Pacific time as we reach the 30-hour cutoff. That is going to be the golden hour, as we affectionately call it here. It's the hour that shows, in my opinion, the most grit, the most determination of everybody out on the course that day. They're bringing it in. They are getting it done. These are those who have seen 2 sunrises, gone through 2 mornings of heat, and they are still pushing themselves here to Placer High, trying to get that buckle, trying to get that Western States finish, all done in under 30 hours. These are more of the iconic stories of the Western States chapter book here. We've got amazing stories of, Gunhild Swanson, who came in with just seconds to spare, the entire crowd erupting with cheers as she came in at 29 hours, 59 minutes, and just a few seconds to spare before she would have not been an official finisher. One of the great storylines that year was that Rob Krar, the winner of the race, decided to go back out to Robie Point, find her, and encourage her to run as hard as she could at the time to get in. And had she not had Rob Krar there, she said there's no way she would have done it. Something about that helped her dig deep, and again, got her in just under that time. So we're hoping to have some great stories like that, some athletes out there who are just giving it everything they've got to get to this finish line. We are going to bounce around. We're taking a look at Pointed Rocks right now. Athletes coming in through there. We're going to take a gander here at some of the comments. Yeah, we're still hoping that Gene makes it through. He's got a few more minutes. I'm going to give you guys some updates here with where he's at, if we've seen him come through. Gene Dykes, come on, buddy. We do not have an update for him yet. He's got a little bit of time before he needs to reach that Peachstone before we get an official cutoff. That's been a pretty reliable aid station, so we're hoping that it's going to be an accurate split there. Pounding some of that cold brew to stay up. Thank you, everybody in the on the live feed watching today, giving us all the love, all the support. It's because of you that we are all here. We couldn't do this if you didn't have an interest in support it. We're trying to do everything we can to bring you, the best of the stories, the storylines through Western States here. We've got, obviously, the race was just a fantastic race today. We've got so many more stories to be told. We know the stories in the front of the pack, what they're all about. It's all about trying to get that finishing time. And now we've got stories of trying to, conquer some demons, trying to get through. We've got Gene Dykes, who wants to be our oldest finisher ever. We've got so many amazing stories. This is where there becomes a little more depth to it. So Skylar coming on back in here.
Oh, no, I got you.
We've got Eli.
Indeed.
All right.
Indeed. Get you set up here. That way with it. I think I got.
Fantastic. You are on a hot mic, buddy. You are live. How are you feeling?
Happy to be done.
Happy to be done. That's fair. You've just gone 100.2 miles all the way from Palisades down here to Placer High. What was your experience like today? How was it with the cooler temperatures? Did it still affect you? How'd you feel?
It was definitely hard with the snow early on in the course. And then things felt really good after that. I was feeling great at Robinson Flat and cruised down the hill. And then probably sometime around Michigan Bluff, things started to go downhill. But
You got to go downhill at some point, right?
Yeah. I was holding it together pretty well, and then like half a mile before the river crossing, had probably one of the most immediate bonks I've ever had, just like hitting a brick wall.
Right.
So I crossed over the river and then laid down for like 15 minutes. And I literally didn't know like how I was gonna finish. But my crew was there, and they were super supportive. We slowly walked up to Green Gate and had awesome pacers, Denver and Eric, and awesome crew, and they got me through.
Nice, nice. Well, congrats on getting it through. Tell me a little bit about how a course like Western States compares to another iconic course like the Wasatch 100.
Yeah, definitely a lot more running at Western States, and that much downhill really works your legs. Like, we have a great training grounds in Salt Lake with the Wasatch, and but still, it's hard to prepare for that much downhill.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing makes Western States easy. Speaking of the Salt Lake contingency, we have a number of athletes here from Salt Lake representing really well. Ryan Montgomery, we've got Leah Yingling, so many other amazing athletes out here.
Anthony Costales.
Anthony Costales is obviously made an impact today. Tell me about what's going on in Salt Lake. I recently just moved out of Salt Lake, but Denver hasn't claimed me yet, so I'm still calling myself a Salt Lake City kid. Tell me what's going on there, with the training, with the athletes that are coming up there. What's Salt Lake looking like? It's Dylan and Corinne have been preaching it all day. It is becoming a new hotbed of athletes. Tell me about that.
For sure. Yeah, it's a great place to train. You've got variation, steep trails, technical. You've got smooth, buttery trails, Bonneville Shoreline Trail, and foothills. You can kind of take your pick. You have a range of elevations. So great place to train with lots of diversity, and it's a growing area, so a lot of people moving there.
Yeah.
And definitely like active in general. Like if people don't run, they usually do some sort of other active activity and outdoors, and yeah, just draws people to it. It's magnetic.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful place. What I've noticed about Salt Lake is when people come, they don't leave.
Yeah.
They love to stay in Salt Lake. I went there for school and ended up staying there for a very long time because the mountains are beautiful. The access is amazing. Last question, what is your favorite peak in the Wasatch?
Favorite peak?
I know it's a tough a tough question, but I got to throw it out there.
Yeah. I think I'll have to go with Lone Peak.
Lone Peak, one of the most aggressive in the Wasatch. Absolutely love it. That is a great call. Shout out to your crew, your family, anyone back at home you want to shout out?
Yeah, definitely my wife, Adrian. Her parents are out here crewing as well. They live in Utah. My folks are back in Georgia. I'm sure they've been following along. And yeah, awesome pacers. I mentioned Eric in Denver. The whole team made it happen. Couldn't have done it without them.
Rally together to get you there. Thank you so much, Eli, for bringing it to us here and for giving us your experience out on the Western States course. Thanks for joining us, and go rest, go recover, get some food back in you, and get some sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow for awards.
Awesome. Thanks, Zach.
Thanks, man. All right, that was Eli White representing the Salty City, Salt Lake City, Utah, my hometown. I think I'm going to keep claiming that for a while until Boulder accepts me. But right now we've got an athlete coming in from, let's see, who is this?
I believe, if I heard this right, it is one Denver Armstrong. Yep, cruising along here. 100 meters to go. Denver Armstrong representing Kings Beach, California. Listen, full disclosure, I'm super excited to see Denver get here because when I was working at the Robinson Flat aid station, they were on the microphone calling for his crew. They're like, is the crew of Denver Armstrong here? And they were not responding. They had not made it there in time while he came through, but he still found a way to persevere and gets to celebrate this moment with his family, with his loved ones. Denver Armstrong.
They ended up finding him here at Placer High, coming through in 21:46. Got to share that moment with his family. Don't you just absolutely love it?
So awesome to see.
All right, and we still got Gene Dykes out on the course. Last we heard, he left Forest Hill on his way to Peachstone.
And at this point, kind of just hoping that it is a delay on the update and not the message that we fear, since that cutoff has passed us. But we will work to confirm one way or the other for you. But on the course right now, we've got Christian Billigan, and if I heard Tropical John right, the first ever Romanian finisher of Western States.
All right.
Big moment.
Go.
Gotta love that. Christian Billigan from Bistrita. I might have butchered that name. I apologize if I did.
I do not know how accurate this is. We're going to get a confirmation of this, but Marty Hunt let us know it looks like Gene just left Cal 2 right on cutoff.
Whew. All right. Well,
so we are hoping that is the case. We're going to confirm that as soon as we can.
Yeah, the thing about a lot of these timing mats is they are, some of them are manually input, so it might just be a little delay.
They've been scanning the bibs all day with this cool little scanner gun picture taker thing. It's sounding old these days. But yeah, they've been scanning the bibs, and that's what's been given them. So sometimes that scan just gets missed, and we're going to hope that's the case with Gene. Keep going, buddy. We want to see you at the finish line.
We'll keep tracking it. But yeah, Christian Billigan coming through 21:48 to be your 52nd overall finisher, but the first one ever from Romania. That's so cool.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Again, this race is just, it's being more internationally open. We're seeing a lot more athletes come in from all around the world. And you know, speaking of, we've got some, you know, our first Romanian finisher. We had such a huge contingency from the Asian continents. We had Danny Jones from New Zealand. I mean, it was just our Tom Evans, a European winner of the Western States 100. He came in, you know, followed up his third place with a nice second place, or a first place, and you know, proved he had what it takes, and he has taken that Cougar overseas to the UK. We've got another athlete coming in here, making his way around the track.
Indeed, this is Sam Cohen coming from the great District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., for those keeping track at home. One of the younger athletes in the field. I think he's the third youngest athlete in the field at the age of 26. A low ticket lottery winner, realizing the dream a lot earlier than he probably anticipated when he first started putting in for the lottery. And he is here finishing up with his last couple steps here on the Placer High track. Looking good. Maybe not feeling good. I don't know. We might get a word with him and find out. But he's smiling and enjoying the time with family and friends. So Sam Cohen coming through.
He is going to get it in under a 22 hours too. So young to the sport with only, a low ticket count coming in, but making the most of it. Get a nice little sub 22-hour finish here.
First 100-mile finish.
First 100-mile finish and first Western States. Wow. To call Western States your first 100 and to do it in under 22 hours is
Boss move.
that is a boss move. He's making statements with that right there.
Literally, he's run. He only started running ultras last year. 50-miler, 100K, 50K, 50K. Hey, by the way, 100-mile finish at Western States under 22 hours.
You know
Like a
who,
boss.
You know who else did that? Adam Peterman. Went from 50K to 100-mile in less than a year. We've got some athletes just using the Theragun out there, getting those shins worked on before they make that the descent out of pointed rocks. Again, that's a very technical, difficult descent. For anyone who's ever done it out there, that is not an easy descent. It is all sorts of challenging.
Indeed. So Doug Howson right here, using the gun, getting his legs right, coming out of Alberta, Canada.
Oh, the Great White North has produced some athletes. That is Brandon Miller next to him, pacing him, it looks like. A Merrill Shoes athlete. He just ran Worlds and represented Team Canada.
Mm-hmm.
The man with a stash. That is the most beautiful stash in all of Canada. Again, the Great White North producing some serious athletes. They're going to get that. Brando's going to get him to the finish line. I don't know if he's updating, emails right now or checking his Facebook stats. Maybe he's hunting on Hinge or Tinder, but Brando's got that phone out, doing something over there. Maybe he saw some cute girl at an aid station. He's hoping she's got her Tinder up right now.
Put that tight 1 mile radius and hope.
Brando, I love you, buddy. I hope this gets back to you.
I was like, yeah, I hope you guys are friends, because otherwise, this is going sideways quickly.
All right.
So, officially in the system, Gene Dykes in Peachstone, Cal 2, 242,
Okay.
which is, I guess, technically 2 minutes after cutoff, but depending on when the scan was processed,
Yep.
it is what it is. So it still shows on course. I'm still hitting F5. Still says on course until I hear differently. We are assuming Gene Dykes, 75 years old,
Is
still on
making his way.
course, still
Yep.
making moves. So we will track that down. And if that is the case, he has until 5 a.m., the 24-hour mark, to make it to the other side of, well, at least I guess through Rucky Chucky. He needs to be in a boat by the 24-hour mark. Is
Right.
the way to
Right.
think about it. So we will try to get confirmation either way. Unfortunately, Cal 3, Ford's Bar, not the most reliable timing, Matt.
No, it is
So
not.
we hopefully we get like a volunteer at the aid station, might be able to drop us a line.
Yeah, I mean, for those who aren't familiar with the Western States course, so much of this course is in canyons. It is, in these out there places
Mhm.
that, we were getting some business. I don't know if you caught this, but we were getting the business in the chat earlier for not having the best cell service, for not having helicopters out there, an Elon Musk blimp that was just shooting down, all the space rays and giving us all the internet and coverage we needed. But man, this is an out there course, man. Once they crest the escarpment, it is the high country. It is back. The organization is trying to make this a world class coverage to match the world-class event that it is. So, yeah, we're just going to keep trying to get better year after year, just like all of these athletes. Every single race, every single effort they do is just trying to get them better and better every single time. Not always pretty, but it's better. And
Indeed.
it's going to get you to that finish line. We
Progress.
got athletes leaving Pointed Rocks right now.
Yep, that looks like I don't know if she's leaving or just trying to. Maybe there's like a restroom over there, but that's Jacqueline Forgy from Truckee. Again, another person who got to stay in their own bed last night, and just a quick 15-minute drive down to the start line for her this morning, or yesterday morning, I guess at this point. So good to see that she's making moves here, and currently sitting in third for that Masters Women
Nice.
spot. So shout out to her. Hopefully she gets situated and keeps it moving forward from here.
And there's still a lot of races happening on the course. It might be for the Masters division. It might be for different age groups. It might be a race against your own goals that you've set. Right now, it's always a race against the clock. And as we see athletes coming in here, looks like we have someone coming up on the track soon. I thought I saw a headlamp. Yeah, there they are.
Yeah, and that is going to be Alistair Watson coming onto the track right now, coming out of London, England.
Oh my goodness. All right. Okay, I'm going to give a personal shout out right here. We've got Alistair Watson coming in. Behind him, at least as far as Roby Point is concerned, Filippo Canetta making his way out. And then right behind them, a personal friend of mine from Denver, Colorado. We've got Matthew Hunsucker making his way down. He was about a minute behind Filippo, so he might be trying to make up a spot, but also a couple minutes behind him is Brian Robbins. So still, we're getting to that congested part of the race where a lot of moves can be made. And these athletes are still pushing for every single spot they can get, every single minute, every single second. Right now, Alistair Watson is coming in, making that final turn on the Placer High track to become a Western States 100-mile finisher. And he's going to eke it in just under 22 hours. Way to go, another UK, a European finisher from London.
His first Western States finish, got in through the lottery, 64 tickets in there, so.
He's been working at it for a while.
A little bit.
Yeah, he's been building them up.
And finally gets to achieve the dream of finishing Western States and doing so under 22 hours.
No easy feat.
Gotta love it.
Easy feat. And right behind him, it looked like that Filippo Canetta is one of our Italian athletes from Milan. Age group of 50 to 59, so he is making his way through here. He'll be our second male in the 50 to 59 age group coming through. Assuming he maintains his position, he will be our second place. Oh, man. Absolutely love this.
Then we got views here at Pointed Rocks. Runner still coming through. This is 94. What is this? 93 point.
Pointed Rocks is 94.3.
There you go. I knew there was a 3 in there somewhere.
Yeah, so when you add it all up, it looks like they've got 5.9 miles to the finish from there.
As we've just crested the 22-hour mark, 3 a.m. here in California at the Western States 100. Level setting for you. I'm Skylar Hall. He's Zach Marion. We're guiding you through. We're guiding you through the night. We're having a grand old time out here.
Absolutely.
As we highlight the success story that is these age group folks, your mid and backpackers, folks that are just like all of us working class folks, making their journey from Olympic Valley down to the Placer High track. And we're going to be tracking them all the way until that 30-hour cutoff at 11 a.m.
I had to do that math real quick. I was like, yeah, that's 11. Yeah, 10 to 11 is our golden hour. It is my favorite hour of all 30 here at Western States. If you are around, if you're not around, tune into it. Make yourself around. Make yourself available. Come see Dylan, Corinne, just shed tears left and right for that final hour as we see these athletes just work themselves to the bone in order to get it. We've got an athlete hitting that is Matthew Hunsucker from Colorado making his way in. Now, I had a front row seat to this. Homeboy was launching his spring awesome sauce on the side of the trail. Not so awesome sauce at that point, but he's making his way in, looking good. That is his pacer, Eric, next to him. He has his other pacer behind him right there. Japello's making his way in. That is his wife next to him. And one of my favorite Denverites, Katie Hatt, right there. That crew bringing him in. Here we go. That smile on his face says it all. He is so stoked to have made it here. He went through a few rough patches to make this happen. Well done, Matt Hunsucker. And just a hair over that 22-hour mark. I don't want to say what his goals were, but he had some goals coming into this. And he just looks like he's stoked to hit that finish line. That's all that matters at this point. I'm gonna make my way down there, go give my friend a hug
As you
at
should.
that finish. Look at that. We'll bring him up and see how his day went out there.
Absolutely, yeah. Matt Hunsucker coming through, got in through the lottery with 4 tickets, so job well done. And we are back in the turn. This is how it's going to go for quite some time. We got some pretty good density looking to be shaping up here, but we've got so that looks like we've got, I want to make sure I get that name right, Filippo Canetta, as Zach was saying, one of our Italian athletes coming from Milan, 51 years old, grinding through to a 22:04 finish. Congratulations, Filippo. So Filippo's very, very storied career, having just ran Diagonal de Fou back in 2021. So no stranger to some tricked out races, and he absolutely crushed it out there today. So glad to see him get his Western States finish. And on the backstretch, here we are with Brian Robbins, bib number 328, coming at you from American Fork, Utah, home of one of the best high school cross country teams in the nation. And I'm sure Zach is going to be stoked for another Utah person finishing strong. Brian Robbins. Brian coming in through the lottery with 16 tickets. Very strong through the finish with his crew and pacers. Going to be just under 22:06. Looks like 22:05.54 officially. Got in as a result of some tickets picked up through Wasatch, through Canyons 100K, was third at the Wyoming Range 100-miler last August, and now finds himself a finisher at Western States. Good job, Brian. Way to crush it. And we are back on course, looking at more folks making their way through the course, getting hooked up, getting set up as they get ready to leave. I believe this is ALT, yep. And make their way the last 18 or so miles towards the finish. And so I'm gonna get out of the seat here so we can interview somebody who did way more important stuff than I did today. So Zach, I'll let you get situated.
All right, Matt, come and have a seat over here. Still Skylar's headphones. All right, so we got athletes out there still crushing it, but we've got an athlete right here in Matt Hunsucker. How is it going, buddy? How was your day out there? I want to hear all about it. As if I didn't already know, let's let you tell the people about what your day was out there.
It was very icy for the first 30 miles. A lot of slipping and falling.
Yeah, how was the high country? Tell me about that.
It was treacherous. A lot of people slipping and falling. I have no idea how many times I fell, but way too many.
Oh, man. Yeah, unfortunately, it took out Hayden Hawks for the day. He had a fall that ended his day a little earlier. Once you got out of the high country, obviously it was a little cooler in terms of temperatures,
Yeah.
but it still got hot. How were the canyons for you?
Getting down to the canyons was awesome, but once you got in there, just because of the mosquito fire, there was no shade.
Right.
I know it was a cooler year, and there were still times where, like, especially on my legs, it felt like I was standing in front of an oven.
Right.
So for the people who do this on years when it's 100+ degrees, like, so many kudos to them. Because, like,
right.
just from the heat today, I was throwing up left and right.
Yeah.
So just kind of.
Let's hear a little bit about that. It sounds like you from when I saw you, looked like you were doing good. I was getting some updates about your day, how it was going, and then I got a wonderful picture of your awesome sauce on the outside end. It was coming out. It was not so awesome sauce at that point.
Yeah.
How did that part of your day play out?
Just kind of pulling on my Kyle Pietari puke and rally hat.
Right.
So he's famous for doing that here every single year. So once I started letting it go on Devil's Thumb, and I was like, well, just hit the reset button and
embrace it.
And guess let's start with new food.
Nice, awesome. So you had some pacers out there. Tell me about your pacers. Give them a shout out.
Pacers were awesome. I had Eric Wright from Forest Hill, and he was pushing me so much. I think at that point I was only like half an hour under 24. By the time he finished with me, I was an hour and a half under.
Yeah, that tells you the importance of having a pacer out there. It changes your day. It pulls you along. And then you picked up a second pacer. That's right?
Yeah. I picked up Andrew right after the river crossing up at the top at Green Gate.
Nice.
So that was where the awesome sauce came right back out. Same thing, just reset and went and changed what I was eating and just kept moving. And then had my wife, Emily, pace me the last 10K from Pointed Rocks, and she was crushing it. I don't know if it's just coming from Denver, but that last climb over No Hands Bridge, I was struggling to keep up with her. I was like, all right, I'm normally like, I have to shuffle to like slow down and stay with her, or for her to stay with me. And I was working hard to stay with her. And I was like, so she told her
cracking the whip. She was wanting you to get done so she could go home.
Yeah, the goal was to try to break 22 once we knew we were close, and I think we came in 22:03. So.
Yeah, you came just right over 22 hours. What was your main goal for the day? If you want to share with us, what was your main goal for the day, and how do you feel about it? Your whole day shaking out?
Just because feeling so lucky to be here. Goal 1 was to finish. Then goal 2 was get that silver buckle.
Nice.
So
buddy, you accomplished both goals. Shout out anyone you want to shout out to, and we're going to let you go rest and recover.
Well, shout out you. You were so helpful the last couple of days getting tips from you on the course. My wife, Emily, Katie Hatt, awesome crew. Just like, as we were saying a few minutes ago, like everybody's been up since 2, 3 o'clock with no sleep and just grinding and partying and cheering all the runners and just have a blast. So like I said, Katie Hatt, Andrew Capello, Eric Wright, just an awesome crew, and they pushed me. Like I said, we made up over an hour and a half once I got the Pacers.
That is the power of a good crew and good Pacers, what they can do for you. Congratulations, Matthew Hunsucker. You are a Western States finisher. You got that buckle. You got that finish. All smiles here at the finish line.
Yeah.
Congrats, buddy. We wouldn't be doing it here with you if we didn't love you. So I'm sure they're going to send that love right back at you, buddy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Congrats, man. where you can track all of your athletes. You can throw in the information, search for entrants. You can look at the leaders. We are going to enjoy a 30-second ad as we wait for Skylar to return. Until then, you got me. Let's shoot out to an ad, and we'll see you guys shortly. And thank you, Gooder, for supporting the Western States Endurance Run. We couldn't do this without all of our sponsors that make this stuff possible. You know, it's one of those things that they care about the sport enough to invest into a race like this, that chooses to take that sponsorship dollar and turn it back into something that you get here, like a live production of this race. I mean, just a few years ago, this wasn't even possible. This wasn't even a thought. And now here we go. We've got 30 hours of straight coverage, bringing you all over the Western States course, the remote course that it is. Our last finisher, Tyler Burke, he was finisher number 60 of the day, coming in at just over 22 hours. We've got some live shots here of Pointed Rocks. Aid stations just chilling there, waiting for runners to come through, giving them something to do. You know, we love these volunteers so much. You know, they're out here for us, but we couldn't be out here if it wasn't for them. There was a pacer running by there. He's just making his way around. Maybe he's trying to catch his runner. Not uncommon for a lot of runners to drop their pacers through this section. As they're smelling the barn, as they're getting really excited. If that pacer's been with them for a while, you know, they go through their own day too. I think all of us have been there crewing or pacing where we are so incredibly wrapped up in our athlete that we forget to take care of ourselves. You know I did that today. Just absolutely did not take care of myself. Let myself get a little tired and dehydrated. I'm just trying to bring myself to our athletes' level of this fatigue, this dehydration, lack of nutrition, lack of sleep. I want to hallucinate with all of y'all, so let's keep this going. Let's make things a little weird here in the witching hours. It is 3:20 here, Placer High in Auburn, California. Temperatures are dropping considerably. You know, it's not super common that even at night that the temperatures are, you know, still fairly high in the 80s. And we're sitting down in some pretty cool temps. You can see I've got my puffy jacket on. That's not something I'm used to doing here on the live stream, the overnight on the live stream. Oh no, we're getting word. I'm going to confirm this for you. We want to have an update on Mr. Gene Dykes. Let me see what we can do here. Again, I'm heading over to ultralive.net. I'm going to take a gander. Let's see if we can find Mr. Gene Dykes. We want to get an update on him, see where he is at. Oh, no. I am sorry to inform all of you that Mr. Gene Dykes, our attempt at the oldest finisher of Western States 100, at 75 years young, one of our Canadian contingencies, he did not make it. He made as far as Peachstone 70.7, where he was forced to drop due to a late departure out of there is what it looks like. So, You know, that's why we do these things, because we don't know if they can be done. Courtney DeWalter doubted whether she was going to be able to even compete today, let alone go for that course record. But look what she did, a whopping 75 minutes off of a previously untouchable course record. So it just goes to show you got to swing for the fences. You got to put yourself in the box, and you just got to start swinging and see what happens. Mr. Gene Dykes gave it his all and dropped at 70.7. Something tells me at 75 years young, he's gonna make sure he gets another attempt at this and give it a go. What an inspiration. Absolutely love every moment of seeing him out on the course today. All right, we are quickly approaching our sub 24-hour mark. A lot of these athletes are setting themselves up for that goal of sub 24 hours, which is that window is coming up here in half an hour. So we should start seeing a rash of athletes who have been playing it safe throughout most of the day or pushing themselves incredibly hard to break that 24-hour mark. You kind of got both ends of the spectrum there. Some athletes that just want to get that buckle, so 23, 59, 58 is okay by them. And you've got other athletes who want to prove to themselves that they can do it. So they're going to push themselves just a little bit. And as you heard from my interview with good friend Matt Hunsucker, that, you know, crew and pacers can make all the difference in the world. So, you know, he was off his 24-hour goal pace and came in at a wonderful 22 hours. So because of those pacers, he was able to get it in to shave 2 hours off of that, making him work hard, maybe pushing him out of his comfort zone or taking care of him, whatever was needed. You know, that is the beauty of being a pacer, is you get to experience the course, the race, a lot of the same fatigue and a lot of the same pain, but you don't have to run 102 miles to do it. All right, more eyes on Pointed Rocks aid station there. So we got some athletes coming in. Let's give a little update. Weather out here is 57 degrees. It's going to get as cool as 55 degrees here right before the sun comes back up around 6:30 in the morning. Always get that chill before the sun. We've got some athletes moving through here. Almost took out his own pacer. That's Skylar. Skylar coming back in here. All right. Yeah, that is a crew that is still determined. They are pushing it. She is getting him. I would not be shocked if they've got that sub 24-hour goal in mind as they leave Pointed Rocks. That's going to be just about 6 miles left to go, but who doesn't have 6 miles left to go is this athlete making his way around the track. Let's see who that is here.
That is Tomas Amneskog, coming from Sweden.
All right.
50 years young, having a grand old time.
All right, so our last, let's see. Skylar, I hate to inform you, we had a Gene Dykes drop at Stone. I know. I was crushed to see that in the comment section. Thank you for everybody who is in that comment section, who is checking out the things that we can't always be on top of or can't see. You guys are doing fantastic. All of our love goes out to Gene for being the man who stood up in the batter's box and took a swing at it, gave it everything he had, and made it 70.7 miles. That's no small thing to do. Almost 1 mile for every year.
Damn.
Right?
When you put it like that, you're just like, yeah, that's a pretty good use of your day, Gene. So good job.
Not bad. Still getting so much love in the comments here. I think we all wanted to wish him to the finish line, but just barely missed that cutoff.
Bummer. Well, here's the thing. Still got a great tale out of it, and I'm sure he's got some stories that he's going to love to share with friends and loved ones. So hopefully we'll get a little bit of that on our end as well, as we have another runner coming on the backstretch, taking the long way out. You know, the shortest line is lane 1. Cut inside, my guy. But looks like we have...
Take the tangents, buddy.
That was Dennis Cook coming on the backstretch there, representing Ketchum, Idaho.
All right. Making his way around. He wants every single step that this course has to offer. He's not cutting an inch out of it. No, sir.
He's like, no GPS error. I've done too many workouts on tracks. I know that
He wants the 100.2. I love it. I absolutely love it. Enjoying that moment.
It's still going to be a great time. Going to slip in just under 22:30, it looks like. So,
yep.
Healthfully with that silver buckle. Almost looked like he was going to take a stop at the store. He's so wide in the turn.
I know. He's like, I got a few minutes to spare. I'm going to go pick up a shirt. This one's a little sweaty.
Well, luckily, he's about to pick one up at the finish line. It seems they give you one of those with the medal.
I know. I absolutely love it. I'm going to tell you what that would be. I almost want to run this race again just to get one of those shirts.
Or you can hop in the store and pick one up.
There you go.
It seems less painful.
It seems a little easier. A little easier. A lot easier. If it's under $1 per mile, I'm gonna go for it. I'm not gonna. Oh, we got some athletes crossing the river here, getting ready to hop in. Nice.
Indeed.
Oh, still crossing that river.
Yeah, shout out to the volunteers for helping out, being right there on the edge of the banks and in the boats, making sure that folks get across safely and into that disco party, following the string lights on up and out towards Green Gate.
We are getting to that time. Hour and a half for the athletes out on the course who are searching for that sub 24-hour Western States in a day silver buckle. I couldn't agree. Stars 36, a boat ride at 3 a.m. definitely seems like a vibe, let alone coming out to strings of lights and a little party. Was that, we got bubbles? That looks like a bubble machine.
It is. It is bubbles. We have a disco ball. Like if...
They are coming out to a party.
That it is a straight up vibe. That's how you get down when you get across the river.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah, these volunteers have been, these groups have been putting together these aid stations for years, and they have it dialed down. They know what the athletes need. They know what the athletes want. Like you said, it's, kind of turns into the nighttime vibes where all of a sudden it is Western States after dark. And they are getting down, having fun, putting smiles on every single athlete they possibly can. If not, they're kicking them off down the road anyway. Kick that can on down the road.
If you don't want to party with us, we got one for you down the way that you will enjoy, but you got to keep moving forward to get to it. I'm trying to snipe that bib number.
Yeah, I was looking for it. I didn't quite see it. He's hiding it. He's hiding it from us. He's at Pointed Rocks, though, so it shouldn't be a matter of more than about a little over an hour before he gets to us. Looks like he's still moving fairly well for mile 94.3. No word on why Camille dropped to respond to the comments there. We don't like to speculate unless we know absolutely for sure. And until the athlete comes out and lets us know exactly what happened, we kind of don't want to go off of rumors. So no exact reason why that we've heard directly from the source, so we are not going to speculate, especially on something like that. You know, that can be a tender subject sometimes. You know, and rumors travel fast on the Western States course, so we might not know exactly what happened. Either way, her day ended a little sooner than she anticipated. I know, having talked to her partner Connor and her at Packet Pickup, she was ready to go all in and throw down with the best of them, being Katie Scheid and Courtney DeWalter. You know, she felt she had all of the pieces of the puzzle to put together. But again, fitness alone does not get you to the finish line. It takes a stroke of luck. It takes everything going the right way, and it takes a lot of steps in the right direction, not rolling ankles, not taking trips. You know, it can happen to any one of us. So we congratulate Camille on a hard effort that she wanted to put out there, on all of the hours of training that went to it. Even if it wasn't your day, it was still a day on the Western States Endurance Run course.
Indeed, indeed. So here at Pointed Rocks, we have Katsutoshi Saijo from Yokohama, Japan. 49 years, young, taking care of all the little things.
Making it look like a young man's sport. I saw some tape going on that leg. He is literally... He is the literal definition of taping the plane together just to get it on the landing strip there. He's going to make it happen. He's doing everything he possibly can.
He's like, I am going to finish these five plus miles. That will happen, guaranteed. Be confident. And he is moving out of the aid station.
We should see him. We should see him if he can move out of there like that. We should see him at a sub 24. He'll eke that out.
We're back at ALT, Auburn Lake Trails Aid Station.
Huge shout out to the bubble machine for having worked since the first runner came through. True that bubble machine has been working overtime to deliver all the best smiles and vibes to athletes going through there. And yeah, that was tape. That looked like electrical tape. If I'm a bet man, I think that was electrical tape. But there was other types of tape on him as well, which, you know, I guess you know, different strokes for different folks. Whatever flavors tickling the fancy, that's what he's putting on for the day.
If it gets the job done, it gets the job done. Like,
exactly. All that matters to him is he gets here in that goal time. It looks like he's shooting for that sub 24, but at the end of the day, he just wants a buckle.
Yeah.
He wants to cross that line.
Speaking of someone crossing the line, we got a runner on the track.
213, 214, 218, 2 something, 214.
That is Hiroyasu Tanaka. Saw him, must have been at Pointed Rocks a few hours ago on the live stream.
Yeah.
Coming from Kawasaki in Japan.
That was our Japanese athlete making his way in, representing the country proudly with a sub 24-hour finish, a sub 23-hour finish. He had to go and be a little extra off that sub 24, give himself plenty of cushion to make his way around that track. You never know. You never know.
I mean, and he's had a pretty solid year already. Finished 5th overall at Hurt 100 back in January. Comes here to Western, drops down to sub 23. Just, you got to be stoked. You got to be stoked. And you'll appreciate this. For your Utah roots, ran Wasatch back in 2021 and put down a 29-hour finish. So.
Oh, and that is not an easy course. That is a notoriously difficult course. I'm sure that he's happy to shave a few hours off of that time so he can get to bed, get himself a little napski before he comes back to pick up that silver buckle that he just earned with a 22:36 finish.
Excellent job, Tanaka-san. All right.
Yeah, we're getting into we've got the Euro Hour going on right now. So we've got athletes who have fallen asleep on the East Coast, who are waking up to a holy crap, what did Courtney DeWalter do yet again? Wow, just, we've been living this. So for us, that's old news, but we forget that there was a course record that went down twice today.
Correct.
And an amazing run by Tom Evans, who was within striking distance of the course record on a difficult year. Jim Rooney is giving you a little bit of a shout out there, Skylar.
Jim, my man. Holding it down for the Southern Hemisphere.
A lot of love for our Japanese athlete coming through. And again, thank you everybody who is donating to the Western States Endurance Run Foundation. That goes to keeping these trails well maintained, to rebuilding trails, building new trails. We obviously have had the mosquito fire that has gone through and decimated parts of the trail, and rebuilding that was really important to obviously the Western States Endurance Run. So all of your donations go towards taking care of this end of the valley and the trails, rebuilding. And yeah, let's see how our runners who have autism are doing. Look like Zach. Let's see where they're at.
D, just wanted to shout out real quick. Jacqueline Kraft was the woman we just had on the screen, and she's a Roseville resident. So we've had several people since we've been live that were able to sleep in their own bed and go straight to the start line. She's one who gets to drive 10 minutes away and go to bed in her own bed once she gets here to the track. So shout out to the local resident, Jacqueline Kraft. I remember when she got called at the lottery and the entire room just went insane, like popped off. You want to talk about a party? Like, that room was live. So I know a lot of folks are rooting for her, and here she is at ALT, still steady stepping forward and making progress. So
she's going to make use of that ticket, making it happen. All right. If I remember correctly, Skylar, help me out here. Was it Zachary Bates? Was that our
Yep.
our young 21-year-old runner who also has autism? He is not defined by that one thing, but by the many facets of his life. He is, last time we checked, he was moving through mile 90.7. So he should be making his way up to Pointed Rocks at this point, taking his time getting there, making sure he gets in on the course. And also, at 21 years old, I imagine he's in competition for our youngest finisher.
Yes, he is indeed the youngest person entered in the race, and so
that will be absolutely amazing.
So right now on the track, you guys have eyes on Paul Breuer. He is representing here on the track and representing Sacramento, Sacktown. Light the beam for one, Paul Breuer.
Couldn't bring home the NBA championship this year, but he is bringing it home to Placer High, crossing this finish line here shortly after that final turn. He's got a little cheer crowd out for him. Absolutely love to see it.
32 tickets.
Ugh, he's been waiting.
He's been waiting for this moment, so hope he enjoyed all of it. And on the backstretch, now in the turn, Corey Woltering.
Corey making it here. Just to confirm, yes, Zachary Bates is our youngest athlete by 4 years. Meg Morgan, our top 10 female finisher, is our second at 25 years old. Here we go. Corey Woltering making his way in.
Welcome back to Auburn, Corey Woltering, 22 hours, 42 minutes. And this one's special. Look at him. Embracing it,
He's happy.
relieved, thrilled. Still upright. Stop the watch. Good job.
Don't count unless it's on Strava.
Exactly. It's like some folks might remember Corey from the Fuji Adventure Race series, and they had like a whole Amazon special, if I remember correctly. And he is back here at Western, putting in the work, putting in the miles, and putting in the love of the sport.
You know, some awesome stories unfolding here out on the course right now. I mean, this is just kind of, this is the point of the race where we start to get to more in-depth stories. We start to get to things that are beyond that clock that sits right underneath the arch there. You know, we've got Corey Woltering who's pushing it through. We've got, you know, a famous name, but also so much more depth to it. Casey Lichtheig had her finish at 19 hours and 47 minutes for her 9th finish of the Western States Endurance Run. She's going to go for that decade. She's going to go for that decade of Western States. You know, she has been very vocal about this being one of her favorite races. And so we will see her back attempting number 10. That is for dang sure.
Yep, next year. It's the joy of the guaranteed spot.
We've got Gene Dykes, who is going to be our oldest finisher. He was giving it a shot. We've got so many stories out there. Let's see what number 92's story is. Let's take a look at him.
Chris Eveland from Nashville, Tennessee. Saw him earlier, and he is charging. I guess he's holding off somebody who could be kicking him down. We'll see how this is going to play out.
He's not letting it happen. He is saying, absolutely not. Not on my track, sir.
I think that's Jeff Kozak behind him. Trying to get confirmation. Spotting him the good 100 meters or so.
He's getting held up by the little over there. You know, he's got to go. He's got to go that pace. Otherwise, something tells me he would have tried hunting him down.
I mean, they're all just having a good time out there. You embrace every step of the journey in this race and in life.
Just behind him at the top of the stretch from Newbury Park is Daniel Kilgore. This is his first 100-mile run, his 9th ultra. He's a finance.
Looks like
Yeah, Daniel Kilgore is actually the person who's behind Chris.
Yep.
With the littles.
Corey Woltering from Roby Point ended up passing those two plus a Sean Rainey to get to that finish line. So he threw down. He made a few moves.
Pushing. Yeah, Daniel Kilgore, Newbury Park. You might know them from having a ridiculously good high school cross-country program, but they got an all-star ultra runner who put down today. Congratulations, Daniel.
Yeah, running comes out of Newbury Park. Doesn't matter the distance, doesn't matter the discipline or the surface. Newbury Park is a runner's city, that's for sure.
And it looks like Sean, right on cue, as you mentioned, finishing up here. Sean Rainey from Carmichael, also here in California. A lot of Californians just coming in this little pocket. Gotta love that.
Right. Ooh, and some love coming on.
22:46 for Sean. Congratulations, bud. Getting in with his 64 tickets through the lottery, his second Western States finish.
Nick Gonzalez was chasing him down, running number 124 in the yellow shirt there. That was Nick Gonzalez from Auburn, California.
I thought that was a pacer. Oh,
right,
man.
Right. That same until I saw a white bib instead of that yellow bib. Oh man, that must have been a fun little finish. Nick Gonzalez, 26 years old,
From here.
from Auburn,
Auburn.
California. He's gonna walk across the street and go to bed. He wondered that's what happened. He wondered what all that hoopla was about once a year and decided he'd just come out and give it a shot. Why not?
Show up and show out. Is this Maria? Yeah, it is. Maria Steinhauser.
Again, from Fair Oaks, California. She will be our 70th finisher of the day. She's looking smooth, looking great. Just giving this a final jog right on into the finish line here.
That's like all the locals were just like running together, spending time.
Like, hey, what's up? You see you at the running group on Tuesday?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Another one who, when their name got pulled, crowd went wild. Naturally so. Maria getting in with 16 tickets off the lottery. A dream realized as she is coming off the turn for her first Western States finish.
Gotta love it. Maria, welcome back, or welcome to Placer High as you make your way around that track over the mat for a 22:48 finish. You are a Western States silver buckle finisher.
Getting the hug from Thornley.
Oh man, dude, that dude's got. Let's give a little shout out to Craig Thornley for everything he's been doing. When I was out on Devil's Thumb, man, he was showing up, throwing up star links, making sure everything was going well. Literally, and I am not at all exaggerating this, they raked the course for the aid station. Just short of rolling out a red carpet. That's what goes on here at the Western States Endurance Run. We care about our athletes. We want to see them get through, give them the best experience they possibly can, and that is all due to Mr. Craig Thornley, Lord Balls himself. And he will be out here until the very last finisher, handing out those medals. And an awesome shirt, it looks like. All right,
everybody loves the shirt.
Everybody loves a free shirt. Why not? Especially one that looks that fly, looks that good.
So it is currently 3:50 in the morning here in California. 22 hours, 50 minutes elapsed. Those folks who are chasing the silver buckle, the 24-hour buckle, have just under 70 minutes to grind their way here to the finish. Basically, Quarry Road is the furthest out somebody probably has to be if they want a shot. And
that's a tall order, man.
Yeah.
That's a tall order because that's a climb up out of that Quarry Road, coming up out of there. That is a climb up to Pointed Rocks.
a technical
down.
descent, a climb up to Roby.
Oh, you think you're almost there, but man, when you cross that bridge, it is a push up that hill.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. We've got athletes out there that are going to be giving it their all to hit the track here in the next 69 minutes to be exact. We want to see it. We want to see them come in, send all the positive vibes and love you can out to the course right now. We should be seeing a string of athletes coming through who are just getting themselves here. We've got one coming up on the track right now. Let's see who that is. Let's give them their time to shine around the track. Is that Joseph Boucher? He's got that Kagala light on his waist that is just
makes it a smidge difficult.
Outshining everything. Is that a runner coming down, or is that a truck making its way around the track? We can't tell.
I feel pretty good that that's Joe Boucher.
I do believe so. Out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Young little 27-year-old buck. Wish I could remember what it feels like to run at 27 years old, although right now he's probably feeling a lot older than that after he made his way all the way from Lake Tahoe, I guess technically Olympic Village, Tahoe. He's got a smile on his face that says it all, that he knows he came out here with a goal of that sub-24. He's bringing his crew onto the track with him. He's saying, no, we did this together. We're going to finish this together, and here he goes. Absolutely love it. Did I just hear Tropical John right? He thanked his mom. That is a gentleman right there. Raised well or afraid, one or the other.
You know, same. Same. And so Jeff Kozak should be just behind Joe Boucher, who just finished up. Jeff came through Roby Point just a minute down, so any moment, I do believe I see the headlamp coming onto the backstretch. Yes, I do. And a minute behind him was Clinton Keller. So this could also be a kick battle. Based on how he's hammering, it might actually
homeboy's going.
We got, okay, so he's pushing. We got the cameraman.
No, he's pushing.
Doing work to keep up with him right now.
I think he's getting one last 200-meter interval in is what he's doing. I don't think he felt like he trained enough, so wanted to throw one more in at after 100 miles.
Just remember, finish every run with strides. That's how you keep that running efficiency going. So,
I'm a terrible coach. I would have never given that advice at 100 miles in, but look at him go.
It's just a lactic flush here for Jeff Kozak from Bishop, California, 49 years young.
Finally slowing down. We've got an up.
Let's check it out. Or did he get kicked down?
301, 361.
Or is that Luke Pryor? Did he make a wild push?
No, I wouldn't be shocked at this point.
Oh, here we go. On the camera, one David T. Lamb, bib number 139, coming out of San Francisco, California. The birthday boy himself.
Right.
His crew sang happy birthday and provided quite the fanfare at the river. I was just chatting with a few of them, a few of the crew hanging out here in the infield, and they fully anticipate the mini songs every aid station.
Absolutely a crowd favorite. David Lamb. Everybody knows.
Mad
David
Cupcakes forthcoming for all.
Oh.
Shout out to San Francisco Running Company.
Bring some
sponsor.
of those cupcakes up here, man. Take one of those.
We'll make some phone calls. I'll yell at Patty.
Absolutely love it. A little update on Zachary Bates, our 21-year-old youngest, setting himself up to be our youngest finisher.
Mm-hmm.
He has passed Pointed Rocks.
Let's go.
So he is making his way here at 21 years old. Wow. I honestly didn't even know running was a thing at 21 years old. And here he is throwing himself into the Western States 100-mile race.
And then just going to go to UTMB after this. Because that's what you do at 21. Like, everybody has these, like, visionary, my life's goal would be to, like, run these two iconic races. He's going to knock them out before he can even, like, legally rent a car without paying, like, 3 times the fees.
I mean, I do appreciate the approach of waiting till you turn 21 so you can have a celebratory drink afterwards. I'll give him that. Yeah. I'll give him that. But, man, Zachary is making his way here to Placer High. And given the time that he left Pointed Rocks, I wouldn't be shocked if we see him coming in probably the next 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes. I'm gonna guess a 3. I'll put money on a 3:19. I think he's gonna break 3:20. I think he's gonna do it.
I'm not
Or
gonna put anything past
23:20.
him. I know what you meant. I'm not gonna put anything past him. We got the clock between us.
I'm getting that. I'm getting that
There.
24-hour delirium as well. Put myself in the position of these runners so I can just embrace it all.
So let's level set since we're here. Obviously, our first runners came through about 8 hours ago. At this point, we had one Tom Evans, 14 hours and 40 minutes to win on the men's side. You know what? I'm not even gonna try to do this off the top of my head.
Followed by Tyler Green.
Yep.
Who, again, a second-place finish after a gutsy race of throwing it out there. You know, Tyler Green has been considered a conservative athlete in the past, and he wanted to come out and wanted other athletes to put a little respect on his name. Those were his exact words from his crew, that he wanted some respect on his name as an athlete that was going to go for it, and he did, moving in typical Tyler Green fashion, moving his way up all throughout the day. And another athlete that put themselves out there, Anthony Costalis.
Dude was just absolutely balling. The Chico crew was in full force supporting him from the start to the finish, and both of them closed incredibly well. Like, went out relatively aggressive, but just started mowing through the field and closed like a bat out of hell. So
yeah, they finished aggressive. Went out aggressive. Finished aggressive was Anthony Costalis's move there. I was at Pointed Rocks when he came through, just a few minutes behind, about a minute and a half behind Tyler Green, and he was still determined that he was going to take down that 2-minute gap in those 6 miles, and he left. He left with the intentions of doing that. You know, Tyler is known for a kick finish, and Anthony wanted to take him down. And who was right behind him was our Chinese athlete Zhezhang Shen, who just all day long looked like he was in control and moved his way up the ladder to a 4th place finish with a New Zealander right behind him, and Danny Jones. That tall drink of water out from New Zealand just made it look smooth all day. He was full of jokes with 6 miles to go. And then who do we have right behind Danny Jones? But our first female finisher in Courtney DeWalter.
just an absolutely bonkers performance, setting a new course record by some like 80 minutes or so to finish in 15:29:33.
If I got it correctly, it was 77 minutes off that course record.
Yeah.
One that hadn't been touched in a decade by anything closer than 23 minutes.
It was impressive to watch. And what's crazy is that the second female, Katie Scheid, also was under the old course record.
Absolutely. It is one of those things where you can't control who's in front of you, but you can control your best race. And her best race was still a course record today. It was still a course record. I know, yes, Courtney deserves all of the credit for what she did today, but we cannot overlook Katie Scheid and her also course record work today.
Yep. And then behind her, as we have, now it actually is Jeff Kovac coming through, so I want to fact check. And that's 325 on the track right now, which is Luke Pryor. So I think that was Clinton Keller who had come in a few minutes back, passing up, making up and passing Jeff Kozak. And then, yeah, we got Luke coming around here representing for Balmoral Ridge, Australia.
Man, we are just getting – just to kind of go off of what we said earlier about how this is such a huge international contingency, if we look at the top 5 finishers, 3 of the top 5 are international athletes.
And is he being paced in by Dean Karnazes?
That is Dean Karnazes with him, the ultra runner man himself.
Cool. So you knew he was going to get to the finish.
Oh, absolutely. There was no doubting that.
So as he comes in just over 23 hours, celebrating, gotta love it. Congratulations, bud. Going back to the international flair on that women's race. In third place, we had Esther Shalag, 17:09. Katie Asmith was in fourth at 17 hours and 21 minutes. And then just a very densely populated back half of the women's top 10, featuring Emily Hawgood, 17:26, Taylor Nolan, 17:40, Ida Nilsson, another international athlete.
Yep.
17:43, Priscilla Forgy at 17:46, Leah Yingling at 17:49, and then Megan Morgan rounding out that top 10. And the folks who get their auto entries for next year running in at 18:11. So that's where we're at with the front end of the race. And we are still tracking folks who are in the middle and the back of the race, trying to implore everyone to make it down here to the track to join us.
We just hit that 23-hour mark, and while we wait for some more runners to come in, we're going to kick it out to a commercial, and we'll see you guys here in a short few seconds.
Gooder, $25 active sunglasses for anyone. That includes you, Wildcat. We see you out there bringing the fun to the starting line. You're the life of the party, whether there's a party or not. We see you making sure everyone matches. That's important.
No, go back.
Hooligan, Yahoo, troublemaker. You just want fun sunglasses. Find your fun at gooder.com.
And we are back at the finish line. Placer High School track here at the Western States 100. I'm Skylar. He's Zach. We've got runners on course. We've got folks who have 56 minutes to make it through this finish line and get their silver belt buckle under 24 hours.
This is a fun hour to call for us here because we've got so many athletes who are just pushing for this 24-hour silver belt buckle. And to kind of answer some of the notes here in the chat room, the final cutoff is 30 hours, but there is a belt buckle, a silver belt buckle of sub 24 hours. Western States in a day, you get that silver buckle. That will be through 24 hours, which is 5 a.m. Pacific time. We got a couple athletes on the course right now, or on the track right now. Let's see who we got. And we're gonna have a smattering of numbers through here.
Yeah, this is gonna be a wild 55 minutes. The big screen right now, bib number 60, Jordy Moncada just dropped his kids. He was like, y'all got to catch me. They had to cut across the field to get up with him. He's from Woodside, California, so not terribly far away.
That's a real dedicated pacer right there. I'm going to grab your child and haul her across the finish line.
But he also was just like, this is cool and all, but y'all got to keep it moving because I got to run.
I'm being chased. I'm being chased.
The sense of urgency not really instilled in the youth, which is probably for the best. Let's go ahead and just let them enjoy childhood sport.
All right, and was that Oleg Tabalov right behind him? 3:42 it looked like. Let's see if that was him. It looked like he had... Oh, there were
British flag?
British flag and a pride flag as well. I mean, they might as well just take a photo together because they practically crossed that line right there. Absolutely love to see it. fighting all the way to the end. All right, let's see what we got here. As we update there.
That's Brett Waters, who finished there with the
Yep.
British flag. 35 years old from London, makes sense, with the British flag. And sniped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sniped like 10 places since Quarry Road. Closed well, so shout out.
Well done, sir. Way to put together a finish. That's why it didn't make sense to us who he was, because you just moved up so dang much.
And this looks to be Kyle Fulmer from Boulder, Colorado.
One of those RMR runners out there. He's picking it up around that edge. Happy to call it a sub 24-hour day.
Well under that.
He's got cushion. He's got cushion. Well done, sir. You get to go back to Colorado with that silver buckle. Earned it. Earned it.
Indeed, and you waited a long time for it. Lottery pick with 64 tickets, so good job, Kyle. Congratulations.
Ooh, we've got... Who is this coming through? She is...
Is this Jacqueline?
This is his 4,800, including the
Trying to see that number.
I believe this is Jacqueline. She would have been. She was the next woman over Roby,
Right.
and had a 10-minute cushion on Lauren Jones. So I feel pretty good that this is going to be Jacqueline
Agreed.
Pierogi of Truckee, California. One of the locals who gets to fulfill the dream of finishing the Western States 100.
Just a small hour and a half drive home tonight.
Yep.
Or this morning. Man, where are we? What is going on here? How has 23 hours and 10 minutes passed
I have no idea.
since this thing started?
So this is Jacqueline's second finish. She's one of our special consideration athletes. So
Oh.
glad to see that she was able to make moves and enjoy the entirety of the 100.2 miles, as we have another runner coming in right now.
This is going to be either Sebastian Picard or Doug Hausen. Let's see what we got here.
It looks like Doug. Let's see. Let me go to the photos. Nope.
And while we were doing that, Jacqueline Pierogi from Truckee came in and has about
Honest, Dan Barger? Dan Barger.
finish here. She's also done
2:48.
There we go. Yep.
The 57-year-old from Steamboat Springs.
Oof. Another beautiful location for a 100-mile race. If you're ever interested in doing something high elevation that will kick your butt, go ahead and look at the Run Rabbit Run 100 out in Steamboat Springs. I can attest it is a difficult course.
Yeah, that's word on the street.
True story all the way through. Look at just coming in and enjoying some nice snacks at Pointed Rocks there before these athletes make their way in. Yeah, these aid stations are so dialed in. They've got their setup. They know exactly what they're doing. It runs as smooth as butter. It's a Swiss clock. Here we go. This athlete just saying, get rid of that vest. I don't even care anymore. I don't think he needs his that water, that bladder for those last 200 meters.
Got to shave all the weight you can when you are cruising to the finish line. Benjamin Atkins, 50 years young, from Westlake Village, California.
Looking fantastic as he's coming around that corner. Still got a little spring in that step.
Oh yeah.
And he has a list of hundreds under his name.
Yeah.
And he gets to add Western States to it, a sub 24-hour silver buckle for him. Ben Atkins, you are on your way to becoming a Western States 100-mile finisher.
Indeed. Second place at Pine to Palm is no joke.
That's a stout course.
Yeah.
Hal Corner's doing something out there, making people suffer in his beautiful backyard.
That's putting it kindly.
That's putting it kindly.
That course is rough. So definitely well trained for the smattering of hills that you're going to see on the Western States course, and Ben Atkins takes advantage, finishing in 23:12, sneaking just under that 23:13. And we got, again, more runs on the track, and this is what is going to be this entire hour.
Yep.
Folks are just going to be on a train trying to break 24 hours and get that silver buckle before the pumpkin turns bronze, or whatever analogy you want to use here. I believe this is Oleg Tabalev from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. 57 years old.
That it is.
And just looking so fresh as he finishes up with his crew supporting all the way through the line.
Well done, Oleg. Get it in. Again, another one of our Canadian Great White North neighbors. And not too far behind him is another Albertan from Cochrane, Doug Hausen. He should be coming through any moment. He was just a few minutes behind him. But Jacqueline Forgy was behind him as well.
Oleg finishing in 23:14, was a member of the World 24-Hour team back in 2019.
Oh, well done, sir.
So,
well, I mean, he's living up to that name because it's 23 hours and 14 minutes. Apparently, he knows how to run 24 hours.
he's definitely put in that work several times. Been doing some stuff, Survivor Fest. This ultra sign-up is way too long. He has been all over the map since 2008 in the ultra scene. So good to see him get another finish to add to his ultra sign-up. And he's never had a Western States. So congratulations, bud, on knocking that out.
Well done, sir. Is it just me, or did it get a little chilly out here?
Oh no, I definitely took a beat. My toes started yelling at me like, "Hey man, you need to double up on these socks real quick."
Right, it got a little chilly, and I'm sure some of these athletes are excited about the heat to disappear. But what's going to be happening here in a couple hours is that sun is going to come back up.
Oh yeah.
And it's not the ambient temperature around here that's hot. It's the sun. The sun is baking down in this area. So these athletes that will be seeing a second sunrise will also be treated with a second round of that heat. Even though it's not a hot Western year, it's still a hot year, still a hot day.
And you got to take care of yourself the whole way through. Just as you see these runners trying to do right now this is the ALT aid station, I believe. So making sure they have everything they need for the last 15 or so miles of their journey.
Yeah, they've got a little ways to go at that point. Auburn Lake Trails shares an aid station with the Rio del Lago 100-mile, which also happens to be the last qualifying race for the year you can get in for Western States. So a fun little tandem there. Also, where I got to see race director Craig Thornley at Rio del Lago at that aid station. as I was not getting my qualifier in for the year. He reminded me that they did away with the old rule of use it or lose it tickets. As long as you qualify, you can keep adding tickets to the bank. So he consoled me in my moment of despair there and reminded me that I still have my tickets for Western States, which, you know, maybe, hopefully, Skylar, next year you'll be, calling me in there. Let's see what happens.
Hey, man, that's the dream. That's the plan.
I want to finish with the amount of stoke that this athlete has coming around that corner.
Doug Housen, crushing it.
This is our Canadian from Cochrane, Alberta.
he is rolling. Yeah, he crested Roby Point right alongside Sebastian Picard from France. So a little Canada v France battle might be why he is pushing as hard as he is.
Those Albertans, they don't love their French Canadians, so he's got a little something. Oh, he's going to give a little love to the family there.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's where memories are made.
Yep. No one cares about that time. No one cares about that place. Those numbers get forgotten, but sharing that moment with your child is gotta be one of the most rewarding things, because you're not running for yourself at that point. You're not doing that. You're doing that to be an example.
Absolutely.
And to show what grit, what determination looks like. You know, all those hours missed in training with the little there. He gets to share that beautiful moment.
And just behind them, Sebastian Picard of France coming across the line.
I think he's live streaming or selfie.
Yeah, he's like on, I can't tell if it's a video. He stopped it pretty quick, so I assume it's not IG Live. But we're glad he can capture the moment. We also captured it for you too, bud. You can just refer people to the stream. But congrats, Sebastian. And then we have Lauren Jones now in the last 50 meters as well, representing Atlanta, Georgia. Hotlanta in the house with a hot time, 23:19 for Lauren Jones. Congrats on your Western States finish.
She got in that time that she wanted to. She is her crew, her family is stoked, sharing some hugs there at the finish line, sneaking in a 23:19 finish. Pacers look almost in disbelief of like, what did she just do out there?
She crushed it. That's what she did.
Yeah.
She just crushed it.
That's what she did. She done crushed it. She crushed herself. She crushed her goals. Yeah, you'd love to see it.
And I'm just doing a refresh to see how many more people we have on this finishing downhill. We got a lot.
Yeah, no, that list just grew considerably. We should be seeing a stream of athletes coming through here, as we've got 40 more minutes for them to pick up that silver buckle, that coveted 24 hours Western States in a day buckle. You know, all of them left that last aid station knowing that it's on the table.
And many of these folks seem to have left together and are willing each other to the finish under 24. Just looking at the 10 individuals that we have currently between Roby Point and the finish, we have 7 of them are basically grouped up within seconds of another runner. So they're going to do it. They're going to do it together, and they're going to celebrate the individual sacrifice they made to get here and the collective joy that is getting that silver belt buckle for getting under 24 hours here at Western States.
Oh man, we're gonna keep bringing you that ever closer sub 24 cutoff as it's coming along here. They've got just under 40 minutes to get here. So we could still see a number of athletes hit Roby Point and still make it here.
Mm-hmm.
It is absolutely possible I mean, there is a climb out of it, but it is a good runnable section and then some strong downhill to the finish. We've got some cheers. Somebody is getting some love out there.
That is a group on the backstretch.
Was that
Bib number
Becky?
BFD? Yep, that is Becky Lynn Bauer coming at you live from Littleton, Colorado.
She is
Shout out.
sharing that moment with her pacer, hand in hand all the way around.
All those miles around the reservoir paying off as she gets to take time around the track with her family and friends, hand in hand in these last 150 meters. Congratulations, Becky Lynn Bauer.
She was getting some cheers over there. I heard it through the microphone.
Through the microphone, through our headsets. I was like, oh, that is
Someone important's coming through.
that is hype. That is the energy that these runners need, and probably what they've been getting for months, if not years, motivating them to this moment to achieve the dream.
Absolutely, at least all day. That is some love right there.
Yo, she got in on one ticket. Becky Lynn Bauer.
Making the most of that one ticket. Absolutely.
Good on ya. Congrats. And we turn our attention to the backstretch yet again. Another runner on the track.
Is this no, that's not Chad Lassiter.
That is,
Kyle
I think that's Kyle Grady.
Yep, that's Kyle Grady. 293, Kyle Grady coming in, 49-year-old.
Memphis, Tennessee. That wasn't a Tennessee accent. That was just me trying to stretch while I said it.
You know what I see? You know what I see on here, buddy? I see a Zachary Bates leaving Roby Point with 40 minutes to make it here.
Let's go.
I think we're going to see Zachary Bates, our youngest finisher, hitting this finish line in a sub-24-hour finish.
Somewhere, Chris Warden of Aerovipa Livestream fame is stoked because he called days ago that Zach had the potential to go sub-24. So if it happens,
He doesn't have the potential. He just has to keep moving.
Exactly.
And I think he's got it.
Chris is gonna be like, 1, told you so. 2, super stoked for the whole fam. So
He's definitely gonna give
So-
you a told you so.
yeah, I fully expect that text. But we will keep eyes on the backstretch because we're seeing lights. I'm seeing all different types of things happen up the road a bit.
Oh man, we've got a slew of athletes. 1, 2, 3.
I need to get to
4,
a second page on the results.
8, 9, 10, 11,
This is nuts.
12 athletes all left Roby Point in under 10 minutes apart from each other. That is more than an athlete per minute shooting through there.
So before I forget, I'm going to shout out our live stream team, our gimbal operators down there who are just going back and forth. This is basically just going to be a series of strides. It's going to be a fartlek for the next 34 minutes as they just, as soon as they get to the finish line, they got to go back and pick somebody else up as they enter the track. So shout out to all of our volunteers.
A shout out to the media team running those gimbals all day. Just to give you all some reference, when I did this last year, I ended up with 30 miles for the day and like 6,000 or 7,000 feet of vert running laps up and down Forest Hill. You don't realize how much of a hill that is until you turn around and run up it again. Not only to turn around and run it back down with Kyle Pietari or a Jim Walmsley.
Yeah.
It is a lot of vert. So these volunteers are putting in the time and they're getting paid for this. They're here to bring it all to you at home, wherever it is that you are streaming and watching right now. Volunteers are just doing laps all day.
So if you want a good training day and get to see this racing happen in first person, join us next year.
Yeah, come on out. Come volunteer. We would love to have you.
So we are back at Pointed Rocks.
That is a small herd of athletes that seems like they're going to be making their way here shortly. And if they leave, there's no way that they're leaving and making it here by then.
Yeah, that would be next level. That would be faster splits than
That'd
our
be faster than
winners
Tom.
had. But we did see Tom Kamenish, a different Tom, on the screen there at Pointed Rocks. So if you are from, I'm assuming Czechoslovakia. I'm a fact check this.
Got another athlete coming on to the course, or it could be crew. I'm looking over, not looking at the cams here. Looks like we got some athletes coming up shortly. We should have a group, a herd, a little herd of athletes, a gaggle of athletes coming in here soon.
Oh, we're going to have a lot of folks. And, like, they'll probably give just enough space so everybody can get their photo, and it's just going to be just
absolutely
one after another. So we'll try to keep them all straight as they come through and give them all their appropriate shine. But it's about to go down.
They're making their way through. We've got an athlete just stepping onto the track right now. Let's see who that is. They are enjoying this lap.
Indeed, trying to see if we have enough light on that camera on the backstretch.
Number 79.
Isaiah Ford. Passing a few folks on the way down. Coming from Phoenix, Arizona.
One of the best mustaches on the course for the day.
That is bold. Respect. 36 years young. Definitely heat trained, coming from.
He knows all about that heat.
Coming from the 602, yeah.
Probably overheat trained at this point. He can handle anything.
I mean, yeah, this is pretty much peak winter overnight temperature for Phoenix. This is.
He's having a chilly night out there right now. I'm surprised he doesn't have his parka on.
Well, I mean, with that stash, we at least know that his upper lip is warm, and that's
half the
fashion
battle.
forward and crushing it. So congrats, Isaiah, on the Western States finish.
And we are coming into the final half hour of our 24-hour silver belt buckle finishers. Let's see how many athletes we can squeeze in here.
So as it currently stands, we have 86, I want to fact check that, 86 finishers. Let's see what that number gets to by 24 hours. How many do we get in the last
half hour? Let's
half
track
hour
on that.
I guess technically Isaiah was after that 30, so we'll say 85.
Yep, there we go.
And so it begins. The train is on the track.
Speaking of on the track, we've got another athlete here. Let's see who this is, see if we can get a bib number there.
Chad Lassiter from Sugarland, Texas is coming in.
That is a Mr. Chad Lassiter.
Yup, Texas. resident, Sugarland to be specific. 51 years old. Has a finish here previously, but after several years and 16 tickets, finds himself back on the track.
And
finishing up.
if I heard Tropical John correctly, 25 100-mile finishes under his belt. So he knows what he's doing out here.
Cakewalk.
He's just getting it done. He just wanted that 24-hour buckle. He wanted that silver buckle. He came in, he crushed, he got it. He's about to make that a reality here in just a few more strides. Ain't nothing for him. And right behind him, let's see who that is.
Keith Shaw. No, wait. What number is that? Is that a 3 or a 1? That's a 3 on camera right now. So much is happening.
We know.
All right, so here's what happened. At the finish line, Orestes Pat Hastings was that hug right there, 155. On the backstretch, we had video on Keith Shaw crossing the line.
And we should see a group, and another athlete is coming on to the track right behind this who we're looking at right now. He's still a little warm. He's got that shirt off. He's trying to keep cool that final 200 meters.
I believe this is Brian
Dugovich.
I believe so. Trying to, yep, that's a 4. Yep, Brian Dugovich, Bozeman, Montana.
Well done, sir.
A whole gaggle of folks. There's dropping the kid. That's fine. Just
survival. No participant bibs pins being given out in that family. You got to earn it.
And in the back, Dmitry Zbornik from Prior Lake, Minnesota, a 3-time Superior Fall 100 finisher.
All right.
it's like I'm just.
And now he is going to get.
We got.
It is Dmitry Zbornik is on his way around the track right there in the green shirt. We told you it was going to be a constant flow at this point, which is so exciting. We want to give everybody their moment to shine here at Western States. It is not just about following the front runners. It's about all of these athletes making their way from Olympic Village all the way down here to Placer High. It's the same course, it's the same terrain, the same heat that is going to affect all of them. So this is a shared journey. And everybody who crosses that line gets to say they are a Western States finisher. Let's give Dmitry his moment to shine here. He is stoked. He is happy. He is done. He's sharing a moment there with it looks like his partner. Now he wants a picture. He's gonna pull the phone out. Because it ain't real unless you've got a selfie of it.
I really thought he was just trying to rip off his wristband. Like, I am out of here.
I'm out. I'm done.
That is bib
323 or 320.
320. John O'Shea coming to us from Salt Lake City.
Oh, he's
Utah.
getting passed. He got passed on the track. Oh, yeah.
Oh, of course.
That is Zach. He's coming through. Go, buddy, go, buddy,
what
go.
What a closer.
Oh, he's leaving nothing out there. He is going to make it happen. Zachary Bates.
Our youngest entrant into the race going to be our youngest finisher as he is charging to the finish. Coming at you from Sholo, Arizona. He may be a runner with autism, but today he is a sub 24-hour finisher at Western States. Absolutely crushing it.
And if I heard correctly, he's going to take this as a springboard to UTMB.
Absolutely.
Oh, here we go, buddy.
So much stoke. He was talking in his...
He's throwing it all out there.
He was talking before the race, all of these heroes of his that he follows, and he's going to get to line up and see them all tomorrow at the awards, today, in a few hours at the award ceremony. Zach Bates, congrats, bud.
Oh,
21 years young.
Love it. He just left it all out there.
That is pretty boss. That's pretty boss. And then here's John O'Shea coming through. 23:38 for him as well.
Zachary Bates, you are my hero at this point. Congratulations, buddy. And we've got several athletes
So much is
on
happening.
the track right
That's
now.
Andrew Redinger from Fort Worth. Cruising through, waving to the crowd, getting a little kick in, holding down his space. Safely under 24 hours, earning himself that silver buckle.
22 minutes, well, 21 minutes and some change.
I believe this is Allison Hart. Can't quite catch the bib, but should have been the next.
I believe you're correct there.
Yep,
That is Allie Hart coming through as we hear Tropical
Bend,
Dawn.
Oregon.
And that is a headlamp. She's blinding our cameras with it.
Hey, what do we do to you?
All right, we got
Caleb Cruz from Berkeley, California. I was like, I know this name from somewhere. Oh, yeah, he's a Bay Area kid. I say kid, 31 years old.
still a kid.
Still a kid. You're younger than me. I'm calling you a kid. Body might not feel like it's got a lot of youth in it at the moment, but the spirit is definitely joyful, coming around with the whole crew and family right now.
Oh, they're celebrating for him. They are
Let's
excited for him.
roll.
He's happy. Look at he got crew shirts. I love it.
I mean, if you don't do it right.
Caleb Cruz from Berkeley, California.
Caleb Cruz.
Well done, Caleb. You're going to make it here with 20 minutes to spare. I'm seeing those tears already. Buddy, don't do it to me. I promised I wasn't going to cry until the golden hour. I got to keep these emotions in check for just a little bit longer. But congrats to you, Caleb. You are a few strides away. Landing that plane.
Atta boy.
23:40. There we go. He is all smiles.
First 100-mile finish for Caleb. Got his tickets from Cuyamaca and Miwok.
And is this Winfei Xie?
Absolutely it is.
Charmaine Horsfall from Leeds, England.
There's so much happening.
She's coming in from Guangzhou, China. I've been there before. It is a fantastic little place.
Or is that Charmaine? I think that's Charmaine. Horseful?
No.
Maybe I need to see these bibs. No, there's glasses. Glasses are involved. I'm saying it's Charmaine. Yes. Charmaine
Oh, you.
Horsefall, yep. Thanks for folks in their glasses in their bio photos. As a spectacled runner myself, I feel you.
I did that for the first time today. I ran with my glasses down the escarpment. I was with Sally McRae and Zach Miller, and I just happened to pick up into a run with them wearing my glasses, and I actually could see things. It was kind of nice.
Yeah.
It was kind of nice. I don't know that I can do it for a long-term thing, but
Oh, yeah, I have to wear a sweatband. Well, one, because I'm sweaty. But two, because it just holds them in place. It makes life so much easier.
Okay.
So
learning from a pro over here.
that's what I'm here for. We got a brief break in the train, and then things are going to pop off.
Again, it is 2 miles, just under 2 miles from Roby Point to the finish. So these athletes that came in with, it looks like, let's see how many we think we can possibly fit in here.
We have another 10 that are on the hit link. What? Yep. Another 10 that are between Roby and the finish.
And they all have the time to do it. They all have the time. 10-minute miles can be done. Let's see who gets it in. Did we keep a tally? Of
I got
how
it.
many?
We started at 85 with 30 minutes to go. We are currently at we have 99. So 14 have finished in the last.
Wow.
14 runners have finished in the last 13 minutes.
I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. The track's getting, or the field's getting a little bit more populated now. We've got some of our finishers hanging out here. In typical years, we would have an entire field full of athletes who are just hanging out, enjoying the evening hours until the twilight comes, and they get those free pancakes and hash browns and eggs that I can't wait to have personally. But yeah, it's a little nippy, a little chilly out here, so I imagine a lot of these guys are going home, kicking their legs up, trying to at least rinse off and come back.
Yep.
Another athlete here making his way around that track. That is
220?
Yeah, it looks like Peter Brennan.
What?
Oh, that is Peter Brennan from Colorado.
Golden, Colorado.
That is a neighbor of mine. Last run I did in Colorado a month ago, before I made the trek over here, was with Peter. And the 100th finisher, assuming he can make this 200 meters. He will be the 100th finisher of the day and a sub 24-hour Western States finisher. He's got that buckle. Come on, buddy. Make it around that corner. It's Western States. I don't want to count any chickens before they're hatched.
I would.
But I think he's got it.
As we have more runners entering the track now, it is going to be pandemonium as these runners come for the silver buckles. But right now, in the last 50 meters, coming in 23:45, Peter Brennan. Congratulations, my guy.
Soak it in, buddy. Soak it in. This is what you came for.
64 tickets.
And
well,
he did it.
Well represented here.
He's been waiting. He's been waiting for some time.
Shiwen Fei, I believe, is next coming around the.
This is an athlete that has a number of incredible finishes under her belt. And she's going to add Western States to it right here.
Indeed. 7th place at TDS last year. 2nd place and earned a golden ticket at Do Ethanon. 3rd place at the was it Amazon Jungle 100-miler like 2 months ago.
That was just her. That was a long run.
So
that was a long run.
It's just a good old time.
And here she goes getting that silver buckle as she makes her last couple meters. Ooh, she's gonna grab that hometown flag over the head. And she even got a few cheers from the train that's going by.
Yep, Shiwen Fei, congratulations, 23:46. And we flip it back. We got more folks on the track. We got a train coming through.
Train just giving some love. And are we pushing a stroller around
Todd
the track?
Bachman.
Todd, you beast.
You might have heard of Bigger Than the Trail. This is the man who hypes it up more than anyone, making sure that folks know that running and being outdoors on the trails is a place for you to find that mental solitude, prioritize mental health. Congratulations.
Pushing that stroller through. From Missoula, Montana, Mr. Todd Bachman, you are a Western States 100 silver buckle finisher. Appreciate all the work he does to support mental health in the community. Just so much research goes to being outside alone with a little bit of physical activity can do so much for our mental health. Arguably why so many of us are enjoying this sport is because we found the solace in it, and he is out there to share that message. So Bigger Than the Trail, go check it out. And on the trail right now, who do we got, Skylar?
I believe this is Tim Owen. He's trying to get a...
He's got that forward lean. Oh, he's slowing down a bit. This is the drama. This is the drama.
Because there's somebody right behind. There are literally two people 10 meters apart on the track right now.
My guy, make it in there. Oh, he's looking back. He's looking back.
He's like, am I going to let him have the moment? Travis Matern was the other runner with the glasses. So
they're going to share that finish line. Oh. Are we going to get it? Almost? No, he's going to let him have it. Well done. Both of you there. He did it. He did it just for the photo bomb. He did it for the photo bomb. Oh, love to see it. We are creeping into the final 10 minutes of our sub-24-hour silver buckle.
So many people can still make it. We have five more folks have cleared Roby Point. They are within a mile of the finish line. They have just over 10 minutes to get here.
Can be done. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Bring it in. Bring it in. I mean, it looks like our last entrant to have left Roby Point was 23:42. So they've already been on it for 8 minutes. 10 minutes to go. Can they make it? Ooh, I think we're gonna have another handful of finishers with one coming in right now.
262. So that's Todd Bachman. So who do we have?
Was that
Bigger
his
than a
twin?
trail? Andrew Kleinecke? I think that was Andrew Kleinecke that came through with the Bigger Than the Trail.
Oh, sir, you are correct.
Wow, we were all over the place.
I mean, if you go into their profile pictures, though, you've got doppelgangers. These two dang near twins coming through. That is Mr. Todd Bachman. We got the official scan.
Thanks, Tropical John.
Andrew, we apologize. We totally apologize for getting that wrong. That was your moment. That was on us. But right now, it is Todd Bachman's true moment. Here he comes.
And then there were 4 between Roby and the finish. As Todd Bachman finishes up, we are looking for Daniel Kono, Mina Abraham, Caleb Efta, and Nancy Zhang. Those 4 came through Roby within the last 15 minutes and still have a chance to get that silver buckle. So if you were rooting for one of those folks, or you're watching, you're now rooting for one of those folks, let's give them the energy. We got somebody on the backstretch.
Let's see who this is.
we got Daniel Kono.
Yep, that's Daniel Kono from Berkeley, California. Mina Abraham from Egypt is on his way in right behind him. He's wearing that Egypt tracksmith jersey. I saw him earlier today at some of the aid stations. So we're going to get 2 more.
Yep, Daniel Kono getting his getting a water bottle and a medal. It's like, congrats, way to get through the line.
Go hydrate.
It's like, take care of yourself. Mina with the flag draped in the air, taking it all in, representing for Egyptians everywhere. Congrats, bud.
From, looks like the Abo Corcus. Out of Egypt. Here he comes, waving that flag with pride as he is a sub 24-hour finisher, overcome with emotion. Hit that watch right when he crossed over.
Get your silver buckle.
Well done, sir. Way to represent Egypt. Again, just it's so amazing to see the international contingency.
And then there were 2.
Come on,
6 minutes,
Nancy.
15 seconds for Caleb and Nancy. Caleb crossed over at 4:40 and 51 seconds. Nancy did so at 4:42 and 51 seconds. It is now 4:54. And we will eagerly await the last 2 folks with a chance to get the silver buckle, solidifying their 24-hour journey. Western States in a day. And we wait. We're looking up the
With
road.
Bated breath. Now, Nancy is actually a La Sportiva athlete out of New Zealand. And I believe she's had, if you want to look her up and give us kind of
Yeah,
what her
she-
history is, she's got a pretty decent history.
Yeah. Well, the fact that she's bib number 27 tells you that golden ticket was her pathway to entry, and that's because she won Tarawera.
That's right. That's what she won. Tarawera out of Stoke Nelson, New Zealand. Beautiful, beautiful country over there.
Caleb.
Korea.
Caleb.
Caleb's making it.
Caleb.
This is Caleb Efta. He has a 4-time finisher of the Bear. He's done the Fat Dog 120. He's done Leadville. He's done I'm Tough and Bighorn.
So Caleb Efta cruising around towards the finish.
From Buena Vista, Colorado.
Beautiful area up there.
He's up there right next to the Leadville 100 course. He's got a number of 100-mile finishes under his belt. So
The presidential.
he's gonna.
Yeah.
He just checked that watch to see, am I gonna get it? Am I gonna get it?
Just want to make sure that he didn't hit stop accidentally somewhere else.
Right. If that is the case, I guarantee you're gonna see him go back out and do another, just to round off that 100.2.
Nah, he's gonna cruise in this last 50 meters and secure himself
I
that silver
believe
buckle. And
that's Nancy who just hit the track.
And
One
is-
of our golden ticket athletes. She moving like it.
indeed. So congrats to Caleb.
Caleb, that is your moment. Now on to, yes, that is Nancy. She's running with those knuckle lights.
And on the back stretch from Stoke, New Zealand.
Is
to the
that-
Nelson area,
Is that her mom behind her? Throwing down some paces?
years old.
I-
Her first 100
I don't know if I can verify that,
to structural engineering.
but it is somebody who is defined by their athleticism and not the color of their hair. That is for sure.
Wow.
New Zealand are Pacers, Fiona and Ross Barnett, her mom and partner Ronan as crew.
I am just.
Yep, just Tropical John just said her mom. So, yeah.
Yeah, I believe I saw her mom at some of the aid stations cheering for her earlier on.
Her mom is cruising.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, athlete of the night so far.
the apple does not fall far from the tree in this family, but
Absolutely
Nancy,
not.
23:57, probably not the day that she was expecting to have, but it is a day that she will remember forever.
And she's soaking it in. She left it out there. She left it out there
Awesome
today.
job.
Again, one of those athletes that I'm sure had that A goal that maybe didn't get come to fruition, but she had that B goal of sub 24, and guess what, Skylar? She knocked it out of the park. Well done.
Absolutely. Double check that somebody hasn't skipped a timing matter or anything crazy before I do this. Yeah, we have literally nobody else through Roby Point. So as we anticipated, and we've been talking about for several hours, there's that push to try to make it sub 24, and then if you're not going to quite make it, maybe you relinquish that pace a little bit and just soak in and enjoy the remaining miles. So we have a lot of folks that are through Pointed Rocks and are making their way towards the finish, but at this time, we don't anticipate anybody else sliding in the next 90 seconds to get that sub 24-hour buckle. That puts us.
There was one athlete who left Roby Point with a couple minutes to spare. No way he's going to make a 2-mile attempt in 3 minutes. But Katsutoshi Saijo, who was using the gun that we called out earlier, that massage gun on those shins, he was taping himself up literally with, I think, electrical tape to get himself here to the finish line. He is our 49-year-old out of Japan, Yokohama, Japan. He's going to make it happen today. He's going to make himself crash land that plane if he has to. But he's on his way from Roby Point, but unfortunately he will not be on that sub 24.
So with 30 minutes to go, we had 85 finishers. We now have 110 finishers. 25 people finished in the last 30 minutes.
That tells you what those seemingly arbitrary time goals will do.
Absolutely. So while the clock behind us flips over to 24 over that side, before we flip over to a commercial break, what also happens at this moment is a cutoff. If anybody is not in the boat in the river right now, they are going to be timed out of the race. And we have 4 runners, just kidding, 3 runners that we are awaiting final confirmation. That is Philip Lanham, Ken Sinclair, and Corey Norris. Those 3 individuals we're going to get some information on, try to bring it to you as soon as we can, because those are the 3 that have not been officially through the boat yet. But with that, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break. We're going to catch a beat, maybe get our hands a little warm because it has gotten quite chilly out here. And we'll see you guys in just a second.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, Big Bear.
And welcome back to the track on Placer High. We just crossed over the 24-hour mark, so unfortunately there will not be any more silver buckle finishers for the day, but there are going to be plenty of athletes making their way here to Placer High. We should have a few coming in soon, most notably our athlete out of Japan who we saw earlier at Pointed Rocks. Katsutoshi Saijo is making his way in here. after a long day battling the snow, the ice, and the high country, and then he had the heat of the afternoon. Then that chill of the evening, which was surprisingly cold, but he's making his way here. Let's watch him land that plane, be our 111th finisher on his way from Roby Point right now. Again, so many amazing stories to be told here in this section of the race. I think there's a lot of excitement in the beginning of the race, but this is where the heart really is. We've got so many reasons for running, as we saw our youngest finisher, Zachary Bates, 21 years old, also has autism and is bringing awareness towards that. But 21 years old, through and through an athlete. You can call him a lot of things, but today you get to call him a Western States 100 finisher. So many amazing stories out on the course right now. In fact, we are, Gene Dykes, we caught up on that story. Unfortunately, he only made it to mile 70 before he just missed the cutoff there. That was our Stoked Oats sponsored athlete in here for the day, attempting the oldest finisher at 75 years old. Now we are going to take a gander at Mr. Ashley Bartholomew. He is still out on the course. He has passed. He left Green Gate 22:41, so an hour and 20 minutes ago he left Green Gate. He will be making his way to Auburn Lake Trails aid station. He should be going through here shortly. Let's see what's happening with him. He is the father of former podium finisher Lucy Bartholomew. He's making his way through all the way from Melbourne. I learned it is not Melbourne. That's the American pronunciation. It is Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. So again, just athletes breed great athletes, legends breed legends. I've had the pleasure of meeting Ash, and he's just a wonderful human being, which makes absolute sense. The apple does not fall far from the tree, as everybody in the sport knows who Lucy Bartholomew is. Just an absolute gem and legend. Katsutoshi Saijo should be making his way through. I'm seeing some lights. Let's see if that's him coming through from Yokohama, Japan. Again, just an incredible international field here. We've seen runners come in from all over the world. We just had Egypt. We had our first Romanian finisher ever here at Western States, carrying his flag across the finish line. And, I mean, even the top 5 had 3 international athletes in the top 5 male finishers. And let's take a gander at actually our top women. We had Emily Hawgood. You know what? We're going to still let her claim Zimbabwe. So she hails from Africa, but she's currently here in the States, but we'll let her get away with it. That would be 2 of the top 5 women being international and 3 of the top 5 men international. This race is just showing out that way. The international field is it's growing, it's here. And what that tells me is that 50 years ago when Western States started, it was just this one-off crazy race that some dude who wanted to run with the horses made himself part of the Tevis Cup. That being Gordy Ainsley, which you'll see his face around at every Western States. Love the guy. He was giving adjustments actually at Forest Hill, chiropractor by trade. But he started this race 50 years ago as part of the Tevis Cup. And since then, our little sport of 100-mile ultra running has just grown immensely to where now we have Western States being the largest in the Americas, one of the largest and more important races on the ultra trail running scene. Just really cemented itself there. And as we see internationally, just more and more athletes are wanting to come check out what this Western States course is all about.
It's like, yeah, California gets a bit of a bad rap for its smooth forest road type trails, and then you hit some of the stuff you see on the Western States course, and you're like, actually, it's not all fun and games out there. So
I mean, I can attest to it. I've paced Green Gate to the finish a couple times, and it's a fairly technical trail going through there. I mean, you did get to bop out on that river trail, that pathway for a little bit, but even that coming off of Pointed Rocks up to Roby Point, it's not it's not all an easy, smooth trail. You see Forest Hill and you think, oh yeah, of course this is gonna be a fast, easy race. No, sir, it is not. It is a tough, difficult race. In fact, what we saw out on the course this year being a pretty difficult course with the snow in the high country, and not just snow, but it was this weird mixture of snow iced over from the storm, from the rain we got like the 2 days beforehand, and freezing temperatures. In fact, it took out a predicted favorite for a top podium finish. Hayden Hawks had a slip up there that kind of tweaked his knee a little bit, and you can only go so far on that when we're talking about 100 miles. But he gave it his all. I was there at Devil's Thumb when he came in and got worked on, got taped, did all the things to try to get out of there. In fact, he left the aid station 3 separate times and came marching back trying to get fixed because he wanted it so bad. You could just see it. He was just wanting to at least finish the day. But yeah, that treacherous snow in the high country. I mean, this race is really cut into three separate races, in my opinion. I think you have a third of the race is going to be your high country, which is going to favor your alpine athletes. And then you have the canyons, which is going to favor your mountain athletes who love that steep ascent, descent type stuff. You also got heat through that. And then you have a track race from Forest Hill, really from Bath Road to the finish is going to favor that athlete who's got that leg turnover speed, who's got the legs left. Man, it's just...
Key caveat. Has the legs left,
Exactly. It's 3 separate races in one. And, you know, it looks like Courtney DeWalter and Tom Evans are three separate disciplines of an athlete that they put it together today and made it happen in incredibly fast times.
I mean, honestly, like, they had spectacular days, but the top 10 on both sides were giving chase. I mean, Courtney obviously went off and set the course record by, you know, almost 80 minutes, but Katie Scheid was right there with her for the first half of the day. Also goes under the old course record. You have the fastest 11th place female by over an hour of all time here at the race. And on the men's side, you saw it wasn't necessarily a record-setting day based on, you know, the 14:09 absurdity that Jim did a few years back, but that dense competition that we saw throughout the day really propelled a lot of these guys to get the most out of themselves. A lot of lead changes, a lot of folks coming up from, you know, I think Rod Farvard was 11th male. He was like 19th or 20th at Michigan Bluff.
And he bested his own time by over an hour this year to get there.
It's just like so much happened today where even if you didn't have a top 10 result, or maybe it wasn't exactly the day you saw happening, you can't even really be that upset because you were a part of history. You were a part of just a spectacular moment, almost a flashpoint for this race and how people not only prepare for it, but sort of game out what they need to do to prepare to be successful at this event moving forward. Because the ball, what are we saying? The bar's been raised.
Absolutely. The bar has been raised. You know, it was, I predicted this year that even with the snow, given the talent that was going to be there, we were going to see another repeat of all top 10 male athletes under the 16-hour. And Janusz from Germany, just barely over 16. You know, he broke my prediction there, but still right there at 16 and some change as our 10th male finisher. Rod Farvard not too far behind him. It was an incredible day on the men's side and the women's side. And let's talk about the women's 6 through 9. All 4 of those athletes 9 minutes apart.
Yep.
And not only 9 minutes apart, but I love the cleanliness of this. We had 3 minutes exactly between each of them. So we had a 10:40, 10:43, 10:46, 10:49. It was incredible. And those girls really worked together all day. And they were bouncing back and forth around each other, but whenever one would drop back, they'd catch with another one. They'd run up to whatever gal was in front of them. There was never a ton of separation between them. They were working together. And my favorite female couple working together all day, teammates and great friends, Emily Hoggood and Taylor Nolan, were running together in the Adidas Terex gear together all day. When one didn't look good, the other one looked good, and they just kept swapping back and forth. And we have our athlete coming in here who we saw earlier. Skylar, who is this?
Katsutoshi Saijo from Yokohama, Japan. We saw him with the massage gun. We saw him with the tape. We saw him with the leg wrap, making sure he made it all the way to the track here at Placer High. He's going to be our first finisher getting that bronze buckle today, but you know what? Bet you he's still proud. He is cruising around here, about to finish it up. As you can see in the background, this second sunrise is happening. Daylight is coming to Placer. Soak it in, Saijo-san. Enjoy.
Still grimacing in pain a little bit. You can tell he worked for this one, but he's got a smile on his face. Again, beautiful sunrise. He doesn't get the heat, but he gets the beauty of that sunrise. All right, here we go. This is finish number 2. And if I heard correctly, he's already finished a sub 24. So maybe he was just putting himself in position to have a silver and a bronze.
You know, you got to match all your outfits. You got to diversify your selection. I respect it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a well thought out plan. I mean, at 24-15, that was just a flex of I could, but I want that bronze. I want to get both.
Nah, it was a special day for him, so congratulations.
Well done, Katsutoshi. Representing Japan out of Yokohama. Sorry, Yokohama. I'm getting delirious, man. How many hours has it been?
We have been up for 27.
Yeah, lots of hours. Let's just call it that. We're getting as delirious as these runners out here. I really just wanted that full experience. I figured if I couldn't run Western States, then I might as well feel like I did. And I'm getting it.
Gonna go ahead and refresh the leaderboard here, make sure that
Mr. Katsutoshi Saijo, 49 years old, making it look like a young man's game out there, just cruising. All right, and that can't be the ALT. Is that the ALT? That is the ALT.
It looked like it, yep. Which will be...
It looks so different in the light. I'm not used to seeing it like that. All right, and that's going to be Pointed Rocks aid station that you're seeing on the big screen there. Athletes getting taken care of, crew working through the night. Can we just give a giant shout out, not to the athletes, but to the crews and to the pacers who are literally sacrificing their bodies, their time, their effort, their energy. and a good night's sleep to get their athletes here. I think I can speak for every single athlete out there when I say they deserve a huge portion of the credit to getting them to that finish line.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It takes a village, as you can see here being demonstrated right here on the screen. And as we've seen with so many of these finish line celebrations, you have the entire crew, the family, the friends rolling out because nobody gets there alone. It might be
Oh, that's a
propelling,
hug.
but
I love it. I love it. I need a crew chief like that who's going to give me some massages. Although I don't know what kind of massage that was because he was limping out of there like that leg was feeling it.
hey man, keep it moving, keep it moving. So before we, I guess as we flipped over at 24 hours, I had talked about that we had a pretty major cutoff. And folks had to be within the boat at Rucky Chucky. We have not seen an update on those 3 runners, Corey Norris, Kidden Sinclair, and Philip Lanham. So I don't want to presume that they got tapped out, because officially it's still showing us on course. However, none of them have been updated to Rucky Chucky at this time, and we are now nearly 20 minutes past that cutoff. So we may have lost 3 more runners at the tail end of the race. And our attention turns to the 5:50 cutoff at Green Gate, making sure that all of our runners are through there. And at this point, we have 13 runners that are between Rucky Chucky and Green Gate.
Oh, come on, guys. Bring it home.
So they've got
do the work.
They've got 32 minutes.
Some of those names that you're looking up right now are going to be in our golden hour. They're going to be the ones pushing it all the way to the end. They are going to take advantage of every single moment they can get here on the Western States course. We have, unfortunately, at this time, we have got 38 official DNFs. And, I mean, you're in great company when you're among the names like Hayden Hawks, Keely Henniger. You've got Gene Dykes out there who has given it his all. Heather Jackson. I mean, just because you get a DNF does not mean that you're not a great athlete, that you aren't capable of doing. It just means it wasn't your day. And you know, DNF sometimes means did nothing fatal. You know, you allowed yourself to show up another day. You know, these are athletes who put their heart and soul into it. Even our early men's leader, Zhaiju Zhao, he was out there pushing the efforts and made it 55.7 miles to Michigan Bluff. It's just part of how the game goes. I mean, half the reason why we toe the line to these things is because we don't know what we're capable of. We don't know if we can do it, or we don't know how fast we can do it. So kudos to every single one of those 38 athletes who did not find their way to the finish. You stood in the batter's box, you took a swing, and you showed up. So for that, tip of the cap, and we appreciate you showing up and giving us a reason to be here.
Big facts, 100%. So for those keeping along at home, our East Coast folks might be waking up, or our early morning risers getting ready for their Sunday morning run. We got 6 runners to follow right now between Rucky Chucky and Green Gate, that 5:50 cutoff. We've got Leanne Reeve, Elijah Hall, Brian Hamilton, Zhang Liu, Jennifer Wilson, and Ming Zhao. Those 6 are yet to get to Green Gate, but they've got a solid 29 minutes to do so and keep it moving. Those are going to be some names that we're going to watch all the way through, as you mentioned, that 30-hour cutoff. But we're hoping we get all 6 of those individuals through Green Gate and moving here as we stay locked in here on the ALT aid station, Auburn Lake Trails. That after Green Gate is going to be the next cutoff location.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on those, and let's everybody watching, everybody in the comments section, please, let's send some good energy to these athletes. Let's bring them home. we want to see everybody. We want to see everybody make it back here if we possibly can. And the conditions were rife this year to have an incredibly high finishing rate. We hope we see that. You know, you never want to see an athlete do the work, toe the line, and not get here, or fall just short of it. So come on, guys, let's bring it home. Let's make it happen. Athletes coming up into Pointed Rocks here. As we approach, we're getting close to that 24.5-hour mark. Still all smiles. Still making it happen. In fact, they've got every reason to smile. Look at that beautiful, beautiful sunset coming up there. And you've got your crew. Saw a kiss there. Absolutely love it.
Trying to see if I can get that bib number. Is that 99?
So with Katsutoshi Saijo, we have 111 official finishers at this point. And that is out of 341 that are on the course currently. So I can't do a whole lot of quick maths. Maths was never my thing anyway. But that means we've got a significant number of athletes still out there. It looks like 200 and some odd athletes, 240 athletes.
As we just see one leave Pointed Rocks. That was Casey Parks taking off from that aid station right there, representing Auburn, California. Man's just trying to get home.
All right, let's make things happen, guys. That ALT aid station is absolutely a gem of an aid station. It pops up out of nowhere. You feel like you're out there, and then boom, this aid station is there. So attentive, they're so awesome, and a huge thank you to the private community that continues to allow Western States to use those private roads to come in and drop everything off there and make sure that our athletes are taken care of.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is not just clutch, but imperative that the whole community supports. So thank you to all of those individuals outside of the traditional day of ecosystem that allowed this race to happen.
And you can really feel, that's one of the beauties of Western States, is you can feel that the community, the Auburn community itself, loves to support this race. From Truckee to Auburn, everybody down the road, they support this race in every which way they can. I was talking to one of the aid station volunteers at Pointed Rocks, and she was so proud to say that she'd been there for 3 years and was just so jazzed. Like, yeah, no, we do this every single year. We show up, and we're representing this running community that, that comes out here and does this every year. We send a couple of our little community athletes out here. She was so excited about it. And you know what? Like, that's the kind of stuff that allows this race to continue on. And that's why you also see rules like, hey, no crew at this aid station, because we want to make sure that we're respecting the communities that we're on and the lands that we're on. Forest Service, all that kind of stuff. I mean, there are reasons why we can't let everybody just roam to every aid station out there.
For sure.
But yeah, it is to the community respects us and allows us to continue, being out here, and in return, we get to respect them.
So we're here at Pointed Rocks, seeing some runners continuing to work their way towards the finish line. Trying to ID some bibs so we can give some folks the appropriate shine. I don't know why I moved my head like that was going to help me see her bib any better. 3:13.
Yeah.
All right, that is Kelly McDonald.
Go Kelly.
She's like, why is this camera in my face? Well, that's because you got folks cheering for you. The Tacoma, Washington resident out here doing her thing.
She's got her pace there, loading her up. She knows. She knows it's less than 6 miles to the finish. She's throwing out some thank yous to the aid station, to the volunteers.
And she's going to keep it moving. From here, she's got 5.9 miles to make it to the finish. And she's got 5-something hours to do it. So
I think if she keeps moving forward, she's got it.
keep those good vibes going her way as we got more runners coming in here to ALT.
You know, we're expecting into ALT as long as they're staying updated with their. Is this? Let's see who this is. This actually might be Ash Bartholomew. No, that is not Ash Bartholomew. We've got Ashley Bartholomew, father of former female podium athlete Lucy Bartholomew, and just general beloved character here in the sport. She's out there supporting her dad, and we're hoping he left Green Gate a little while ago. He is projected to pop into the ALT aid station here in about, any moment now. So let's keep an eye. And I know that aid station is running around frantically trying to get bib numbers and update time in and time out. So yeah, we'll keep our eyes posted.
Also, should be popping into ALT soon. A legend of the sport, Pam Reed.
Correct. We cannot forget about Pam Reed. She's attempting something a little insane,
Ridiculous.
if you ask me.
Absolutely absurd.
But you know what? I gotta give Pam some credit for having the tenacity to complete Western States. Then she's on to Hard Rock.
I think Badwater comes first.
Badwater, and then Hard Rock.
Yeah.
And just put that in perspective, Western States and Hard Rock are only 3 weeks apart. And in between that, you're going to squeeze a 135-mile jaunt through the hottest desert in the U.S. Just, that level of tenacity is more than I got in me. She got moxie.
Yo.
Pam's got moxie. Let's will her into this finish so she can topple that first domino in
Momentum. Just
Let's go.
The first of three. We got to build that inertia, build the good vibes. So we'll be looking out for Pam Reed to pop into this Auburn Lake Trails aid station relatively soon. We'll be mindful of that.
I'm looking over the comments section, and apparently Nancy's mom, our athlete who earned her ticket out of off Tarawera, she was getting some love. She was getting some love back there.
So.
Mama got cadence is what I'm reading on here, and I absolutely love it.
Turnover is life, so I respect it.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. Movement is life, 100%.
There are so many people still on this course. so many people.
It's amazing. Skylar, people were asking if you were still awake as you were zoning out there for a second.
I didn't zone. I was trying not to. Okay, I was using the mute button to not yawn, and I was trying to read a spreadsheet. Like, let me live. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna support you on that one. Both of us are going on too many hours of being up.
There's only so many caffeinated drinks you can have before your stomach revolts, and I'm right
there.
up against that
You found
bubble.
it?
I'm
You
right up
found it?
against it.
Okay, yeah, I haven't had enough at this point. We've got an athlete coming through here. If we can get a little blur off of that. Is that 217?
2:15. Doug Otis?
Yep, that is Doug Otis. according to Mr. Tropical John up there.
Denver, Colorado,
Another Coloradan.
putting in that work, 42 years young.
We've got an RMR jersey there supporting the Rocky Mountain Runners. Looks like, oh, there we go. A little crew there, cruising it in. All smiles saying, guys, we got it done.
Ran Javelina last year, popped off a 21:23. Has also run Cascade Crest, Angeles Crest, High Lonesome, not shying away from.
No, he's attacking the most difficult races you can do.
But this is going to be the first Western States finish for Doug. And he's going to enjoy this last 50 meters with his crew.
He's a crew finisher.
In respect, all of them took a lane.
Yeah, they're taking lanes.
They all just took lanes.
I love it. I love it. The most symmetrical finish line I've seen.
Way to frame it, Doug. 24:33 on the dot.
With a little baby hop across that finish line. Well done.
I mean, it's more spry than I would be right now, so no
100%.
shame in your game. Man, way to get it done. Doug Otis of Denver, Colorado coming in here.
We've got just to answer some of the comments section here. Yes, no, Dakota. You know, I'm gonna stand up for Dakota here. He can't see the comments. A lot of people are saying he bonked, and that's like not really the right way to say it, or he blew up, that kind of stuff.
He went full send.
He did it. He went for it. He stood in the batter's box and he swung with everything he had. In fact, at Devil's Thumb, I mean, all the aid stations just back together at this point. At Devil's Thumb, him and Tom came in together, and Tom has mentioned that he was trying to, they were trading punches all day of seeing who could break who. And when Tom went to leave the aid station, he looked back over his shoulder at Dakota, gave him a little head nod like, hey, you coming? And Dakota gave him a shrug, put the bottle in his vest, and they went out together to hammer it out. So, I mean, nothing but respect for throwing down.
Yeah, and, I was at Michigan Bluff 8 miles later, and same situation. Like, Dakota very quick in the aid stations, and then Tom had just had his crew a little bit further, same thing. Looked back like, we doing this? And Dakota rolled with them. So, I wouldn't say it's a matter of bonking. It's like when you are going for the win, like occasionally somebody cracks a little bit. Like we see it in cycling. We see it in some of these sort of more traditional, I guess, televised endurance sports. Yeah, sometimes like you just send it and you're like, well, we redlined a little bit too much. But most importantly, Dakota still finished.
He did. Absolutely he did. And yeah, I mean, that's, it was less of a blow up and more of a, I went hard, I shot for it, and didn't quite reach what I wanted to reach. Kudos to him for leaving it all out there. And again, that's not to shame anyone who said, asked if he bonked or after he fell apart or anything like that. No, he didn't. He went for it. He did the thing and rolled the dice. And it did not turn out his way. But man, did he put on a show. He put on a show. Giving some love back here.
Saijo-san's crossing over in front of our stage. It's like at this exact moment, I wish that I had stuck with learning Japanese after high school so I could actually share more of that moment. But good to see that international flair.
Right, we love it. The sport's growing so much, and as much as I want to toe the line here at Western States, and I just wish that lottery was a little easier to get through. I love that the sport's growing. I love that we're able to do things like this. Skylar and I just giving our entire evening to you guys, our entire days, but that's what it's for us to grow the sport.
And I'm just checking in here on runners progressing along the course.
Okay.
Two independent things I'm watching. First off, let me talk about the folks that are in their last mile here, approaching the finish. We've got 6 individuals between Roby Point and the finish right now. So we'll be sure to show them some love as they approach. The first one of which should be approaching here literally any second. And now that daylight is out, not going to have the luxury of headlamps giving us a little bit of a heads up. So we're just going to have to keep our heads on a swivel to make sure that you are getting the latest and greatest. And then on the other side, we have 13 minutes until the next cutoff at Green Gate, and we are still showing the 6 runners. Let me refresh if that's updated at all. Are we still sitting at 6? Yep, we are still showing 6 runners who need to make it through the Green Gate aid station. So we're going to keep refreshing and seeing if we can keep them going.
Bates.
Word.
Awesome.
That tracks. Okay. Cool. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here, get set up here in studio for a guest that I know a lot of people are going to be excited to speak with or to hear from. So we're going to throw it to the studio. See you in a second.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird, to my baby love. Get on up, big bird, to my baby love. Get on up, big bird, 'cause I've got to make it there. Just get on up, big bird, 'cause I've got to make it there. Get on up.
We are back, and we got a special guest joining us in the studio. A legend. I'm not even a legend in the making, just an actual legend at this point. Making sure that he gets the microphone up.
Hey, Zach. How's it going? This is Zach Bates, not only our youngest finisher of the day.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
So fantastic. What was your favorite part of the day?
I don't know.
So many
Probably,
great parts.
I liked the end when I was trying to chase to get into 24.
And you crushed it. You are a sub 24-hour finisher here at Western States. You got that silver buckle. You
Yeah.
get to pick that up later today.
Thank you. It
Nice.
was awesome.
What other plans do you have coming up?
I might do Cocodona.
All right. All right. You heard it here. The youngest finisher here is going to go after Cocodona. I like that.
Awesome.
And as an Arizona local, as an Arizona native, that's going to be your own backyard. We saw your video package, the interview that you did before the race about some of your heroes. You're going to see some of them up there
Yeah.
at the award ceremony as well. Who are you excited to see maybe shake hands with when in just a few hours?
Well, I think it'd be really cool to meet Courtney. She totally crushed the race.
Absolutely, absolutely. Both of you crushed that race.
Yeah.
I'm sure we can make sure that you you get to shake hands and say hi to. She's such a wonderful person.
Yeah.
You know, you've earned it. You've earned it, buddy.
Thank you.
You had a lot of fans in the chat that were following you along on the live stream. Is there anything you want to say to your fans back in Arizona and now around the world?
I don't know. It's just you can do this if you want. Yeah, I did it.
Absolutely true. Who crewed and who paced for you to over the night?
I had John pace me, and I had I got everyone now. Tired.
Yeah,
That's fair. You
as
earned
should
it.
be.
Thank you, Zach, so much for joining us and giving us some of your time after such a fantastic and spectacular youngest finisher of the day and a sub 24. You've got a
Yeah,
lot to
awesome.
smile about.
Yes.
We love to see it. Thank you, buddy. Let's get you warm.
Okay.
And finishers are still coming in across the line. You love to see it. Making sure that I have the latest information for you. Yep, that is Alexander Chervaikov from Russia. The 37-year-old just finishing there moments ago. So congratulations on a job well done covering the 100 miles and catching a second sunrise here with us at the Western States 100. And as we level set here, we got a few more folks coming down from Roby Point, the last mile to the finish. And we're also tracking, I believe this is Pointed Rocks.
Yeah, that's going into Pointed Rocks there. Just 20 yards out before you make your way into it. The aid station's slightly hidden behind some trees, but you got those flags there to guide you in. What is our cutoff at ALT, or where are we at with that?
Our next cutoff is Green Gate in 5 minutes. And then our cutoff for ALT should be, I believe, 7 a.m.
Right, so you get another hour and a half there. We got another finisher coming through here.
That is bib 266, Jacob Bachman, coming at us from Sweden.
All right.
55 years old and not showing that age at all. Still grooving along.
He's making it happen. Oh, a TDJ finish. This guy is no stranger to the ultra scene. All right, he's going to make himself a sub 25-hour finisher here at Western States. What a phenomenal 50th year, right? I mean, we've got the front of the race. We've got so many great stories going on throughout the race. An amazing, I don't know, I've never called such an awesome sub 24-hour finish before. But that was awesome to see all those athletes come in and push each other.
Yeah, it's very rare that you get to appreciate it from the outside view. Either you're in it trying to break 24, or you're like crewing somebody and
Right.
you're kind of focused on their individual experience, but to be able to watch those 25 individuals in the last 30 minutes dip under the 24-hour mark, that was quite a spectacle. So
Jacob Bachman coming in through here.
as Jacob crosses the line, I'm flipping back, looking at Green Gate and those 6 runners that we are awaiting clearing. And I'm gonna need somebody to pop through.
Come on, guys.
So the nature of the cutoffs are that they sort of tighten up against that 30-hour buffer. So earlier, the cutoff is like pretty much significantly behind 30-hour pace.
Right.
And then it just gets closer and closer to where you really got to be on 30 hours. So hopefully we get some folks through and we don't lose 6 more here. But with 3 minutes to spare at Green Gate, we will keep tabs on that while we are looking at the backstretch of the track. We've got, can't tell exactly which bib that is. I'm gonna go.
I'm not sure exactly who that
I
was.
think that's Marco Louis from Kamakura, Japan.
Yep.
The hair looks right.
And right behind him was Richard Benoit out of Kingston, Washington, making his way to that finish.
Awesome job to both of those individuals.
I mean, what a better way to do it than under this beautiful sunrise that we've got here at Placer High.
It is a party here at the track. It is.
We're starting to get the field to turn out a little bit more as all these athletes have come through. It's kind of one of those things where you finish, and is it worth going home or going to your hotel or your Airbnb just to turn around and get back out here 4 hours later? Because you know everyone's going to want to come watch the Golden Hour, 10 to 11.
Exactly.
And then you've got awards here, mandatory awards to get your buckle, at noon. So I'd want to camp here at the track.
And you know, it's that notion of community that we talked about earlier. Everybody's gone through a common mission, a common suffering, a common perseverance. So to be able to support your fellow runners, you do what you can. As we see Scott Geyser coming around here in the last 100 meters, coming out of Kalispell, Montana. 61 years old. He's seen some stuff out there today, but he's stronger for it. High fives the crew, and he's going to finish strong. 24 hours and 50 minutes.
He's going to go get that finish line photo. There we go, Scott. Well done. You know, kind of speaking, Skylar, to what you mentioned earlier about how, you know, this is the shared community thing. They've all been through some stuff at this point. How many of these athletes who are finishing have spent a significant amount of time with these other runners on the course and shared miles, shared the ups, shared the downs, pulled each other? Now, I can speak from my own experience how many times I've gone to battle with an athlete next to me, and they have helped carry me through a certain portion, or I've helped carry them at times, and it's been this relationship of getting each other to the finish line where once you get there, you just, you know, maybe you break off towards those last couple miles. You have that gentleman's agreement of, okay, just go with 4 miles left. We'll make it. You just want to see them finish so bad. You've invested them mentally and emotionally into this other athlete.
Right.
And so I imagine a lot of these athletes here have helped pull and push each other to the finish. And so, yeah, I think that's why we're seeing a lot of hugs just beyond the finish line and other athletes high-fiving and fist bumping and hugging each other, because it's just, this is when it becomes one of those beautiful things of communal push to the finish.
Right, just look at this view that we have right here from ALT. How many runners are in this aid station right now, taking care of themselves? And, you know, pacers are interacting with each other, runners are interacting with each other. Like, these folks are sharing an experience and this time together. And you might go back and forth on the trail, but push come to shove, you all are pulling for each other to make it to the finish. So,
Exactly.
this is going to be. We talked about the 24-hour train. Right here, we're going to see yet another train of folks coming through as they leave ALT with a significantly under cutoff, but definitely going to want to be moving well, as we have a runner moving quite well himself here on
Scott Hoberg coming in. He is a two-time finisher. Previously has had that sub-24 silver buckle. He now is going to complement that with the beautiful bronze buckle. Mr. Scott Hoberg out of Duluth, Minnesota.
Got the family joining.
All smiles, just, hey, we did it, we got there. Oh,
I wonder if he's wearing purple for the Vikings.
we can hope not.
I mean, it's his hometown team, I'm assuming. I'm not going to knock him for it.
Oh, the kids want to throw down. They're going to make him work for
That's
it.
messed up.
I think someone's getting grounded for this one.
Meanwhile, on the backstretch, meanwhile, just behind him, we have, also in the turn, we have bib number 210, Dale Peterson, coming at us from Snoqualmie, Washington? I'd probably.
Yeah, Snoqualmie.
That's how you say it.
Yep, Snoqualmie, Washington. Beautiful, beautiful town. Amazing mountain town.
And then we actually have a third runner currently on the track. It was literally the exact. I was laughing because it was the exact opposite experience. Instead of having your kids pull you along, I literally saw him get to the track. He's like, "I'm good walking here," and then his pacer was like, "Let's at least kind of hot trot this."
Can we please get this done with?
But you see him bopping along, and you know what? Do it feels good, man. It's just you ran that 100 miles, Thomas. Thomas Kamenish.
Tom, you get to finish this however you want. All right, this is your lap, your beautiful sunrise.
From Switzerland. Okay, so we saw him earlier in the aid station, and I was like, what is the CHE country code? Switzerland.
Oh, well, there you go.
I did news to me. You learn something new every day. And what I learned today, two things. One, CHE is the country code for Switzerland, and two, Thomas Kamenish is a boss, finishing in 24:54 at this 2023 edition of the Western States 100. Congrats, buddy.
Now we're going to keep an update to see what is going on. Aid station they keep showing is ALT or Auburn Lake Trails. This is the next Green Gate's currently the next cutoff. But a lot of these athletes that you're seeing come through ALT, these are the 24-hour pushers. These are the ones that are or the 30-hour pushers that are looking to get into that golden hour range. So yeah, these are some athletes who are giving it their all to get to the finish line.
Absolutely. So we just eclipsed the cutoff at Green Gate. That passed us 5 minutes ago. The cutoff at Auburn Lake Trails is officially 7:15. However, 30-hour pace means they got to be out the door at 6:25 a.m. So that's just 30 minutes from now. So as we see these runners coming in, they have a little bit of time that they can take. But if they want to be making this 30-hour grind, then they need to be turning around and burning pretty soon.
Exactly. It's for them at this point. It is a continuous movement forward. They don't have a lot of time to spare.
And that's exactly where this community element comes into play. Where, hey, let's get up out the chair, let's keep going. And once somebody has a bad patch, somebody else needs to pick up and pull it along. So would not surprise me to see a caravan of like 20 people between between racers and pacers to get out of these aid stations and keep it moving.
All right. Can we get a huge shout out to the 60-plus crew that is finished today? We've had so many athletes finish in the Masters division that it has just been like mind-blowing. I mean, we just interviewed Zachary Bates, our youngest finisher of the day at 21 years old, who has some pretty great ambition for 21 years old. You know, there were a lot of worse things that you could be doing at 21 years old. He's out here running 100-mile races and eyeing down 240-mile races. So, I mean, at this point, we're looking at both ends of the spectrum and giving a huge shout out to the Masters crew that is just showing up, showing out, and making all of us young bucks look just like we don't care enough. All right, let's see. Who do we got out there?
Yeah, this is not necessarily the news that I want to be given. So of the 6 runners that we had pushing up against that 550 cutoff at Green Gate, we do have one that has officially been marked as through. That was Brian Hamilton.
Let's go, Brian.
Everyone else, we are still awaiting updates. Obviously, with the scanning, we want to make sure that we allow a little bit of time for everything to update, especially because we had some runners that were probably 3 hours ahead of when they would have been timed out. Just want to make sure that they had ample time to make it through. But as of now, we only have one of the 6 that has been marked and tagged as through Green Gate, so we'll get further confirmation. But again, this is where the cutoffs start tightening up a bit against that 30-hour pace, and we unfortunately are going to have a bit of attrition. But that being said, there are still about 230 runners still on course that we know for sure. And with 5 hours to go, we're gonna have a pretty big party here at the track as sunlight has started shining here on Northern California. We got folks in this aid station at Auburn Lake Trails basking in the vitamin D. They have survived the night. Temperatures will start warming up, and folks are filling in down here at the track, waiting for their runners, or folks who don't even have runners here, just want to support folks trying to realize their dream out here at the Western States 100.
Crazy people like us that show up just to be here to see it all happen.
Just to rage. It's such a good time.
How could you not love it? How could you not be so inspired by, I mean, not only obviously the athletes that show up to compete, but the athletes that show up to complete.
Absolutely.
And just empty the tank to get here and to stress themselves beyond that level of comfort. You know, they're going to live in that discomfort for a long time. I mean, they realistically still have 5 hours to go at this point if they're chasing cutoffs.
Chasing cutoffs, chasing glory. It's time to give these folks all we've got, because they were giving it all they've got, trying to push forward to the Placer High track.
Got a little update. Looks like Hella, one of our featured athletes that everybody's been asking about, he is past Quarry Road, so he is over 90 miles into the race. He's got less than 10 to go. A little projection for him to hit Pointed Rocks any minute now, which is going to put him again at that 94.3. So just under 6 to go from that point. I believe he's being paced by Sally McRae, which I don't know how you can't finish when you've got Sally McRae next to you. I mean, that little bundle of energy is going to get you to the finish line no matter what. So let's throw out some good vibes to Hella. Come on, buddy. You can make it.
Absolutely. And speaking of making it, we have a second of those cutoff beaters coming through. So now, in addition to Brian Hamilton, Zhang Lu is showing us through Green Gate in time.
Right.
So we are
Yes.
with a bit of a buffer, so that's good to see. But we'll keep tracking things along. Actually, it won't even be us tracking, because we're going to get ready to give up the studio here in a few short minutes to the single track boys. Finn Melanson, Brett Hornick going to hop in the studio and carry you for a few hours so that the two of us can get a little bit of, at least act like we're going to get a nap in before golden hour.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. But I'm happy to throw it over to the single track boys here in a second. They're going to bring you all the hot takes, the shakeout of the day, how things went. Just when you want to talk about two people who have some passion for the sport, you know, Finn and Brett definitely bring the energy. They bring the hot takes. They've got the insights. So stay tuned for those guys. You know, as much as we would love to spend all the time in the world with you guys, you know, we also have been up for I don't even want to count at this point. 28 hours of straight awake for us at this point, but it's worth it. We love it.
But I also want to be able to safely drive home after all this is said and done. So
Exactly.
gonna go ahead and take a little bit of a nap. But we do have 4 other runners that will be approaching the track here momentarily. They've already cleared Roby Point, so we'll be sure to have the video up and tracking as they come in and we make this transition. I'm gonna go head out and snag these folks, so I will bid my adieu from the microphone. It's been an absolute pleasure sharing the I was gonna say the evening, the early morning with you, Zach. It's good to
Pleasure's
actually
all
hang out
mine,
with you,
my
man.
guy. Absolutely.
And all of you at home or wherever you may be watching from, appreciate you all joining us in the stream, in the chat. Keep that energy up, hype, and live as these runners continue through. And I will catch you all very, very soon.
Thank you, good sir. All right, we're going to continue on here. We're looking into the ALT aid station or Auburn Lake Trails. You see all of those athletes just kind of getting themselves put together, changing clothes, putting on some dry clothes, maybe some cooler clothes, as they know that as the sun peaks, we're going to get some warmth again. So they're not only going to get to see one day of heat, but they're going through a second day that is going to be nice and warm out here in Auburn. Let's check. I mean, currently 53 degrees here in Auburn. Going to get up to 70 degrees as kind of those wooded areas that they're going to go through Auburn Lakes is going to trap in some of that heat and moisture. It's only going to reach 71 today. So as compared to years past where the low overnight was 80 degrees, they get a little bit of respite from the heat from yesterday. It should be just warm enough, and they're going to get that new kick from the sun coming up. It's going to revive a little energy. So you're going to see athletes just like we see right now running into Pointed Rocks aid station. You know, when you get that new sunrise, you get that warmth on the body. There's just a little bit of a rejuvenation that happens as you do that. There's been a couple races where I've seen a sunrise again later into the race, and it definitely wakes you up. It starts a whole new section mentally and emotionally. So thank you, Michael, for the shout out. You know, we try to do the best we can. We're not professional commentators, but we're doing the best we can to just bring you the love that we have for this sport and just give it right through that lens to you guys. Again, Auburn Lake Trails aid station here is what you're seeing. ALT. We're looking for a few athletes out there in particular. One, you know, let's keep tracking and seeing who shows up. They've got another 20 minutes, just under 20 minutes to get out of ALT aid station or Auburn Lakes aid station before Auburn Lake Trails aid station before They are going to be chasing cutoffs here. Come on, guys, let's get out of there. All right, let's see here. We've got some shout outs from Spain. I mean, where are all you guys coming from? Let's hear it in the chat section. Let's bring everyone together. Oh, we got 2,067 of you beautiful people here watching the live stream. Is that Hella in there? Let's see. That looks like Hella rolling up into the ALT aid station. Virginia Beach. Do I see a Salt Lake City, Utah? All right, hometown. There we go. San Diego, Huntington Beach, Ontario, Fayetteville, Atlanta, Georgia, France, Germany, Sugar Land, Texas, Vermont, Iowa, Boston. There we go. Southern Indiana, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Scotland, Philadelphia. Oh, man, you guys are coming in, showing the love from everywhere. España, we've got some Madrid, England. Y'all in England have a lot to be proud of right now. Everyone from Europe right now, technically, because we have had such a high finishing rate of our international athletes in the top 5. 2 of the top 5 women and 3 of the top 5 men, all international athletes, really showing up here. Sydney, Australia. All right. We are so stoked to see all of you. Montreal, Canada, so many Canadians showing up, crushing today. And yes, that was Hella in there. All right. We are going to kick it out to a commercial, and we will come back shortly. And I think we are going to have the Single Track boys joining us here soon. So stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, Big Bear.
Hi, I'm Tiffany, and I'm here to tell you about the functional features of Goodr sunglasses. When Goodr says no slip, they're referring to a special grip coating to construct their frames to help eliminate slippage when sweating. When Goodr says no bounce, this means that their frames are snug and lightweight with a comfortable fit to prevent bouncing when crushing any workout. When Goodr says all polarized, they're referring to their glare-reducing polarized lenses with UV 400 protection that blocks 100% of those harmful UVA and UVB rays. When Goodr says all fun, they're encouraging you to be unabashedly yourself. Unless you're an asshole. I know what I'm talking about because I'm wearing a lab coat.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the second sunrise.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. What a beautiful day.
I am Brett Hornig,
And I'm Finn Melanson.
and we have had quite the Western States journey, and it's such a pleasure to be here with everyone on this lovely Auburn morning as we get to see some incredible finishers make their way to Auburn, California.
Maybe we can get this this finisher on the live stream and talk about their day.
Yeah, every single journey is its own story and unique. There's always challenges that you didn't expect to happen. So fun to be able to share a finish like this with friends and family. When I walked into the track just a few minutes ago, I heard the greatest thing, and I was like, yep, that's how I know I'm at the finish line of an ultra. A crew member was running over to their finisher who just came in and was like, oh man, it was a double whammy. They started puking and then they cramped. I was like, oh my gosh. The puke, cramp, double whammy. Probably not the first time that's happened at Western States.
The stories only get better as this race goes on.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to pull up the...
Bib number 420.
Let's see here. Finn, so what have you been up to this weekend?
Oh, it's been a great weekend. This is the greatest day of the year in American ultra trail running. One sec, I want to see if I can get this.
So that was Tim Barr. That was Tim Barr, bib number 420. He was our 122nd finisher. And we're going to see if Tim wants to pop in here for a minute or two to share his story. Oh, we actually have bib number 243. That's Adil Lakhani from Chicago. Yeah, let's. All right, we'll have you pop these on. Adil, am I pronouncing that correctly?
It's Adil.
Adil?
Yeah.
Welcome to the Western States 100 live stream. Congratulations on your finish.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So you're from Chicago?
I am from Chicago, born and raised.
Right on. How has your journey towards Western States been?
Oh, a lot of treadmill running, a lot of stair climbing, some sauna sessions towards the end. But I did attend the Memorial Day weekend, and that was super useful.
You did? Oh, that was probably very nice to be able to scout out the course and
absolutely
see what you're up against.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andy Jones-Wilkins, who was calling in the finish on the speakers here, was like, there aren't too many major mountain ranges in Chicago, so I guess you got to make do with what you have, and it seems like it worked.
Yeah.
How was your day out there?
It was challenging. The first 20 in the high country, we didn't get to practice for that, so that was a bit of a surprise. But the rest of the course, I felt pretty good. Mile 80 and beyond was tough on my stomach, but made it through.
Yep.
My pacers were super helpful. My crew was like pro. They were like NASCAR pit stops.
That's so helpful.
Yeah, they were amazing. Yeah.
Have you run any other 100-milers?
It's my first 100.
First 100, first
Yeah.
Western States. How long have you been putting into the lottery for?
I have 2 tickets.
2 tickets.
Yes. And I should have 4 because I did 3, but I did forget to enter the lottery one year. So I had 2 tickets officially.
Oh, wow. Well,
Officially.
looks like you've been forgiven for getting to put into the lottery. So what's next now?
Oh, I don't know. I got to let these blisters heal, and then maybe I'll I think I've got a Chicago Marathon in October.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
it's my 6th one.
A little more local of a race.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. maybe I can get into Western States again.
Yeah, would you come back, run this
I
again?
think so. I would love to. Maybe it'll take like another 9 years, or not another, but it could take more time than this last
Yeah.
year. So, yeah.
Was there anything over the course of your race that you learned that you didn't expect or didn't see coming?
Yeah, so the one eye-opening thing was on Memorial Day weekend, miles 80 to 90 are like super kind of flat and like easy to run, and we were doing like sub-10s, but there was like way more elevation gain in the real mile 80 to 90. So I think for future runners, you guys should definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's interesting how when you just run those 20 fresh,
Yeah.
it doesn't seem too bad, but then once you put 80 miles in your legs, feels like mountains out there.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, I better let you rest up.
Yeah, thank you.
Go celebrate. Congratulations on your finish.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. So that was Adil Lakhani. First 100 mile, first Western States finish. I think we just had bib number 327 make their way in. That was Peter Samuelson of Norwood, Colorado. So I woke up just a little bit before 5 o'clock this morning. 5 a.m. was the 24-hour cutoff, and you know, I'm sure there's probably a lot of people in the chat who've been paying attention to the aid station Fireball Western States prop bet sheet, and I think one of the over-unders was silver buckles, and the number was set at 100. I would just double check here, but I'm pretty sure we had 110 sub 24-hour finishes.
That's awesome.
Yes. And the 110th sub 24-hour finish for this year's Western States was Nancy Zhang of New Zealand, who I believe was a golden ticket winner.
From Tarawera, maybe?
I think it was Tarawera.
Very cool. How many sub 24-hour finishers in the last like 15 to 20 minutes of hour 24?
Let's check here. It was definitely pretty crowded. So the golden hours from hours 29 to 30? What's the hours 23 to 24 called? Does it have a name?
Maybe the silver hour, something.
Oh yeah, that actually kind of makes sense because buckles and such. So Nancy was 110. So if I go up to 80th, that's still within that hour range.
So 30 plus.
So that's at
hour
least
24.
That's at least 30.
That's great.
That must have been a wild hour to be calling and coming in.
I'd be curious to know how many finished in that 22 to 23-hour range as well. I feel like when you set an arbitrary number, you see a lot of people just falling right in that groove of, you know, the final minutes and seconds before it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And what's funny, there's always the two biggest spikes of finishers at Western States are always right before the 24-hour mark, and right before the 30-hour mark is the biggest one. But with the slightly more favorable temperatures this year, I wouldn't be surprised if that spike gets rounded out a little bit as runners, you know, far surpass some of their goals. You know, if you're shooting for under 24 hours and you're sub 23, awesome. Same with, you know, 29 hours or 28 hours for 30.
Where is this shot, Brett? Do you have an idea?
So I believe I think we're looking at the Auburn Lakes trails. This is mile 85, and this is the last aid station to open right now. The Green Gate aid station, right around mile 80, which is the first aid station after you cross the river. That aid station has blown the cutoff horn. I believe that one was at 5 a.m., 5:40 a.m. Let me going off the dome here.
It's great to see these interactions between runner and crew. So much gratitude.
Yep. Green Gate aid station. The cutoff was 5:50 a.m. I'm getting word that there's already some questions in the chat about where the watermelon is. Yeah, maybe we'll have a little story time about the watermelon in just a few. But yeah, so we're looking at the last aid station that's open right now, which is Auburn Lakes Trails, which is mile 85. And this aid station will be open until 7:15 a.m. So at the moment, runners have just under an hour to make their way through the Auburn Lakes Trails aid station. Then they will be on their way towards the Corey Road aid station, which is put on and sponsored by Rogue Valley Runners. Oh, which I'm actually wearing a Rogue Valley Runners jacket. Shouts to Rogue Valley Runners.
This is a beautiful shot right here.
Yeah,
runners getting a second wind as the sun rises.
This is probably right around Pointed Rocks. That scenery definitely looks a lot like around Cool, California. And we have another finisher rounding the track.
Bib number 360X.
Yeah, I thought I saw 361, but we'll let you know when they start calling it over the loudspeaker.
Looking great.
All right, on the top of the track, one of our Floridians from Satellite Beach, Florida.
Satellite Beach, Florida.
Wow.
First time Western States.
Just like Chicago, they don't have too many mountain ranges. Pretty sure the highest point in Florida is like below 500 feet. So you gotta do some hill reps out there.
I've done some runs in Florida before, long runs, and I've still achieved single-digit vert. You really have to be intentional.
It always blows my mind when you can be somewhere and go on a run and like finish it and legit hit 0. He looks great. Looks great coming in. It's pretty cool, you know, the magic that you feel when you round the final turn on the road and approach your 300 meters to the track.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just always one of the most amazing finishes. It's funny, you can always kind of tell who's had the track background because they subconsciously still hug lane 1. It's like I bet he ran track back in the day. He only came out to lane 2. And in the finish photos from the front of the race yesterday, you know who was glued to the inside of lane 1?
Who's that?
Anthony Costales. Anthony Costales, you could tell he 100% had a track background because he would not give an inch, even at the finish line of Western States when you're supposed to finish in the middle to get a nice picture. He was like bumping into the table on the inside of lane 1.
Old habits.
Yep. Hard to break those. So that was bib 361. That was Tyler Peterson from Satellite Beach, Florida, finishing in 25:24:44.
Seeing a lot of these runners at the Auburn Lakes Trails aid station pretty composed, looking like they're still focused on the mission. They're present, they're in it, and
yep, they're
great to see.
They're in for a surprise at their next aid station at Corey Road. Hal Kerner always knows how to throw a good party there.
Looks like our runner from Satellite Beach, Florida, had a lot of family, friends, extended family there to watch him finish. That's always great.
Absolutely.
But yeah, no one's heading for the chair. They're like, I want to finish this thing.
No, and like I know the aid station, you know, volunteers and aid station captains, from here on out, they are working very hard to get every single one of these runners to the finish.
Yep.
I forget what the actual stat is, but if you cross the river at Rucky Chucky, I believe the finisher percentage is like 95 or 96%. So
That's great.
If you cross the river, your
You're making it.
chances of finishing Western States go up a massive amount. And, you know, the cameras that we're following are, you know, very much right in the thick of a lot of these golden hour finishers. We've just flipped over to the final, you know, 150 meters of this race. You know, this is the final hill before making your left turn coming down onto the track.
Bib 244.
Bib 244. So Sean Meehan coming in.
That name sounds familiar.
He's from Canton, Connecticut.
New Englander.
That's probably where it was. You're from the East Coast, I assume.
We know our own. We recognize our own.
Like I could just tell.
I could just tell.
So this is Sean coming in.
Looks like son and daughter side by side. This is great. Again, ultra running, a family affair.
I love how we get a couple angles. You know, we get to watch the live stream come in with this amazing follow cam. Shouts to all of the camera operators, drone operators, all the producers in this studio. This is a professional get up, but at the same time, I also know that there are so many people out on course donating their time to make this live stream possible.
Yep.
I mean, just yesterday at Michigan Bluff, we saw Jamil Curry come flying in on his Jeep, parking it on the side of the road. He got a Starlink going, drone going, found the men's leaders all within like 6 minutes of pulling up to Michigan Bluff, and that had to be some kind of record.
Paragon of efficiency.
It was incredible.
Way to go. So that was bib, I think, 156. 166.
166. So that was Eric Hong of Collingwood, Ontario.
Canadian.
There's been a great Canadian contingent this year at Western States.
Are these Hawaiian shirts a new thing in recent years? I don't remember this in 2018.
So, all the finishers are getting?
Yeah.
So this is a special commemorative 50th Western States finisher shirt. So I've yet to confirm if anyone outside of the finishers will be able to buy them. I think they might be exclusive just to the finishers of Western States. Because I've been trying to get my hands on one ever since I saw them yesterday, and the answer has been a firm no. But if we're ever able to, you know, get one in the booth or something, they're the close-up shot. Like there is so much detail in the shirt in regards to like little, you know, bits and pieces of Western States endurance run.
Very cool.
Super cool shirt. Makes, you know, 100 miles of running through the mountains well worth it.
Fair trade.
Yep, absolutely. So in terms of kind of an overall race summary, there have been, well, let me get a refresh just to get the official. Okay. There have been 127 finishers.
Okay.
There have been 44 drops. So there's roughly 200 runners still out on course. So we have more than half our field is actually still out on course. So it is going to be a very fun, chaotic, busy next few hours of watching runners come in and accomplish their Western States dream.
A lot of celebrating to do.
Yeah. One, I guess, fun stat of note. So I believe 2019 was the highest finisher rate ever. I believe it was 89%.
Okay.
It was either 87 or 89. Either way, at the current moment, we're looking at an 88% finisher rate. But there's many more finishers that are still going to come in and have a chance to bump that number up. Western States has never had a 90+% finisher rate. And this could very well be that year, which would be so special. You know, I know race director Craig Thornley, his primary goal is to put on a race that all runners enjoy and that all runners are, you know, able to finish. So in a perfect world, you know, I think you'd have 100% finisher rate, but being in the upper 80s, even maybe low 90s, I would love to see a 90% finisher rate. That'd be so cool. 90% finisher rate, 110 silver buckles. That's a good
get
year.
there.
I mean, we're probably not doing a great job of like painting the weather because you're wearing a t-shirt and I'm wearing 3 layers and a puffy jacket. But it is quite chilly this morning. It's, you know, it's probably 50 degrees outside. It's a beautiful morning for running. Oh, the weather outside is weather.
I'm just loving these family finishes. This does not happen in any other realm of running. This is only ultras.
Oh, I missed the bib. Was that 51?
Yep. All right, it was, first name was James. 50? 50 or 51? First name James.
Let's see, I'll just refresh the finisher list. Get everyone up there. Oh, we didn't. Still waiting for it to update. We'll get some finisher info here momentarily.
Loving, this is Pointed Rocks.
Yes. Yep.
Loving these shots.
This is a Pointed Rocks aid station.
Beautiful.
Yeah, this is kind of really one of the last major aid stations on the course. I mean, you have Roby Point. You know, as the Pointed Rocks aid station has been in existence for a handful of years now. It used to be down at Highway 49, but they moved it a mile up the course. So between Highway 49 and Pointed Rocks, there's a pretty decent sized climb. You know, it feels like the biggest climb of the day when you're actually out there in Western States. In a training ground, you're like, oh, this is fine. But then you go out in the race and you're like, I do not remember this mountain. They said we were in the foothills, and by this elevation, that is determined that was a lie. But because the aid station has gotten a little bit closer towards No Hands Bridge, that's why we don't see as large of an aid station presence at No Hands Bridge anymore, because all there is between Pointed Rocks and No Hands is a little bit of flat, mostly downhill. And once you cross No Hands, you know, you're making your way right along the river up towards Auburn. Across that Roby Point aid station.
All these runners that we're seeing on these aid station camps, they just look so, I'm so impressed. They look so with it.
You got to be on a mission. You got to be on a mission, you know. First place.
Upright, forward focus, eating pretty well, jogging.
Yeah, I mean, first to last place. I mean, you're all here for the same reason. Like, even someone like Courtney DeWalter, you know, we had the pleasure of talking with her before the race.
Yep.
Always, every race, you know, as long, primary goal, finish. Like, you got to have cemented in your goals that you are going to finish at all costs. If you haven't made that commitment to finishing at all costs, anything better than that, you know, there's a much smaller chance of that happening.
Brett, I love this runner's shorts. I don't know what brand they are, but I want a pair.
Yeah, they kind of look like the melted crayon kind of artwork.
And this runner clearly did their core work because they're looking upright. They're looking good.
Yeah, I wish I had biomechanics like that. I was holding a camera last night filming some of the finishers coming in for a few hours, and I'm like really feeling that this morning. I mean,
I threw a football for about 4 hours yesterday waiting for runners to come in at Michigan Bluff, and my shoulder's about to fall off. I think I need surgery. I haven't done any upper body movements in years.
So in the chat, we're getting They're the BOA brand shorts. You know, the company that makes
Oh, yeah.
8 zillion different flavors
Yeah.
of split shorts.
Let's go.
All right. Left turn. Don't miss it. Okay.
Boom.
All right.
Cannot see the bib number here.
Display your bib. How fun. How fun. Wait, do we have somebody running Hella's like YouTube in the chat?
It could be a Kevin Goldberg scenario.
Is Hella in the chat right now? Because there was a lot of chat about the 4 watches and how there's just one going right now, but I guess that's why you wear 4.
For folks that don't know the Kevin Goldberg reference, he ran the Cocodona 250 last month, and he kept the fans entertained throughout by providing his own updates. He logged into his YouTube from his phone and would provide updates at various points on the course, and it was honestly a pretty cool model of runner-fan live stream engagement.
I love the live chat. I love the unique aspect of this sport where you and I, we get to sit here on the track. We're watching the same feed as all the fans at home. They get to chime in. I don't know what shorts are being worn. Immediately, they're like, BOA. We can get an idea on anything. We have thousands of eyeballs out there. We're outsourcing our fried brains because we've been going for 30
10 days.
We've been going for 30 hours. We've also been going for 10 days. Yeah, we've been going for 10 days straight of producing content for the race and getting stuff ready. 25:39.
Way to go.
Incredible.
Right on. Ready.
All right, yeah, we're going to cut to a quick little 2-minute montage of some runners from the day. So sit back and enjoy.
Hey, this is Amelia Valinsky-Filippo, runner 123 from Long Beach, California. I've always joked that I would be collecting Social Security before I got into Western states. It's been 8 years, and it's a very close call. I want to say thanks to my husband, Mike, and my 2 girls, Lauren and Jacqueline, for supporting me over those years. Between blisters, barfing, and a helicopter ride, it's been quite an adventure. Also, thanks to my trail family, Ephron, Dana, Sarah, and Papa E. I appreciate you all so much. Thanks. Love you all.
Hey everybody, my name's Greg Breger. I'm runner number 63. I live in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Grew up on a farm in North Dakota and was fortunate enough to get into Western States this year with 1 lottery ticket. Super excited to be here. Can't wait for the experience on Saturday. Quick shout out to my wife Lisa, my son AJ, my crew John, Pat, and Teresa, and Pacers. Thanks to everyone and can't wait.
Hey, I'm Melissa Arnold. My bib number is 261 and this will be my first Western States. I live in Framingham, Massachusetts, and I want to give an awesome shout out to my Pacers and crew. So thank you, thank you, thank you. So my Pacers are Anthony and Carrie Ann, and my crew are Stephanie and Rob. So thank you guys so much. Also shout out to my dad, Gary, and my sister, Michelle, who will both be cheering me on as well. Thank you guys.
Hi there, my name is Marcin Krzysztofik, race number 309. I'm based in the UK, I'm originally from Poland, and it's my first time at Western States. I can't wait to get on that starting line. Kudos to my pacer, Eric, who's going to support me from the river crossing to the finish, and lots of love to my wife, Magda, and our 3 kids. See you at the finish.
All right, that was fun to hear some intros, and stories about where everyone's from coming into the race. I think that's one of the cool things about Western States is it's very much like a grassroots local race, and it's very tied into the Auburn community. But just because of how this race has grown, we have so many people coming from all different regions of the world.
Yes.
And that makes it really special that this somewhat seemingly local feeling experience can be shared with so many different people.
Marcin, that last runner interviewed, still on course, I believe, at Auburn Lakes Trail, so the story continues.
Yeah, I think it was bib 309, Marcin, who's the last person that we profiled there.
We do have a runner hitting the track here with a whole group of friends, family.
Full crew.
In tow.
Love to see it. Try and find my finishers, let that update.
This is an ultra for these crews too. They spend 25, 30 plus hours awake making this possible. Shout out to the crews. Logistical wizards.
Yeah,
motivational speakers.
I'm kind of realizing, as a crew, you got to be everything. You're the PT, you're the therapist, you're the doctor. Yeah. I was just realizing that this weekend at Western States has kind of completed my trifecta of I've crewed and paced.
Yep.
I run the race.
On the race.
And now I've covered it from a media side.
Yes.
And let me tell you, I'm not sure what the most difficult was.
I wonder what the most worn shoe was in this year's race. Brand, and then maybe even model. Are they counting that in this year? Like, do they have people on course counting?
So every person who starts this race filled out a runner survey up in Palisades the day before the race. And it's a really cool survey to see.
376. Way to go. And another runner has entered the track.
Yep.
That Hoka bucket hat, I believe.
So going back. So every runner completes a runner survey before the race. They bib 313. Looks like bib 313 also has a couple battle scars from their journey. That is Western States. That's something I've definitely seen most commonly this year. Lots of people coming in with dirt on their shoulders, scrapes on their knees. I don't believe there's that many people who made it through the high country staying upright. One person, though, who finished last night, who actually didn't fall, who I think this is the first time I've ever seen her go on a run and not fall, was Katie Asmuth. And that was the first thing she said when she finished. She put her hands up and said, "I didn't fall," which was hilarious and also incredible. Katie had an amazing day.
I don't know. It seems like Kelly McDonald's a pretty tough cookie, and she's taking that tough cookiness.
Way to go.
So the previous finisher, it just updated, was Sarah Rondorf. That was bib 370. So this runner's from Washington. Kelly McDonald.
Way to go, Kelly.
Kelly McDonald's coming in right now. Bib.
Huge smile.
Bib 313.
That's race director Craig Thornley there distributing the medals. Love the tube socks Craig is wearing.
I don't think that's Craig.
Is that not Craig? No, it's not. Sorry, I made a mistake. But kind of a doppelganger.
I think, that was probably the whole point.
I was fooled.
My sleep-deprived stupor, I'd be like, "Hey, thanks. Thanks, Craig." Everybody's Craig. We're both Craig.
We're all
Thornley.
Craig. I'm Spartacus.
We're here. So Kelly McDonald, who just came in, is from Tacoma, Washington.
But yeah, you were saying about the runner surveys and just some of the cool data they collect.
Yeah, so they asked them, what shoes are you going to be wearing, what socks, brand of headlamp, pack brand. Did you have a coach? Did you go to the Memorial Day training camp runs? Will you have a crew? Will you have pacers? And every year, yeah, they publish the results of the survey, and it's always interesting to just find trends with, you know, what, I guess, I don't know, maybe what the current makeup of runners are. Because the numbers do definitely change from year to year.
Yeah.
Last year, the most popular shoe brand was Hoka, the race's title sponsor.
Yep.
We don't go into the specifics of the actual shoe model, but just, you know, I'm always scanning the ground. You know, I can see the runner coming in right now. I'm willing to go Speed Goat.
Yep.
If I was a
Bib number 99.
guessing man, it's looking like a Speed Goat upper, but Hoka Speed Goat, Hoka Tecton X, probably two of the more popular ones, but you know, amongst Hoka's lineup, they actually have a good handful of shoes that I would, you know, consider Western States eligible.
Yep.
You know, you got your Speed Goat, your Tecton X. The Mafate would have been great up in the high country if you're liking and
Bib number 99.
Bib 99.
Mile 99.
Coming in, yeah. You think you had a goal of like, I got to make sure to get in more miles today than my bib number?
Massive crew. Super cool.
Big crew coming in, crew and pacer.
It's always cool to see the number of people that are excited and willing to help make a 100-mile race possible for each runner.
Absolutely. I was listening over the primary speakers here at Placer High School. Andy Jones Wilkins, who has been calling in finishers for the last few hours, has just signed off and is passing the mic back to Tropical John.
Nice.
The soothing sounds of Tropical John Medinger.
One of the best voices in any sport.
Not to knock on AJW.
AJW's got a great voice too.
Yep.
So does Skylar.
As
Said Skylar on the podcast.
as Lionel Richie would say on American Idol, for any of the 4 people that still watch American Idol, instant identity. That's AJW.
That's the perfect way to put it.
Yep.
I'm trying to see what that logo is on the shirt. At first I thought it was a pickaxe and we were looking at a Denver Nuggets jersey, but now it's coming more into focus, and I don't think I'm right.
Yeah, you're probably just wishful thinking.
Way to go.
Still got the yellow band on. That's what you want. That's the goal. Keep that wristband on.
And I bet a lot of these people are going to be wearing that wristband for far after the race finishing. Auburn, California. Cool. Hometown hero.
Casey Clark. Yeah, we definitely heard some big cheers. I've actually heard a lot of people saying that like their qualifier race, or the one that they got into, was the San Diego 100. I think I've heard that 3 times now this morning. So
very cool.
You know, statistically, I know it doesn't actually have anything to do with it, but it really sounds like if you run the San Diego 100, you know, maybe those tickets are a little bigger in the bucket, or in the virtual bucket. I guess it's actually a virtual lottery now, but I don't know. I've heard 3 San Diego 100s, so. What was I saying last? I was like, I don't believe in superstitions, but San Diego 100, Western States.
I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious.
Yep, just medium stitious for this guy. Running in with kid in hand.
Oh, let's go. Look at this sprint finish. Boom. Break tape. 25:51, 27.
That was one thing I've noticed being here at the finish line. This is the longest I've spent at the finish line, and there are so many amazing parents running this race. I mean, we even saw it at the very front of the field.
Yep.
You know, Tyler Green and Anthony Costales, they came in M2, M3, both with children in arms. And then F3, F4, Esther Clegg, Katie Asmuth, they were
Moms.
battling all the way. And Katie comes in and she just looks at Esther and goes, "Mom power!"
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is so cool.
Yep.
So amazing. Yeah, I mean, maybe their kids won't remember this exact 100-mile finish, but what they will remember is the hard work, the dedication that their moms, their dads, their parents put into something important, and I believe that goes a long way.
Yeah, you can be multifaceted. Your athletic career.
Yeah, they're just
doesn't end.
Yeah, they're just setting a great example.
Nice.
Yep. 6:52. It's time for my Kirkland signature. Pamplemousse, as the French say for grapefruit.
It's not Flota, but it'll do.
Yeah, when are we bringing Flota to Western States?
It's on an upward trajectory, I believe. A few more runners incoming here soon enough. How many finishers do you think we'll see between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. if you had to guess, based on what you're seeing on the tracker?
So 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Oh, well, yeah, I'm not trying to do public math. I'm just going to look behind me at the clock. So that would be 26 to 27 hours. That's usually a lull, but just with the weather and how many people are still out on course, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me to see upwards of like 30, maybe 40 come in this 26th hour. I've literally already forgotten what hour we were at between now and 8 seconds ago when I looked back at the clock.
I believe this is bib number 151.
$151. Another pretty iconic number in the entertainment industry. Oh, actually, I think that's 157.
157, sorry.
So perhaps not as iconic of a number in the entertainment celebrity world, but an iconic number at the Western States 100. This has been a wild race. You know, we did a good sized preview episode before it. Did this race pan out the way you thought?
I would have to go back and look at the number of drops, especially at the front of the field, but it seemed like a year where even if there were some shockers in terms of where runners finished, there wasn't a lot of like the ultimate carnage. People kind of still got the job done.
There wasn't a lot of like heat exhaustion related explosions as we normally see. A lot of them were more physical, which is always a bummer. You never want to see anyone drop, but like we saw, I think Hayden Hawks was, stretching out his knee up at Michigan Bluff. He came into litter. I'd gotten word that, Heather Jackson was limping up to Michigan Bluff pretty bad as well and had an ankle injury. Keely Henninger actually dislocated her shoulder right before the river.
Prayers up.
She fell and popped it out, had to get her shoulder popped back in, crossed the river, made it up to Green Gate before calling it a day. I actually saw some video footage from it. One of our videographers caught some footage, so we'll get that out there at some point. But Keely is now, after seeing that, Keely is one of the toughest people. I know.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine having run 78 miles and then be on the ground having to pop your own arm back in the socket.
I have unfortunately had the pleasure or the displeasure of doing that. It's not fun, and wishing Keely nothing but the best and a speedy recovery. I know, you know, this is another year where she's just had sort of a freak injury take place, and this race means a lot, so we're wishing her the best.
Absolutely, yep. Rest up, Keely. everyone here, I guess I was going to say behind the camera, but I guess we're actually in front of it now. We were behind it all last night, but everyone here in the studios, you know, wishing Keely the best and hope to see her out here in a future year for sure.
Senda in the chat says it's the quote, "I'm finishing this, damn it," end quote look. Right
Yep,
on.
100%. I can see it. The emotions are running high here at Placer High School in Auburn, California, as we are in the final 300 meters of the Western States 100.
Thanks to Aurora in the chat, who just donated $20 to the Western States Endurance Run Foundation. And
So fun. There's also rumor on the street that there might be actually an auction later on today that's going to be donated. Some money is going to be donated towards the Western States Foundation. There's been a lot of talk in the chat about the watermelon. We have a watermelon that's turned into the official watermelon of Western States. It's got some fun athlete signatures and drawings on it. We thought we were going to eat it and smash it on the track, but Billy Yang actually had a great idea of like, maybe we can auction it off and donate the money to the Western States Foundation. So, you know, I mean, I kind of pitched it to Craig last night when he was like really exhausted, and he seemed up for it. So now that maybe we've made it public on the live stream, we'll have the opportunity to raise some money for the Western States Foundation. And someone gets to go home with one of the coolest watermelons in the history of the sport. The watermelon does have a Courtney DeWalter autograph on it.
That's worth a lot right now.
And a drawing of a cougar by Courtney DeWalter that only took her 10 seconds.
Runner 157 just gutting this out, looking determined. Someone in the chat says, give him some ibuprofen and Red Bull, and I don't know, I think he's got it.
Yeah, I think at this point, you know, the ibuprofen probably not kicking in the next 100 meters.
Maybe the walk back to the car with his crew after.
Yeah, but we got to pay attention to those kidneys. Yeah. You know, from a health on the inside of your body standpoint, this year, you know, kidneys didn't have to take nearly as much of a hit. You know, with the slightly milder temps. That doesn't mean they're probably not screaming on the inside. I'm sure every single organ inside this guy's body are like, please stop bouncing. Getting in under that 26-hour mark.
That was a gritty finish. That's what I was looking for.
That's fun.
Everyone until now looked too fresh in the last hour.
I mean, gotta look good for the race photo. That's actually one of the nice things about a Western States race photo is like whether you look pretty, you know, ragged or super fresh, it's a great photo anyways.
Runner 318 approaching the track. Looking good. Has that tunnel vision.
Yes, just like many of the races that we've called this year, when you see the blue Hoka pylons, you know you've made it. We've had the pleasure of getting to call the Bandera 100K and the Black Canyon 100K this year, so we're, you know, very familiar with a lot of the races that many of these runners have used as qualifiers or you know, golden ticket races to get in. All roads lead to Auburn, I guess.
Brett, do you know who 318 is?
It's 318. Let's see what we got here. I'll pull it up.
Jamie Knott. Way to go, Jamie.
Jamie Knott from Calgary, Alberta. Another runner from the Canadian invasion.
Brett, I think Hella is very close.
All right.
Hella is hella close.
I'm sure we will get a visual on Hella as he makes his way in. Jamie
Way to
Knott,
go, Jamie.
I would love to hear what Jamie's last 6 weeks of preparation has looked like. The forest fires going on around Calgary and in Alberta have been horrendous this spring, you know, right during the peak weeks.
If anyone in the chat knows which flag this is, we would love to shout out the runner here as well. Pretty cool.
We have 3 runners on the track right now.
And they all look so good.
We got a race. We got a race. Ed in the chat was wondering if there's any Courtney post-race interviews. Not yet. The awards ceremony will be at, I believe, 12 or 1 o'clock today. I think it's usually always at noon. Expect to see something there.
179 finishing. Looking great.
179. I thought it was a South Africa flag.
South Africa.
I just didn't want to call it before.
366.
366
on the track as well.
I also just got an update from Billy Yang, who's hiding somewhere. Bib number 259, John Almeida, who's 29 years old. Has non-verbal autism. John has hit Pointed Rocks
awesome.
About 15 minutes ago.
Way to go.
Yep.
Great story.
John was mentioned. John was mentioned in the pre-race panel. I remember Craig. Oh, we got another update. Billy said, actually, Roby Point, 26:55. 26:55. 26:55 hasn't happened yet. It's got to be 25:55.
This is a big tent sport. We love this.
Billy, I'll let that one slide. Trying my best to not just read everything on the teleprompter. But yeah, Craig Thornley was chatting a bit about John Almeida and navigating the course, being nonverbal. There's especially this year with some of the course conditions, one of the biggest early on challenges that was going to need to be navigated was the Duncan Canyon, which is usually a creek. It's usually maybe ankle deep. When I ran the race in 2018, I didn't even get my feet wet. This year, they had to set up a rope because it was a miniature Rucky Chucky at mile 24.
Wow.
It was waist deep. There was a live feed coming from it yesterday, and that's one of the added challenges of the course conditions this year is major snow in the high country. When you have a lot of snow up there, you're going to get a lot of snow melt. A lot of snow melt means the rivers are still going. That's also why this year was a boat year. Normally you get to Oregon Trail ford the river, but this year they had to pay to take the boats across. To pay that toll.
Just saw bib number 131 get into Pointed Rocks. Looking pretty solid, conversant with crew, aid station volunteers. Kind of making quick work of the aid station.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the sun's come up. Like we had said earlier, welcome to the second sunrise. All of these athletes are being greeted to a beautiful second sunrise, and you get a lot of energy comes into you. I know as humans we don't photosynthesize, but it sure feels that way when the sun comes up when you've been outside all day.
Yes.
Or all night.
Yes.
Excuse me. The sun comes up, and I'm not a scientist. Circadian rhythms, so on and so forth. People wake up, come back to life. That's why we see some good vibes here. You're at this point at Pointed Rocks, you are well into the single-digit miles to go.
Yep.
That is a massive win. You've been in double-digit miles to go for the entire day. When your watch clicks over 90 and you actually start to, New Year's countdown yourself to the finish, that's a special feeling.
I don't see the bib number on this runner, but I do see a run TJM shirt. I believe that's a 10 junk miles reference. Shout out Scott Coomer.
Oh, TJM. I was thinking TMJ, which is a pain in your jaw. Temporal mandibular jaw disorder, I think. I have that. Shouts to all the TMJ people in the chat whose jaws uncontrollably click, just like mine. Run TJM, though, is actually something pretty different.
Don't quite have that last number on the bib, so if anyone in the chat knows, we're seeing 180X.
180 something. Yep. Shouts to all the science out there.
Maybe
in chat.
189.
Ooh, that did look like a 9.
Kevin Jordan of Arlington, Virginia.
Yep, 189. Kevin Jordan from Arlington, Virginia.
Right on. Maybe training over in the Shenandoahs, that Northern Virginia Appalachian Trail area.
Yep, that's definitely a spot you would be more familiar than I would. I will be able to reference the training areas of the West Coast. You can chat about the East, which is probably why we make such a nice team. Between the two of us, we cover most of the major training hubs, hotspots, trails, networks in the U.S.
Shenandoahs are beautiful. Cool section of the AT. All right, way to go, Kevin Jordan, KJ. Definitely got all of himself today. If he was walking around that track, he got all of himself, which I think is all you can ask for. That's the goal, right? I mean, we heard Courtney talk about that, saying, I want to finish this race knowing that I was totally spent. And, yeah, he went right for the chair.
Yeah.
Good on him.
Pretty sure the finisher medal's a bottle opener.
That's so cool.
I think, yeah. I mean, you can open a bottle with anything, actually, but, you know, with leverage and such. But got another runner. Another runner coming in on the track. Either we'll get a bib ID, or I'll keep an ear out for the soothing sounds of Tropical John as we enjoy the second sunrise. A lot of alliteration right there. Yuko Uchikawa donated $50 to the Western States Endurance Run Foundation. Thank you so much for your donation and your support.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, what more can we say about the Western States Foundation if it hasn't already been discussed earlier in the show? Great cause.
Someone in the chat said, dang, I missed Hella. You did not.
Yeah, you did
not. You did not miss Hella. You can make your breakfast and eat it too.
It's a hella good time to start watching because he's coming soon. I got to ask him about the multi-watch setup that he has. I think he's wearing 3 or 4 watches.
Oh, he always wears 4 watches. I could tell you the answer, or I could let him tell you. No, he's answered that question on his Instagram page. It's always for the sake of testing.
Cool.
Testing and accuracy. Seeing how like Apple Watch compares to a Garmin, compares to a Coros, compares to a Suunto.
386 maybe? With a strong finish. 380. Way to go.
Bib 380.
Bib 380.
Sophia Farnsworth of Stowe, Massachusetts.
Oh, I know Stowe. I grew up close by in the Springfield, Mass area.
I did not.
Fellow New Englander. This is a nice aerial view of the Placer High track. That infield, I don't know. I don't know if they replaced the turf in recent years because I hadn't been here for 5 years, and then I came back and I was like, this is.
They did in
nice.
2018 or 2019? They did construction and redid the turf, redid the track, and it was actually a year where instead of doing 300 meters on the track, they had to alter the start and finish line because this was all concrete, and you did like this kind of out and back where you ran along the outside of like lane 8 and then did a little turnaround and came back in.
Gotcha.
They were able to make it work. Big shouts to the Ultra Crew Hub and Mary Frazier for your donations to the Western States Foundation.
Yep.
Yep. For those here in person.
Thank you.
For those here in person, you'll be able to make your donation to the Western States Foundation as well when we auction off the watermelon at the award ceremony. Haven't told Craig about it yet, but we're just kind of like say things enough times over and over, it's going to become true. We got bib 289 coming in, looking fresh as a daisy. And see if I can pull up some bib 289 info. 289.
Again, strong finish, pump in the arms, upright, clearly did their core work.
289. Stephen Foster. 289 from Webb City,
Missouri.
Yum. Doesn't actually list the state. It just shows the abbreviation for it, so my geography is getting tested. High fives to the follow cam. Huge kudos to Stephen Foster.
Way to go, Stephen.
Coming in, finishing the 2023 Western States 100.
Wow.
It's such an iconic, like, finish banner. You know, above the actual finish arch is kind of like the iconic flags. A pineapple.
Pineapple, nice.
We got a pineapple. Man, we'll have to get a picture with his pineapple and our watermelon. Got a nice little fruit salad going. You can contribute to the Jungle Juice Fund.
Do not have a bib number here quite yet.
And no, we're not going to turn the watermelon into jungle juice. Although Courtney did say she would love to chop the top off of it and just eat it with a spoon. Oh man. Finn, I feel like our people are in the chat now.
Nice.
I don't know how they got word that we were going to be on here. Thank you to Billy Yang for letting us hang out here in the chat with everyone for a few hours this morning. But
I want to hear about this pineapple story. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, we can try and get this runner into the finish to talk about the pineapple story. I don't know if it's a SpongeBob thing. I don't know. We'll see. But if you want this pineapple runner to get in the studio, talk about the pineapple story. Let's see some pineapple emojis in the chat. I don't even know if there is a pineapple emoji. There has to be. But let's,
didn't get the runner's name, but they're from Lakewood, Colorado.
Oh, right on.
383 maybe?
385.
385.
Yeah.
This might be the best looking runner we've seen yet. They are sprinting.
I think that was 393.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, we're getting pineapples in the chat. We're gonna have to. So confirmed, there is a pineapple emoji, and we are getting our pineapple finisher. Yep. All right, everyone. We are getting our pineapple finisher in. We'll have you take a seat here. We'll have you throw these on. We'll unmute you. We'll have you hold up the pineapple. Okay. I'm going to show them the live chat. I said, if you want to hear the story behind the pineapple, throw a pineapple emoji in the chat.
Oh, wow.
It has been raining pineapple. I didn't know if there was a pineapple emoji. There is.
Yep.
All right. What's your name?
I'm John.
John. Brett, nice to meet you. Congratulations
Brett.
on your Western States finish.
Thank you.
You ran in with a pineapple.
Yeah. A group of friends of mine, we are the Pineapple Boys.
The Pineapple Boys?
Yeah.
Where did the Pineapple Boys originate from?
No one knows.
No one. Oh, it's one of those.
It's one of those things, but the pineapple is our it's our emblem, and
I love that.
This one came a long ways.
Did you didn't run the whole
No. That would have been crazy.
Yeah, we've actually, I've been schlepping around a watermelon this entire week too.
We saw some watermelon shirts around, and we were pretty impressed with those.
The official watermelon of Western States meets the official pineapple of Western States. We make a nice fruit salad.
There we go.
So the water. Who else is part of the Pineapple Boys?
We got Jesse Miller, Jesse Perigine, Ryan Case, David Fox.
Were they out here helping and supporting today?
A couple of them were, yep.
Yeah.
Some of them are at home with their children. And we're just really bad at riding bikes and mediocre at trail running.
Hey, I mean, what better? You can't be that mediocre. You just ran 100 miles. How was
very cool.
How was your journey out there? Is it
man,
everything you expected?
It's a wonderful race.
Yeah.
It's everything you hear it is.
Pretty magical course.
Yeah, just it's a lot harder than I think people give it credit for, because you have these elites who run crazy fast times.
Yeah, they skew it.
They make it look way too easy.
Yeah, they always do. Dang elites.
Yeah.
But yeah, you cross the finish line. You're getting a belt buckle.
Yeah.
You got a pineapple.
I got a pineapple. I ran 100 miles, and all I got for it was this pineapple.
That's what's going on the shirt. That's what's going on the shirt. Yeah, I mean, perhaps some of the most intrigue in the chat because of the pineapple. That's
glad we could add some intrigue.
A lot of people were running and carrying a handheld, a child. I think you were our first pineapple finisher. So
hey, somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for doing the hard work.
Yeah.
Part of the Pineapple Boys. Congratulations on your finish.
Thanks again.
We'll, let you rest up.
Okay, I'm gonna drink some water.
You gonna eat the pineapple or what?
Yeah, we're definitely gonna eat this tonight. Yep.
Cut that thing open.
Yep.
Cool. All right.
Thanks again.
Thanks for coming through and sharing the pineapple story. Congratulations. There you have it, folks. I'm so impressed that, I mean, we're looking 26 hours and 20 minutes on the clock. He was like very well put together. Oops, did I just unmute you? Whoops, unmuted you again. You're good. Someone in the chat, Whiskey Float in the chat said, cut it up and put it on a pizza, and I'm sure that will spark some debate. Pineapple on a pizza, yay or nay? We got a runner coming in.
103.
I love this too. Pineapples giving babies a run for their money here in the finish. What if it just became a thing for like people to finish Western States just like holding things? Just like some item that became the theme of their race.
That's awesome.
Oh man, I feel like that would get out of control rather quickly.
Who's 103 here?
Let's find out. Garrett Carolus. Garrett Carolus from Leesburg, Indiana.
Nice. I'm going to take a guess that he is from sort of flatter country, and vert was not easy to come by. Maybe it was. Maybe there's some rolling hills in that part of Indiana, but certainly not mountain country. So just further proof that you can get it done. You can find ways to train.
Yep. There are always ways to get in the work. Maybe it's not the most ideal, but you play with the hand that's been dealt, and you make the make the best of it. You know, you just got to make sure to push the chips out there accordingly.
Awesome. In this 25 to 27 hour range, I've just been so impressed by the stature of these runners. They're looking so good.
And that's looking like the silhouette of a Hoka speed goat.
Brett, I want to just say a quick hello to Reggie really quickly. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Finn's a popular guy. Always on the run. Finn's congratulating Reggie, who just finished just a few minutes ago.
Just had to say a quick hello to our friend Reggie.
How do you know Reggie?
So I met him the same year that I met you, actually at the 2018 Western States Training Camp. We were on one of the buses together and just sitting together and struck up a conversation and started following each other on Strava, and it was friendship at first sight, and finally seeing him again after a few years. I know this race means a lot to him. I think he's from the Sacramento area, so we saw him pumping down the road there before the track, and just a huge kudos to Reggie. Great finish.
Right on. That is fun when you know, meet people just out there on, you know, on the training runs or a previous race, come back again. It's like you're friends forever.
And he was like, I'm gonna run this race one day. I think he was doing the training camp that year just to do it because it's such a fun thing. And he's like, I'm gonna do this race one day. And it goes to show, it might be 5 years, it might be 2 years, but you keep plugging away, it's gonna work out.
And for those people in the lottery or planning on entering the lottery for the 2024 Western States, there is hope for you that you can get in off one ticket. The man to my left ran Western States, getting into the lottery off one ticket. Finn Melanson is one of the rare one-ticket lottery winners.
Yeah, I did not deserve that, but I got it. And bib 303 here with family.
303 coming in. That looks like an Ultra Mont Blanc.
You can have a family and race 100 milers and have the best of both worlds. Look at that. It all comes together.
What bib did you say? 303?
303, I believe.
Bill Kish. From Auburn.
Nice. Local.
I imagine has run this section of the course a handful of times then.
Way to go. Any fun comments in the chat? Or questions?
A little bit of props to you for getting in. A little bit of hate. A little bit of jealousy, it looks like.
Hey, I get it.
But, you know, that's why it's a lottery.
I get it.
Oh, wait, is 303 Auburn's area code? I don't, maybe. Maybe someone will let me know.
His kids have great running strides. Probably future runners.
Right. I'm gonna take this moment that I'm creating right now to sprint to the restroom and back.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
I'll leave my phone here so you can see the live stream, the live chat up.
So this is a great question in the chat. Chase says, what is some tech that both crews and runners can't live without? So I think I'll throw that back out to the chat. What are some examples in your experience that have been mutually beneficial? Awesome job here. This will be a 26 hour, 26-minute, and about 42-second finish. Way to go. Such a cool moment. All 3 kids crossing in unison. Auburn, California local, way to go. I know that means a little extra. This is a shot again of the Pointed Rocks aid station. Keep an eye on some of these runners with 6 miles to go. They are in a very interesting position, potentially being a part of the golden hour later today. Although I think with 6 miles to go, we may see them finish in a slightly more comfortable position. Got a runner coming down the road here. We'll try to ID here in a moment. 148, I believe. Give me a moment to identify. .148 is Vincent Page. Vincent is from Newbury, Berkshire in Great Britain. So one of our international runners. We love to see folks from outside the United States coming to experience the magic that is Western States. Again, Vincent, a part of that common theme, at least in our 90 minutes on the broadcast to date, just looking so good. One of the faster clips heading onto the track for sure. Brett mentioned earlier that a lot of these folks with track backgrounds, you'll see them instinctively go to lane 1, and I think we might see that here with Vincent. Look at this stride. Guess the pace. I'd say low 6s here. He is hammering. Brett, you're missing one of the greatest kicks in our short time on the live stream.
It's funny you say that. When I was jogging over to the restroom and back, I was thinking, what do you think the fastest 300 on this track has ever been during Western States?
There was a guy who had a 28.5-hour finish a year or two ago that I believe has the fastest mile from Roby Point.
Yeah, and it was like it was in the 5s, and that's like with the climb because they were legit going 4:30 pace. Yeah. This was one of the faster, last 300s I've seen.
Way to go, Vincent. Proper finish.
That was pretty impressive. Well, I guess it's not exactly 300 meters, so maybe we'd have to round it to 200. But like, has anyone ever dropped a sub 30-second final 200 meters of the Western States Endurance Run? Troy Meadows in the chat says no need for KY tape when you do your mobility and strength work. I'm sure he meant KT tape.
Nice.
I'm gonna make that one public in the chat so we can get some flack for that typo.
All right, let's see who this runner is. Runner 368. Moving deliberately, perhaps slightly more spent than what we've seen in the last few minutes. This one looks pretty good.
Yeah, 368 is Joshua Cromwell from
Amherst. Shout out Amherst,
Virginia.
Oh, Virginia. I was going to say Amherst, Mass. I went to college there. But there are many Amhersts.
They are making their way through the Pointed Rocks aid station. All right, I think we're gonna take a few minutes to learn about a few more athletes that are in this race.
Hey, I'm Lisa Boer from Birmingham, Alabama. Super excited to be here at Western States. Been putting in for 7 years and so happy to finally get drawn in the lottery. I'm here with my crew, my brother, my husband, some awesome friends who have been with me on this adventure for years and years. And I'm super grateful for all the hours that we've been able to spend together just getting here. Even if we didn't get here, those hours were priceless.
I'm Eli White. I live in Salt Lake City, Utah, and I'm bid number 351. I have a lot of people to thank for where I am today. First and foremost, my wife and crew chief, Adrian, my other crew members, Renee and Claudio, my pacers, Eric Gelke and Denver Perry, the Salt Lake running community, especially all my teammates and coworkers at Salt Lake Running Company, and many other training partners I've had in Arizona and Western North Carolina. Thank you so much for all the experiences that we've shared together, and I look forward to translating those on race day at Western States.
Hi, this is Todd Bertoloni, racer number 265. Thrilled to be back at Western States, and happy to have a wonderful crew of Jorma Gates, English Knowles, Jacqueline and Nick Peters, and Dan and Krista Linkfelter helping me out, pacing and crewing, and my lovely wife Marie and my daughter Megan. Thank you all for being part of my journey through the Western States 2023.
Hi guys, my name is Richard Thomason, bib number 175. I'm from Cape Town, South Africa. Been trying to get into this event for about 10 years now, so it's just so stoked to be finally here. We've flown from Cape Town, South Africa. It's 24 hours and it's longer than I'm planning to be out there tomorrow. I've got my wife and my two kids, Louise and Carl and Jamie. They're out here crewing me in the day, and then Clive, my good friend, crewing me in the night, and I've got Rob and Olivia pacing. So can't wait to get out there and look how beautiful it is. Cheers.
4, which is Jacqueline Kraft of Roseville, California, so just down the road here from Auburn. Running in with her kid. 26:33. An ecstatic finish.
Way to go.
Another power parent. That was bib 444.
Oh, look at that rabbit top. Looking good.
Finn, while you were stepped away for the last minute, we watched some athlete intros, and our good friend Eli White had one.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
What do you have to say?
He said he was very thankful that you were not crewing or pacing him this year.
Well, he's spot on.
Thanks for joining me on none of my training runs.
Eli. Oh, this is a great finish. Great embrace. Family ties it all together.
His wife is also Kelly. Yes, it's confusing. Kelly. Jane and this is Dan Kelly from Robin, Mass. Finishing States for the first time.
Another runner on the track.
There's a few people in the chat asking about Gene Dykes, who was our oldest starter for the race. Unfortunately, Gene missed the cutoff at, I believe it was the Cal Street aid station at mile 70. That one had a 2:40 a.m. cutoff.
Way to go, Gene, regardless.
Valiant effort for sure.
Being in the arena.
And we have a runner coming in.
Looking for a bib number here.
See, we'll get a bib number update as soon as Finn's able to identify it. I bet a couple people in the chat asking for an update from Hella. I bet we see Hella come in the next 30 to 50 minutes. That's kind of the window that I'm going to throw in there. Probably a little bit after 8.
Bib number 260. Oh gosh, let's see here. 265.
Todd Bertoloni. Todd Bertoloni is from Santa Rosa, California.
Nice. Way to go.
Just down the road from one of my favorite race courses of all time, the Lake Sonoma 50 Mile.
Another great stride.
Great stride. Yeah, we're leaving it all out there. Yeah, Finn, what did you say during the Cocodona podcast? Look, ma, hip extension.
Yeah, there's some good hip extension right there.
I was like, dude, no one ever said look, ma, hip extension in their life. But good hip extension.
Big family energy here too.
Sonoma County's finest, Todd Bertoloni from Santa Rosa.
Way to go, Todd.
Yes. We've got back to the Pointed Rocks aid station. This is like Auburn Lakes trails and Quarry Road aid station are still somewhat like forested. I mean, it's very like oaks and stuff, but like still kind of in the trees. You from either of those aid stations, you can't see very far in front of you from how windy the trail is. When you cross Highway 49 and come up to this Pointed Rocks aid station, it really feels different, and I think that's where a lot of people get that reinvigorated vibe of like, oh, I'm getting close to the finish, because like it kind of hits you that the scenery has changed.
Yeah.
We're kind of in a big open grass field. Just a month ago it was all green, but it's dried out now. It very much now feels like the foothills of the Sierra Nevadas and like not the actual Sierras themselves. You kind of, you open your eyes and you're like, oh my gosh, I am about to have gone on foot from Palisades, Tahoe to Auburn, California.
Puts in perspective just how far they've come.
It really does. Growing up, I grew up in the Bay Area, went up to Truckee a lot to ski, and I always thought that drive took forever. We would always stop in Auburn. Shouts to Ikeda's, best burgers. We'd always, get burgers. I'm so familiar with that drive.
Bib 299, I think, in 339.
Making their way through Pointed Rocks. So then to have finally actually covered the distance between Tahoe and Auburn on foot was absolutely surreal. And I'm so thankful that this course exists, and you know, runners have the privilege to get outside and, you know, minimally supported attempt on this. You know, you don't have to carry 3 days worth of gear.
Yeah.
You get 20 aid stations, volunteers. I believe there's like 4 or 5 volunteers for every person on course. It's amazing. We got a bunch of bananas at the aid station as well.
Let's see here. 145. Looking good.
Hitting the pavement, following the blue Western States feet that are painted. Momentarily, they will hit the blue Hoka beacons, and they will be able to hear the music and the commotion down here at the track.
I keep saying great stride, but each of these runners seemingly looks even more fresh than the previous one.
Yeah, I want whatever they're having. I'm still waiting to hit my stride at the end of this race. Last year I thought I was sprinting, and then I saw the video. It was ugly. It was really bad. My feet were barely getting off the ground.
Way to go,
So
145.
We have 145 coming in. Uh, 145 is that 145? Is that Mandy Holmes? That is Mandy Holmes.
Oh, wow.
From Los
Air
Gatos.
Vipa.
Air Vipa Racing. I believe at least a 2-time finisher of this race, and has had some pretty fantastic results.
Yep.
Well, kudos to Mandy for getting this finish.
Way to go, Mandy. I do recall AJW and Chris Warden talking about Mandy as one of their favorite storylines on the Air Vipa preview for this race.
Yep.
Way to get it done.
We have a 2-digit bib number behind Mandy.
Nice job, Mandy. Way to go. Way to get it done. That was the first lie down post finish we've seen.
Yeah, at least this morning for sure. Wow, this runner coming in. This is their 6th Western States finish.
Nice.
Wow, there's 6 Western States finishes. Like, that's just, it's like, I can't even imagine what that kind of consistency is like. I mean, it takes so long to get into the race, let alone finish it over and over. Like, to have 6 finishes, like, that dude's been fit for a long time.
I wonder what his first year was.
Yeah, that would be great to see. Where's Aid Station Fireball at? Drop us some knowledge. See Billy Yang there. Stoke is high. I think just off to the right, I think I see Magda Belay, the 2015.
Do you have the name of this finisher? Let's see.
I needed a bib number.
Another finisher entering the track. Hoping to get a bib number here shortly.
Someone in the chat.
204, bib number 204 here.
204. Someone in the chat had asked how John Almeida was doing, and John had passed Pointed Rocks about an hour ago. So John's next checkpoint will be Roby Point, and that will probably be in the next 10 to 20 minutes. And then once they cross Roby Point, they have 1.2 miles to the finish, which is usually in the 15 to 20 minute range.
Yep.
Again, I think we've seen someone do it in like 8. Mostly that 15-20 minute range is about what we're looking for. What do you got?
Martin Heimbeck here on the track. Martin is from Huntsville, Alabama. Shout out to Huntsville, Alabama. Pretty cool city there in the American Southeast. A little bit more info on Martin here in a minute.
Thank you, Kyle Jones, for your donation to the Western States Foundation. Oh, Aid Station Fireball. He is alive. Oh, shoot. One of the previous finishers, this was their 6th Western States, and we were wondering when their first was. But that's all the information I got for you.
So about 6 months ago, Martin ran a race called the Recover from the Holidays 50K. One of my favorite names for any race of all time. He's run that race multiple times. He won it this past December. He's run Mountain Mist, which is a famous Alabama area race. And I think this is his second 100 miler. He did the Pinhoti 100 last November. So way to go, Martin.
Right on.
And I think he did his 100-mile PR here today because he ran 29:17 at the Pinhoti 100 and ran about 26:47 here today.
We're looking 3 hours, 3-hour PR. Hey, thanks to Mark for their donation to the Western States Foundation. Much appreciated.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bib number 116. Let's see what we got here.
Oh, Scott Forsberg, bib 53 for the 6th Western States finish. His first one was only in 2012.
Nice. This is Thomas Watson from Auckland, New Zealand, that you're seeing about to turn onto the track. Another international, which is awesome.
Our top runner from New Zealand this year was Dan Jones.
Yep.
Who?
Dan Jones. Way to go, Thomas Watson.
New Zealand actually has some very deep-rooted running history. Yeah, some of the greatest milers of all time coming off the track are New Zealand.
Great mountains there too. I've always wanted to do the Te Aurora Trail.
I want to do everything in New Zealand. No, no poisonous animals over there either.
Really?
There's no poisonous snakes. I know it's funny, so close to Australia. But, yeah, New Zealand seems pretty amazing. Someone's in the chat said add some kiwi to that fruit salad because we got our pineapple and our watermelon. Now we got the kiwi.
That's Reggie right there.
Oh, okay, sweet, sweet. And I actually saw a bunch of bananas at the Pointed Rocks aid station as well. So it's coming together. The fruit salad is coming together nicely at this year's Western States Endurance Run. I'm gonna for those who are looking for updates on their runners or friends, if you go to ultralive.net and click Western States Endurance Run, filter by entrance, you can type in their name or their bib number, and it'll give the most recent checkpoint for your runner. It will also give an estimated time for when they should get to the next checkpoint. For many of those people at this point, it is Roby Point. Yeah, so that's ultralive.net, and they're handling all the live timing for this race. Prior to this live stream, it was ultralive.net and Twitter updates. Still very pivotal parts to painting the story of this race, but now we have a few additional mediums to consume the Western States Endurance Run, and I am here for it. I don't think there is too much. There's no such thing as too much Western States Endurance Run content.
We've got Nathan Dibb here, bib number 279. He's from Porter Ranch, California. I'll get you a little bit more color here on Nathan.
And Nathan's taking their final steps from the paved section of the course and onto the track for the final 300 meters.
Nathan has done a lot of racing. His last 100-miler was the San Diego 100, which he finished in 31:39. So you're looking.
There's another one for the San Diego 100.
Yep. So big PR here today, multi-hour PR. He's done a lot of racing in the West Coast area. Did the Angeles Crest 100 back in August of 2019. Way to go, Nathan.
Yeah, I'm not saying that San Diego 100 ups your chances of getting into Western States, but it's just a little strange that there's been like 4 recently.
Way to go, Nathan.
Oh, sweet. We're going to chuck it to the athlete intro video right now.
Hi, I'm Bill Kish, bib number 303, running Western States in 2023. My first job in California was right here at the kids' ski school at Palisades. Currently, I work at Placer High School teaching science. I'd like to thank everyone there for supporting me, my wife Christine, my daughters Cora and Sam, and all my early morning running friends, my dog Emma, Rob, Ellie, Greg, West, Danny, Corey, Ryan, Casey, everyone who comes out through the headlamps, thank you.
Howdy, Mackenzie Coppert, also known as bib number 180. I'm holding my pacer bib, who's going to be pacing me, Sam, and my twin brother Jimmy. Shout out to them. I also want to give a huge shout out to my wife, my 2 kids, Evelyn and Miller, and then my crew, Scott and Susie. Couldn't do this without you guys. Thank you so much for your months of support. I'll see you at the track, and hopefully my hair will be grown in. Trail, Western States, Cougar, Dad. Thank you.
Hi everybody, I'm Vanessa and this is my son John Alameda, bib number 259. John has nonverbal autism, so I am speaking on his behalf, but you will be able to see his ability as he runs 100 miles tomorrow. One of our passions is our nonprofit, flybrave.org. We serve adults like John in Sacramento through employment, life skills, and social skills training. We want to give a shout out to our pacers and crew, Brian, John, Trung, Hans, Darren, and Rusty. Thank you so much for crewing and pacing with him tomorrow, and we just wish all of you luck out there.
Hey, this is Martin from Huntsville, Alabama, sitting here out at Lake Tahoe. I have my crew chief and my wife Amber over here, Naveed, one of my pacers, and my second pacer, Tyson, and I love all of them for helping me out, and I can't wait to see you all on the trail.
I love hearing where everyone's from. That was awesome to get our John Alameda intro video. John is still on course in between Pointed Rocks and Roby Point. And it just dawned on me that one of the athletes that I coach, Reed Brewer, who finished the race in under 20 hours this year, he's training partners with John. They went on a lot of runs together because Reed's also from the Sacramento area.
Nice. Very cool.
So,
I think this is bib 235 finishing.
I think we've got multiple people on the track now, which is probably something that's going to become more and more frequent over the course of this morning, as we still have, upwards of 150 plus runners still out on course.
So cool. Yeah, a lot of fireworks left in these remaining 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Brett, we've got 5 minutes left. Is there anything else we want to cover before we go? This has been such an honor.
Yeah, I know. I wonder if Billy even realizes that we have 5 minutes left. He's going to give us the hook, or if we're just going to hang out here until someone comes and replaces us, because, well, that could very well be the case as well. And I mean, I'll hang out. I'll hang out until someone comes and fills our seat. But the last thing we would want to do is leave the air silent. Yeah, so for all the John Alameda fans out there, John did cross over Roby Point, which is mile 98.9, 4 minutes ago. So we might be looking at John's finish in the next...
Way to go.
15 minutes, maybe?
We were not able to identify the bib here. Hopefully in a second for the most recent finisher.
Okay. So So while we do have a minute, there are definitely a handful of people who have been curious about the watermelon story. We did a handful of pre-race interviews, and the ones that were in person, we on the spot had those runners draw a cougar, their best cougar in 15 seconds, and sign the watermelon. And the watermelon has traveled the whole course with us, and I don't know, it just became a thing. It was just one of those weird things that we're like, this is funny. So we've got the watermelon. We're hoping to do something fun with it, but to be determined on that. But it's been great. Who would have thought that fruit would be so uplifting for the sport?
That was Greg Newman that just finished. Greg is from Golden, California. Way to go, Greg. 26:55 on the finish.
Yeah, that was a Hoka Mafate sighting there on the
underrated shoe.
Absolutely, yeah, that's one of my favorites. A whole train of people coming in on the track as we are nearing the 27-hour mark of the 2023 edition of the Western States 100.
I'm gonna try to identify this runner here. Three something, I think.
Got a runner coming in. Maybe bib 98. It's only two numbers.
This is Steven 98 with Steven Anderson. Steven is from Stillwater, Minnesota.
Stillwater. 338 on Martian. On Martian is from Carmichael, California, so not too far away. Getting the finisher medal and a congratulations from Magda Belay.
And I think this is Steve Anderson here with the finish. Way to go.
Steve.
Just under 27 hours.
25 whole seconds to spare. Could have taken a sweet time. And we have another runner on the track. So,
2:25.
So the time of day is 8 a.m.
Angela Grenolds. Angela is from Oro Valley, Arizona. Way to go, Angela.
So the next cutoff for everyone who is wondering is at 8:40, and that cutoff is for the mile 90 Quarry Road aid station. The Auburn Lake Trails aid station cutoff was at 7:15, so runners have 40 minutes to get through Quarry Road. 40 minutes to get to mile 90.
This is Jennifer Hemmen from Fair Oaks, California. And she's stoked, as she should be.
Yeah, it's the only, we got someone flying on the track. Look at on the backstretch. You're gonna miss it. If I was ever running that, oh, the speed blades. The blades are out. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how you know Western States is here. The vibes are high. The energy is massive. People are showing up. The infield is getting crowded.
Dave Kind from Loughborough, Great Britain. So another international way to go.
Look at that knee drive.
One of the best kicks we've seen this morning.
I mean, one of the best kicks we've seen this whole race.
Awesome work.
Our men's champion this year is from Great Britain. That is Tom Evans, who is Tom Evans, our champion on the men's side this year. This was their second Western States after getting 3rd place in 2019.
And who do we have here?
On the very right,
Bib 324, 4. I think I saw the 4.
Ooh, that's actually a fun stat that I'd love to export to Aid Station Fireball. How many people have finished Western States in under 15 hours twice?
This is Joseph Pope from Camarillo, California.
Is that SoCal? Not sure. Loughborough. That does sound right. Is Corinne Malcolm going to be the one to tap us out?
I think so.
Good morning. Good morning, Corinne.
I gotta say, in the brief amount of time we've done this live streaming, I have the utmost respect for the people that do this for 8, 10, 15, 20 plus hours a day. It's incredible. The stamina, the vocal cords.
Corinne's trying to shake us.
We're unflappable.
Yeah, I'm flapped.
Okay, I'm flapped.
Finn's unflappable. Corinne's distracting me.
Is Corinne going to be replacing us here?
Maybe she'll just join us. Maybe for a minute at least. Do like a baton handoff.
Just watched one of the hardest working people in ultra running.
Did I just miss Nikki Kimball pace someone in? I think I see Nikki at the bottom of the screen there, and I think I missed that, and it's all Corinne's fault.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I do see
who'da
Nikki.
thunk?
Yep.
We got Topher. Topher in the house. Topher Gaylord. On the Western States board, paced in
Bib 310 here.
Topher paced Katie Scheid to a 2nd place finish last night, and they came in under the course record.
So this is Shane Taragawa from Antelope, California. Bib 310.
There's 2 runners. Is that John? What's the bib? What's the bib? People in the chat, help us out. That is John. John Alameda, bib 259, is on the track.
Nice.
This is what we've been waiting for. John Alameda, one of our runners, has nonverbal autism. Local to the area. lives in the Sacramento area, is about to finish the Western States 100.
Awesome moment.
This is incredible.
We're seeing a lot of amazing things today. This is definitely one of the cooler moments.
Yep, I selfishly am definitely going to stay planted here in the chair for at least 1 or 2 more minutes, just because I want that front row seat to see this finish. This is incredible. I get to look behind me.
Wow.
Oh.
Incredible moment. It speaks for itself.
So that was John Alameda, finisher of the 2023 Western States 100. Is a runner. He has non-verbal autism, which presents many challenges that one wouldn't even ordinarily, think about over the course of this race in regards to being nonverbal. Yeah, that's just so incredible. Yeah, I feel so privileged to be able to call that finish and watch it and just, be here for it. This truly has been a magical Western States 100, from the very front to the very back. It seems like the deeper we dive into this field, Finn, will you stop cutting all those onions? It's so crazy that like everyone in the chat was just like, oh, who's cutting onions at my house too?
That's awesome.
So amazing. So our cameras are at the Pointed Rocks aid station, as there are still many runners en route to the finish of the 2023 Western States 100.
Bib number 211 there at Pointed Rocks.
All smiles. Paying a visit to the crew. Figure out what they need for the final 5 miles of this, 6 miles of this race.
That was Mark Beggs on camera from Birmingham, Alabama.
All right, we are at that time where we are going to pass the baton, the metaphorical, I don't know, physical baton, to, I believe, Corinne Malcolm, maybe Topher Gaylord.
Thank you so much for spending time with us. It's been an honor.
Thanks for spending the time. Thanks for letting us be here. We will catch you guys next year.
Hey everyone, I'm Jared Smith, Product Line Manager for Hoka Performance Footwear, and I'm here to talk to you about trail running shoes. So as we've expanded the Hoka trail lineup, we found a great opportunity and a need from our trail runners in the racing space and those looking for something that's highly responsive, lightweight, and incredibly propulsive. And that's where the Tecton X came from. Let's break down what's going on in the shoe from the ground up. So from the outsole or the rubber aspect of the shoe, we've used Vibram Mega Grip, which is the best compound we found for our trail shoes. We used a 4mm lug to ensure that you're getting the right amount of grip, but nothing that's too overly technical, providing good traction on both wet and dry terrain. Moving on up, we have a dual density midsole. So there's two different foams, one that is close to the ground, that is highly responsive and very durable, that really is propulsive and adds to the overall performance of the shoe. And one that's directly under the foot that's a little bit softer and more cushioned. So you have this great step-in feel, very comfortable for those long miles. In between that sandwich is two parallel carbon fiber plates, which really add that propulsive element to the shoe. So moving into the upper, we really wanted to focus on several things to make sure that this was exactly what you need and nothing more out on the trail. So we looked for something that was lightweight, durable, breathable, and hydrophobic, which essentially means it doesn't take on water, isn't gonna add weight or add any extra bulk. When we're talking about the toe box or the front part of the shoe here, we've added a small cutout of where the laces end to provide a little bit more accommodation so that your toes can splay or spread out. I mean, we want happy toes and happy feet. And then the eye row here is really where the laces go through and help lock the foot into the upper. I run and race in this a lot. I think the overall experience in this shoe is fun, lively, and propulsive. You definitely feel race ready as soon as you toss this on. So this entire package, in my opinion, is the best that you could have for a high performance trail racing shoe.
Okay. All right, here we are, folks. Thank you, Finn. Thank you, Brett, for taking over the silver buckle shift. And here we are, as is custom now. Year 3 since 2021 to do the second sunrise shift. This golden hour shift.
We got 142 coming in right now, accompanied by family, it looks like. We're gonna be pulling up numbers and bib numbers as fast as we can. We'll see if we can make it happen.
And to those of you in the chat, if you have someone that you are waiting for, give them a shout. Let us know who we should be expecting. But it has been an amazing, amazing 27 plus hours as we take you here in the home stretch to hour 30. And if you are a betting person at home, definitely bet that tears will be shed at some point during golden hour.
Yeah, oh, we will cry. I mean, we cried early and often. You know they tell athletes to eat early and often? Mm-hmm. We cried early and often during the broadcast. Zach Marion got emotional up at the top of the escarpment. And then we watched Ed finish. I don't know if people caught that yesterday. That was absolutely insane. He started on Thursday, made his way to the track yesterday morning.
I did see that. That was cool. And of course Zach at the escarpment was fantastic. It just embodied everything that is Western States.
How can you not be romantic about this great sport of ours?
So right before I signed off last night, I don't know if my internet's going to do its thing. It may never do its thing. We watched, got to see Gene Dykes come through Forest Hill, but he came through right on, right at that cutoff. I was trying to pull up his most updated information. I don't know if he made that next cutoff or not. The 75-year-old who was in the race, he left Forest Hill exactly at 11:45.
What's our number here?
Trying to get an ID on that.
Is that 108 maybe?
We still have my friend Hella Sidibe about to finish at some point with also my very dear friend Sally McRae pacing him into the finish.
That's really cool. Sally will be hyped, you know that, right?
Oh, we'll hear her from Robie Point, I'm sure. She hasn't passed already. Number 41, is that the ID on this runner coming through?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for us to actually make out the numbers. We should have a spotter on the corner of the track. That would be ideal.
That would have been a great idea for pre-po.
Yeah, someone said number 41.
41.
I feel like this happens to us every year. And then all of a sudden you guys don't realize, but there'll be like 8 people on the track at the same time.
Yeah.
And it is absolute bedlam.
Yeah. I think we still have close to 100 people still out.
Yeah, 41 doesn't have a split
41.
through Robbie Point on mine, or through Robbie Point on mine.
Yeah, I don't show 41.
Yeah.
I see
41
Sally's husband.
is Hans Van Zatten.
Okay.
We'll see if our camera people can get extra close to these runners' quads as they make their way around the track.
Of course, it's always on the left-hand side.
Come on, people. Put your bib on the right-hand side.
Just for us.
Just for us. Make it happen.
Hey, Topher, I heard you got
Really?
some miles.
I got some miles in last night. It was amazing to have a front row seat. I was honored and privileged to run with Katie Scheid from Forest Hill to the finish.
Oh my God.
And she did her part. She had a date with destiny and broke Ellie Greenwood's record on her way to second place in the second fastest time ever. And she did a dutiful job of dropping me at the base of the final climb. So it was great. What number is this here?
117, I believe.
Yep, that's what that looks like. 117 is Peter Brennan.
No, I know Peter Brennan, so
What-
that
so
could
it's
not
not-
be Peter Brennan. Let me see. It might be. I'm seeing 117.
Casey
Doth my
Therodich.
eyes
Or it could be
deceive me?
177.
Sorry, I just updated my prescription, so just be bad eyes.
Yeah, that looked like 117 to me, making his way around the back of the track.
Well, if it is, it's Casey Therodich, and he's got 19 total total 100-mile races he's completed. This is his 20th. He's run the Burning River 100 in 2014, the Cloud Splitter 100 in 2015, Mohican, Eastern States. He's run 51 ultras. He's the director of engineering and technology. He loves baseball, camping, hiking, and astrophysics. A special thanks.
So Sally was pacing.
Okay.
I was going to say Sally's pacing hella. I saw Nikki Kimball on her way in
Oh, wow.
pacing a runner
Nikki, how
just before I
cool.
got on. Like, how cool that Nikki Kimball is someone's pacer. Like Western
Yeah,
States legend, 10-time top 10 finisher
Yep. Yeah, 10-time top 10.
in a row.
In a row.
See if we can pick up some more bib numbers. Sometimes the pacer number is how we actually get the bib number off these runners.
Once again, let's not forget our own Topher Gaylord. Speaking of legends, pacing. Katie Scheid on any other year. I mean that's a headline, right? 16:43.
Well, now every other year it would have been a winning and record-breaking win.
I mean, to be fair, Esther Chilog, who finished third, if Courtney and Katie weren't in the race, that would have been the second fastest time ever.
Ever.
She was faster than Ruth Croft last year, etc.
So those three women, I mean, that's incredible.
Oh, the top 10 women yesterday were within the top 10 fastest times ever at Western States. Of 50 years of Western States, they were the top 10 fastest times, within the top 10 fastest times ever.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, that shows you how far the women's field has evolved in such a rapid period of time. I mean, it's amazing.
It is. That looked like, I finally saw a bib number clearly from that more static cam, and it looked like 99 to me, but I don't know.
Oh.
Nope.
Casey Parks.
He finished earlier today.
That was just Gary Wang.
Was that Gary Wang?
229.
229.
Just finished here, according to the chat. Thank you.
Gary Wang does an enormous amount for the organization. This is Garrett Peltonen, and this
City,
is his
New
first
Mexico.
100. Gary Peltonen. He's finished several other races: Leadville, Superior, Kettle Moraine.
This is his third Western States.
His third Western States. He's the professor of exercise physiology. Well, he knows how to move, and
Used to race bikes.
Yeah, cool. My wife. Okay, special thanks to his wife Amy, children Lily 6, Forrest 3. Maybe we'll see them on the track here, and crew and sport from Cano. All right, big shout out.
Really, really cool.
Out for a casual Sunday stroll.
Well,
there it is. Look at that, easy like Sunday morning.
And you know who I'm keeping my eyes open for, right?
Who would that be, Corinne?
Mr. David Lamb.
David
In
Lamb.
his first 100-mile race. He hasn't come through Roby yet, but it is his birthday today.
Awesome.
No way,
David-
his first 100?
It's his first 100.
Wow.
David Lamb
On your
is
birthday.
a huge community builder in the Bay Area and part of the SFRC crew. And
Yeah, representing SFRC here today. But yeah, he'll be making his way to the track later this morning with his crew in tow, celebrating his hopefully from midnight onward. It was just a big birthday bash for them
he's
out
just
there.
had a huge smile on his face for about 2 months as he's been training, and it was so great to see him up at Olympic Valley, just completely fired up.
Oh man, Zach Bates ran a sub 24.
Yes, we
That
got him in
is
the booth.
so cool.
Finn and Brett, actually Zach and Skylar interviewed him, and he was just over the moon.
Getting ready for UTMB now.
Yeah, and I believe our second runner with autism, nonverbal autism, John Almeida, is still out there on the course. Can't wait to see him cross the finish line here.
And interestingly too, oh no, John did finish. John finished.
Oh, John Almeida did finish.
John Almeida finished 13 minutes ago. Right before we came on. He must have finished while Finn and Brett were in the
kidding.
booth. Wow. Yeah, so
Amazing day.
yeah, we had 2 runners with autism in the field, and I know that for John Almeida's team, making sure he was really prepped to make it, like the rivers, it sounded like were going to be really, really stressful for him. Getting his feet wet was going to be really, really stressful. And I was talking to Craig Thornley about this, and John Almeida's crew had him out. They couldn't take him. They took him to the Volcano Canyon.
Okay.
And they went through the creek a bunch down there.
Okay.
Because he was
to get him ready.
To get him ready,
Yeah.
because they were worried about Duncan.
Yeah.
And sending him across the hand line.
Yeah. Well, I mean, going across Rucky Chucky was like a private raft trip. I mean, it was your feet didn't even touch water. They did such a great job there. But obviously, the stream crossings up higher, in particular, up across Duncan was, I heard,
364,
raging.
I think.
364.
I think.
All right.
While we have a moment here, I just want to quickly shout out everyone who has generously donated to the Western States Foundation.
That was the pacer number, so that's not right.
$8,600.
But that's not what I'm looking for. I'm just gonna go to the Roby Point and see what's going on. That's gonna be my next tracker of choice. We're going to Roby. See who's come through there. This is how I'm gonna cheat to get to figure out what numbers are
Nice.
happening here.
Okay, that is a good call.
This could be. But a number of runners come through there at 8:19 on the clock.
Just so fired up. They're coming in. Yes.
I'm going to cheat and try to text Sally.
Oh yeah, Sally,
That
tell us where you're at. It's so cool to watch people run in. We got to watch Ludo run in yesterday with his daughter was pacing him, and his wife joined him on the track.
Really?
Yeah, and he sat down, and his daughter looked kind of tippy as well. And I was like, oh man, pacing Ludo into the finish can't be easy.
Well, I mean, it was amazing because we saw Ludo roll out of Forest Hill, and I think Zach called it out on the live broadcast, but he was not looking great. But boy, he knows how to just execute those final closing miles in a 100-miler.
Hey, if I can talk to the booth for a second here, keep an eye out
This
for
is Travis
Hella.
Bilo. I think this is 360. On
Hella
our screen.
Sidibe should, I just got a text from Sally saying he crossed the white bridge. Should be doing any second now.
Travis Bio. All
Hella
right, Travis,
Sidibe.
is this Travis Bio coming
I
in
think
here?
so. I think this is number 360, Travis Bio, because he would be ahead of Hella, who's on the white bridge.
Okay, cool. So he's run the Bighorn, and he's a firefighter from Edmonton Fire Rescue. Thanks to Pacers Taddy, Krista, Torito, and his wife Stacy, and crewing ultras for over a decade. Hello to kids Morgan, Grady, watching at home. Great shout out there. Coached by Adam Campbell and Ridgeline Athletics. Well, right on. Great job. You're a Western States finisher. Nice coaching.
Welcome to Placer High.
That looks like Klaus Eckloff, potentially, 405.
405.
The infamous 405 if you're from Southern California.
You got it.
I was
Klaus.
like a
Klaus.
400 bib number.
He's a design professional. He's run over 50 ultras. He was 43rd on the wait list this year. Got in the race 2 weeks ago. Yes. All right. You got it done. Big thanks to my dad, Jim, who crewed at all 5 and now 6 finishes, and my wife, Yuli, for the lifetime of support and believing in me. And lastly, our 4-year-old son,
207.
Olo. Right on. Okay, 207.
207 is going to be Jesse Wolfgang. Oh my goodness, we have so many people on the track right now, you all.
I love the golden hour.
3 groups of finishers on the track.
Jesse Wolfgang, right?
Yep, Jesse Wolfgang, bib 207.
He's a computer scientist, 53 ultras. He enjoys skiing with his dad and son. And a big shout out to his pacer Amos, his coach Stephanie Flippen, and his crew Heather Wolfgang, his wife, and Patrick, his son.
Amazing.
It's a team effort, family effort, and they're
that's who on your
celebrating.
screen right now, 207, still making his way to the finish line. We'll try to get the runner that is chasing behind him. Looks like it could be 290, which would be Michael Fitzgerald.
290. So Michael is a computer scientist. Actually, Michael is a elementary school reading specialist. He's run just 3 ultramarathons. How cool to be here at Western States. And a massive thanks to his crew, Bob Bauer, coaching advice from Kelly Kennedy and Christine, all their positive energy. So cool.
Guess who just came onto the track?
Oh boy.
Our very own
Hella.
Sidibe making his way around the track. Remember, Hella is originally from Mali. Came to the U.S. twice, actually, as a child, so his mom could finish her graduate studies. Played professional soccer. Played high school collegiate soccer, played professional soccer, and then started running in 2017 and has not stopped since. He's been on a run streak for 6 years. He did tell me he was going to start a second watch today so that this run would count for both Saturday and Sunday.
I love that.
But he's going to be back out running tomorrow. He told me to bring my running shoes.
One of the best smiles in the business. Hella Sidibe, influencing countless hundreds of thousands of people, flanked by Sally McRae, 2-time Western States.
We have 91 just ahead of him.
Yeah, that's going to be Brian Corey just ahead of Hella Sidibe on the track.
Right on, Brian. Congrats, your Western States finisher. He's a Union Pacific locomotive engineer. And he skis 30-plus days a year, and you're now a Western States finisher. Here we go, Hella. Back to Hella. Man, he was such a student of this race. He came out for all 3 days of the training run, came to the movie night, and he just soaked it all in.
Trained in 100-degree weather in Phoenix, Arizona. He definitely did the homework.
That's fun. 27-29. Right on. He had a full Western States experience. He's getting the finish line
This is trademark
experience.
wings. Down the finish line, shoot. Atta boy, Hella.
All right.
Coming in just under 27:30. Hella Sidibe, welcome to Placer High. You are now a Western States finisher. Oh, and look at this. Oh.
There's Sally.
The crew coming in.
Pacer crew.
We had a dad pushing I don't know if I've ever seen anyone finish with a jog stroller before.
Hey,
A
this
double.
is cool.
Side by side.
Okay,
the
we
whole
need
family.
a number. Do we have any idea what the number is here?
No, it is firmly behind the stroller.
Kids are
nice. He's got the thumbs up,
I
so
love
we're in good shape there.
We'll see if we can figure out who this is coming in. Could be one of about 12 different individuals.
Oh, this is cool. This is what makes it
Oh,
so
here we
special.
go. Maybe we can get this Pacers number.
And speaking of families, we will have in just a few minutes a family that is synonymous with Western States 100. Mr. John Trent, former president, just a lovely, lovely man, author of the new book, Second Sunrise. He will be joining us in studio in about 15, 20 minutes.
It might be 180. I
180.
can't tell, though.
Okay.
I don't know if they've come in or not. It'd be Mackenzie Corpet. Yeah, I think that's who it is. Mackenzie Copper.
Oh, this is amazing. No previous West States finishes, no 100-mile finishes ever. Well, you're finishing one of the biggest and greatest right now. He's completed 2 ultras. He's an account manager at HP. And he was born at 26.5 weeks of gestation, weighing just 1 pound 8 ounces, with identical twin brother. Wow.
Who think is
Who's his
pacing him
pacer?
right now?
This very cool story.
We were doing a series of athlete vignettes, and I believe
Inside Tracker gave him the spot for the race today.
This is amazing.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Very cool.
Is this our
What a
first-
life he's lived.
Is this our first leaner coming in?
Yeah, we got a little leaner, huh?
We got
Congratulations.
someone. No, we've got someone coming in behind him
Congratulations,
here.
Mackenzie. What is it? What is his number there?
Trying to get a better, clear picture of it. We'll see.
They're sort of all hand in hand there, aren't they?
Yeah, really.
Such a cool emotional experience when you hit that track and you just know it's you've done the work and you're there. Pure celebration.
The chain is growing on the track for this one.
The chain is growing. I love it. I wish we had a number here.
You came this far. Take your sweet time. Soak it all in.
You know it.
Take a bow, sir. And just behind us, I do see Hella as he is surrounded by a swarm of cameras, but once he is finished talking, we will get him in the booth. Talk about his second 100-mile experience, first at Western States.
96 on the track, I think.
96 on the track would be Jared Struck, 42 years old.
You got it. He's a maintenance officer in the U.S. Air Force, and he's run a few of hundreds as well. Penote, Keys, Wildcat, Wasatch, Badwater twice. So he's no stranger to running 100-milers. He's picking it up there.
There he is.
Across the finish.
Wow, right on. That's got to be an emotional finish. That's cool.
All right.
176.
176. Making a glorious 3/4 victory lap around Placer High.
Yeah, Dejan
Zebert, yeah. First time running Western States. He's a promo producer. I don't like to fly, but Western States is my dream race. My wife, Vali, is with me on the track, and my son, Ian, is cheering me at home. Well, right on, Ian, as are his parents. So you're witnessing history right here. Awesome.
Way to go, 176.
Right on, Dijon.
My favorite kind of mustard.
122.
They're rolling in now.
321. Oh, this is the gentleman who carried.
Okay, yeah, so there's a story here. So you guys know that there's 381 bibs on course. Well, that is because a gentleman who got into the lottery passed away shortly after the lottery in an
That's right.
accident. And so 122, who's working their way to the track, Gregory Lowe, is carrying the bib of that deceased runner and carried that bib all the way from Olympic Valley here to the track.
Wow.
It's a heartbreaking story.
And that's his family there.
It's a few months ago.
Yeah, so that is why we had.
You see the embrace there on the left. That's an emotional moment. That was cool. He had 121 just carrying the bib across the finish line with him. Who do we have here?
Cannot tell.
I can tell you he's got a really good-looking stride after finishing.
And he's got a really good-looking outfit. 240 as well is on their way in. 240 is Matt Newton. Matt Newton of Richland, Washington, making the like Seattle area, the PNW proud. Richland, Washington in the house. Matt Newton 240. And that is 49 years old, making his way to the finish line. Congratulations, Matt Newton.
Welcome to Auburn.
Oh, you just got a freaking pan. Sorry,
I'll share it.
My mic is hot, and
I'll share it.
Kim just brought Topher pancakes in the studio. She didn't offer to bring me pancakes. Come on, Kim.
I got plenty to share here.
No, my goodness, I don't know. You ran and got dropped yesterday on your pacing duties. You might need a little extra oomph.
You know, it's so funny because after we passed No Hands Bridge, we were rolling up to the final climb, and Katie just looks over me and says, "Hey, damn Ellie," and then she took off and just started running, sprinting.
I heard that when you all were getting ready to leave Forest Hill, she turned and looked to you and said, "You ready for this?"
That is exactly what she said.
That is so baller.
She just looked me in the eye, and that is exactly what
Jason
she said.
Coop just dropped off a giant box of
Wow.
pastries.
Yes. Thanks, Jason Coop. This is amazing.
Jason Coop's in the studio heckling right now.
Heckling and thanking all at the same time.
All right.
Okay.
You don't
I
get
love
no
it.
whole. Yeah. So Jason Coop said that Topher doesn't get a whole pastry because he only did 3/4 of his pacing job yesterday. I don't
Proudly.
know. You got her to no hands.
Well
I think that was
Yeah, I
pretty
got to know
pretty
hands.
baller.
I figured to the end of the ultimate climb. That was fair.
So this is 170 something maybe. Let me see on my tracker. We can try, but let's keep a split screen to the track, please.
Yeah, thanks.
You don't keep.
Okay, as we bring in all these beautiful people making the long 100-mile pilgrimage from Olympic Valley to Auburn. In studio, we have none other than Mr. Hella Sidibe.
Thank you for having me, Billy. It's an honor to be sitting here next to you guys.
Hella, you look so fresh.
Heck yeah, dude.
Because I'm so happy that I'm done with this. That's why.
You're a Western States finisher now.
Yes, thank you. That means a lot. That's big time.
Just first emotion, first thoughts, first feelings, crossing the finish line here.
It's unreal. The energy is just incredible from the start. And every aid station, everywhere you go, you're just like, whoa. Even if you have any little doubt, there's something that will trigger you to be like, don't you dare even think about it, which is incredible.
Take us through some of the rougher patches, some of the higher moments.
The very beginning, that climb was like, it was some of the steepest thing I've seen. And then you get to the snow. And all I can think to myself is, this is us. I'm an amateur that loves running. And I'm thinking, all these elites, they got to be moving fast in this. We're slipping and sliding everywhere. And I was just imagining how quick they're going through this and how much they're falling down but getting back up because they have a time that they need to beat. So that was really incredible. Getting to the top, the very first top was what is happening with people screaming. And my mindset was like, you guys had to hike all the way up there to wait for us? That itself, they deserve a Western State medal, I would say.
How was that sunrise? How was that sunrise?
Beautiful, beautiful. It really was.
As we have runner 151 finishing, as with
151 is
107.
Simone Celerita.
Hella, take us through the canyons. The canyons are always the crux of this race, the up and the down in the heat of the day. Well, I guess the heat was a little more manageable than years past. That doesn't mean it wasn't exposed, it wasn't warm, it wasn't hot out there. Just take us through the crux of the Western States.
Canyon humbled me at training camp. It humbled me again this time. Going down, it wasn't hot, but you start sweating as if the sun was 90 degrees because you really got to work to get up. Even if you're trying to like not overdo it, it does not matter. There's no other way around. So the only way to get up there is don't look up. Because I made that mistake at training camp. I looked up and I see people all the way up there, and my mindset was, whoa, I got to get up there. So this time, my head was down the whole time. Keep it down and keep moving forward. Do not look up, because at that point, my toes were gone because my toes were just like hammered. There was blisters happening. The bottom of my feet was not feeling so good. So the canyon, after I got to Devil's Thumb, I was so happy, and I'm like, nah, you're not done yet. There's another one you got to face. So I think the biggest part for me was getting through those canyons. When you get through that, your mindset is, okay, this is the tougher part, so you don't have to worry about suffering there, and you just have to think with other elevation gain that comes up, okay, you went through something a little bit tougher, that's steep and long. So that was helpful to think that way to get through the rest of the.
And where did you have your second sunrise? Where did you experience that?
I don't even. I was in my own world. I clearly do not remember that. I was just like, yeah, Sally McRib was pacing me, and it was just like, follow her, stay on her heels. If she pulls away, you pull away with her. And she got me to negative split. I came into mile 35 with feet issue, and shout out to the medical team. They were incredible. They started wrapping me up, and I felt the difference immediately. And then within like 41 miles, my Achilles were flaring up. The same Achilles that bothered me the last week of my run across America. So my thinking was, you cannot let this snap on you because you got a run streak to do tomorrow. So I was doing a little bit of a baby step because it is important to me, and was able to get over that as well to finish.
Wow. Wow. So here comes
Victor Yang.
Victor Yang, who is one of our media partners and our sponsors, a totally passionate Western States enthusiast, and now Western States finisher. Victor Yang on the track with start in Adelaide, and he's with his wife, his two kids. They're out there. He's looking great. He's coached by Coop, Jason Coop. And he is finishing right strong, just under 28 hours, 27:45 right now. So right on, Victor.
Yeah, he's followed by Zuquain as well. Bib 213 should be on the track here. I think that is who that is right there. Bib 213.
Oh, and she is hauling.
Yeah, she's moving.
She's got a new set of gears.
Yeah, from San Jose, 34 years old.
Quiquan.
And then
First Western States.
Yeah,
Luigi
343. Luigi Terzini is also on the track. This is where things get fast and furious. I don't know if you felt this out there, but there will be like 6 people on the track at a time. It's bonkers.
That is crazy. I wanted to open it up so bad, but both caps were like, you're about to cramp, don't you dare. So I was like, okay, hold it back a little bit. So I had to do a little baby shuffle. Ultra trap my way through the finish line.
Speaking of people, just tell us about all the people that supported you during this journey to get here. All the people from here to Placer, from Olympic Valley to Placer High that you encountered, the volunteers, the supporters, the cheers. Just take us through the people that got you to this place.
You know the saying, it takes a village. Starting with my crew, I got Belle, I got my fiance, I got my best friend Jeff and Julia. We got Brendan, we got Sally. So it takes them to get you where you're at, but also the fans. Because when you're feeling the burn, you hear someone call your name, it just brings a new life into you. And the volunteers, and shout out to the medical staff, they saved my toes so I can push myself through. And the aid station is unreal. Every time I get there, I give them my bottle, and they know where I'm at. They said, go get food, we got you. What do you want in here? They were actually pouring my electrolyte for me, shaking it up, and then they just give it to me. So it made my time so efficient at the aid station, so I don't waste time. So everybody, literally, it took a village to get me here. Personally, I can speak for myself. Everybody's so dedicated. Everybody's smiling. No one gave you a frown face or anything. It's incredible. And when you get here, you hear your name. It's just, I said my beautiful people because people do beautiful things, and it means a lot. And without the people, the experience is not the same.
Headed towards the finish right now is one of our Norwegian athletes, I believe.
Asker
Horthog is on his way to the track. We saw his bib number 206 come up across our screen.
I see
with
in the chat.
With the long blonde hair. I'm sure the chat is going wild.
Well, in the chat,
is that
Timothy Olsen?
Honestly, the first time I saw it too, I was like, oh, hey, Timmy. Hey, Timmy.
If I'm honest, I was like, Timmy Olsen. Well,
I met him.
Timmy Olsen's
I met
older
him.
brother.
He is coached by a guy, Sondre, in Norway as well. I met Asker just before the start. And Sondre is also a Western States finisher, so he had a good coach to get him to the finish.
388 is hauling. Is that right?
388 or 38? Oh, 388. Yeah, that's Robert Wiener.
If that's the case, David Lamb should be on the track here shortly too, but Robert is moving.
All right, well, Hella.
That's the case, 128 ultras completed.
You had a long journey, my friend.
Yeah.
I'm so happy for you. I appreciate all the dedication and the work that you put in to making this race what it is today, and the amount of people that you impact through your running journey, through your run streak is immeasurable, and I'm sure this will just continue to add to that legacy. So thank you, my friend. Go get some rest.
Yes,
and
just getting started, yo.
hopefully I'll share some miles with you tomorrow if you're planning on going.
Let's go. Thank you guys for having me.
Thanks, Hella.
Thank you for putting a great show on. I heard some great stuff along the course too. So you guys are doing an awesome job.
Our pleasure.
Right on.
Amazing job, Hella.
Thanks, Hella.
Here comes 388, I believe, charging to the finish line. 388. Robert Wenner is making his way to the finish line.
He's a Hard Rock finisher in 21,
And
so
was
now he's a
just
Western States finisher in
Cooking
23.
it.
Yeah.
Cooking it. Oh, there's baked goods in here. What do I want? I want this one.
Thank you again, Jason Coop. My God.
It's very powder sugary. I'm going to make a huge mess in studio. Oh, do we want Greg Lowe? Yeah, with the bib? Yeah. If he's okay, let's bring him in. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you. Does that mute me too? Am I muted too?
Hey, studio, we have a giant box of delicious baked goods. If you want to come by and pick it up, you guys deserve it more than anyone else. So it's right by the studio booth. As runners come in fast and furious.
Yeah, we are watching. David Lamb is on the track. David Lamb is on the track. Happy birthday, David Lamb, SFRC.
All right,
making
David.
his way to the finish
Look
line.
at that SFRC
This
group.
is his first ever 100-mile finish representing the San Francisco Running
And it's his
Company
birthday.
community.
Look at all the birthday
Oh,
hats.
he's got a posse too.
Oh yeah, no, look at all the birthday hats that are joining him as he makes his way around the track.
That's quite the entourage.
That is so cool. And he's going to sneak under that 28-hour mark. That's not a bad birthday.
No, that's a great birthday.
It's a pretty solid birthday, huh? We're joined in studio as well. Oh, sorry, I've got coffee cups everywhere. Don't mind me, team.
Kevin.
We're trying to give our...
We're trying to fuel up here for the final golden hour.
Ooh.
Shoveling in calories.
Okay. While we continue to watch people come in, we've got a special guest with us in the studio here who has a pretty incredible story. Greg, we saw you carrying a second bib with you today, and I actually hadn't heard what had happened until Craig Thornley pulled us aside maybe 30 or 40 minutes ago, and I was like, I had been curious why there were 381 bibs out on the course, and part of that was because you had an extra bib with you today, and I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about whose bib that is.
Chris Bustard. He's a fellow runner and a fellow teammate from TARC Running Club, based out of Massachusetts. Bob Crowley started the club, and it's sort of gone national now, kind of, but it's originated there, and so it's a strong New England trail running club. And Chris is a member there, and he was training. He had gotten into Western States, and he was training in Sarasota, Florida, and he's tragically, got hit by a car and got killed. And so he got, just as he, wasn't long after, he just got through talking to Bob, said, hey, I'm in, blah, 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 I'll come be down to see you, everything. And so that's what I know. And then I was in also, but and so at some point during the January or somewhere right around there, Bob called me up or texted me or whatever. So we messaged each other somehow, and he said, would you be interested in carrying Chris's number posthumously? And I said, of course.
Yeah.
It's a blessing and a privilege. Yes, I would be honored to. So and that's what it was. It was amazing. It was amazing to have something extra with you today. I really needed it too today. Today was it's probably one of the toughest races that I've ever run in my life, hundreds. And I've run 1700s, and people always talk about this race as being more runnable and everything. It's it's a good race to run. It's runnable for a mountain race, and but it was tough. The snow out there today on the first 30 miles, it was really tough. And so I was really sort of beaten up a little more, a little extra. So when I get into the later miles, I was had some big problems, and I really doubted whether I was going to make the cutoff. Whether I was going to come in at under 30 hours.
Well, and you were carrying the weight of two people.
Yes.
And that probably gave you motivation.
Yeah.
Gave
it did.
you energy.
And I kept thinking, Chris, this is not about what's going on with me. I have to bring Chris in. Chris is.
You got to get him across the line.
I got to get him across the line. And so I could not quit, even though I wanted to get out. But
wow.
And I'm so glad that I had that.
Suffering is a privilege.
Yes.
It's an incredible story.
Yeah.
It's really, really wonderful that you could honor him that way and honor the trail running community. I mean, I think you exemplify what brings out the best in our community, and really, really thoughtful.
Boy, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly special to get to do that for someone else.
There is a sort of brotherhood among trail people.
Yeah. Did you get to help anyone else out there, or did anyone else help you out there?
No, we're just all in
all
individual pain, all suffering together, and on our own. But yes.
Amazing.
Well, congratulations on your own journey, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for doing this.
Yeah,
my pleasure.
My
pleasure.
It to the track.
Yes, and his family was tracking me, and they had a celebration of life for him.
Today?
No, it was yesterday.
Okay.
But they were going to track me today.
Great. Well, you can take one of those medals back for them.
I will.
Okay.
They gave me two.
Okay,
so I'm going to give. That's exactly what I was going to do.
Well, that's cool.
Yes,
that's really cool. Well, congratulations, Greg, and thanks for coming on and talking with us.
Thank you. Have a great
Appreciate
day.
it.
Yeah, thanks for doing that for him.
Much love to Chris's family.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice work. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Wow, what an incredible, incredible feat. I'm kind of wondering if the woman on our screen, that's one of the pacers. Who is she pacing in? Someone I'm keeping my eye out for is Kristen Scott. Gavin Woody's sister is out there. Should be finishing in the next probably 10 minutes or so. She's actually a new UW emergency medicine resident. Starts on Monday.
Hey, that's up in your hood.
And she's a part of, they give the residents little families. It's generally like a senior, like a 4th-year resident, a 2nd-year resident, a 3rd-year resident, and an intern. And so coincidentally, my husband, Steven, is part of her residency family.
Oh, wow. So
yeah, so not
cool.
this is a pacer, but we'll be watching for Kristen Scott to be finishing. She paced her brother, Gavin Woody, here a number of years ago. She'd been putting in for 8 years, I believe.
Wow.
Before finally getting in. So right now, I believe this is number 97, though, coming in right now.
See in the comments, Billy's about to lose it. It's not golden hour yet.
Oh,
You're not
goodness.
wrong.
We've been, like I said, we've been losing it early and often this entire show. It's not getting easier in here.
97. This is Cody Daly. He considers himself a subpar guitarist, singer, bass angler, triathlete, and runner. Way above par golfer. Anyway, big shout out to his crew, Brian, Tara, Jill, kids Addison, Gabriella, Amelia, and Olivia.
We are almost at $9,000. You guys are amazing. To everyone watching who have generously donated to the foundation, and we thank you so much. Helps facilitate. Sorry, someone was trying to get my attention. Thank you, everyone. We have over 3,500 people in the chat.
That was Mr. Dan Davis trying to figure out where the donuts were. That man's been running back and forth across the track and from Roby Point all day. This is like his favorite day of the year. You have to understand that our volunteers here, like.
Thank you.
He got like one of the guys who he was out at Devil's Thumb. He was, I think, another place on course, and then has been at like running in finishers like all night. I think he slept for 3 hours maybe and is back here doing it again.
Yeah.
And he got into ultras by like pacing and crewing people. Like he hasn't done his own 100 yet. He had dropped out of Rio de Lago this past fall due to knee issues, but he's paced and crewed several 200 miles, and he's pacing and crewing Badwater next week. Like he is a phenom. Dan Davis, thank you, bud.
I've had a couple of people telling me they
fired up.
ran 15 miles at Forest Hill, 13 miles at Forest Hill, and they just come back with giant grins on their faces.
Well, it's
like,
one of the
that was
coolest
amazing.
jobs in ultra running. You know, to be able to capture someone's story. Everyone's writing their verse in Western States history, and to be a part of documenting that's very cool.
And Hella talked about it, the number of volunteers. I mean, this is a race supported by volunteers. Each and every aid station with the media team here at the finish line, volunteers make this race happen, as we are a nonprofit and they are the lifeblood, and you guys make this race happen year in and year out. And now with the live stream broadcast, thank you guys so much.
The 97 coming in, 150 coming in.
People are flying onto the track.
You just get that extra squeeze of energy out. Okay, this is 150 is Kurt Bray. And Kurt is a contractor, loves remodeling homes and building custom trucks. Really anything can be custom or done differently. Can't wait to get home for pizza with his dog Dre. Well, right on.
From Matana, I should be able to say Wisconsin names.
You should.
Manitowoc. Pretty sure it's Manitowoc.
Well done. Okay, we got a flag runner. I wasn't sure. Coming back here.
Now, let's see if we can get a bib number. We got a flag going up.
Okay, let's see. How good are we with our flags?
Oh, bad. I'm bad.
Help us out, Chad.
Red and white.
Somebody asked if Hella finished. Yes, he finished about half an hour ago.
Yep, that's right.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Making it count.
Wow, look at that.
That looked like Antonio Garcia, maybe 184.
Okay, and 311 for sure here.
311 is Elise Lagerstrom.
Elise is a 3-time Oregon. She's a Cascade Crest.
Oregon
100 mile.
Cascade 100 finisher. 17.
She's a human factors engineer. What is a human factors engineer?
I feel like that has to deal with us like using seat belts and making sure we input things into spreadsheets properly.
Okay.
Human engineering, right? That's a human factors engineer? I don't know. I'm making that up now. We've been at this for a while.
I like it.
Did either one of you sleep last night?
I like
Did
it.
that happen?
I didn't sleep much. The food this morning is helping. Definitely Katie took me to the well yesterday.
Oh, we saw you. You eventually appeared out of the back of the finishing chute.
Katie, I think in the back of her mind, she was always thinking I might have this guy, and she thankfully saved it to the end before she absolutely put the screws down.
So many people just got absolutely throttled. Like, so many pacers got throttled yesterday. Apparently, Katie Asmuth dropped her pacer, and when Emily Hawgood caught Katie Asmuth's pacer, Katie's pacer goes, "Oh no, she's running really well. You're not gonna get her. Like, me being here does not mean you're gonna get her." I was like, that's brutal mid-race.
Wow, that is tough. That is tough. Okay.
Congratulations, 28:02 finish there for that runner.
Well, Magda Belay is giving the awards out. I went to Magda before. I did a cram nutrition course with Magda literally an hour before running with Katie because I knew I needed some additional horsepower on board from a nutrition standpoint. She just gave me the full GU arsenal and download, and I just packed that in, and it worked
for
most of the
37
way.
miles.
Yeah, but she told me take more salt tabs, and I didn't have enough time to work it in with Katie.
And Katie,
So,
yeah, was.
So I was in a undersalted place there, and Katie just had a whole new set of gears at the end.
Yeah, she was pushing for it for sure. Welcoming more and more finishers. That's Elise again, crossing the finish line with her crew around her. It is pleasantly cool.
Oh,
once
it's
again
so
on the
nice,
track.
a little
Oh my
breeze.
goodness,
I
I'm
got
like
2
almost
long sleeve
cold.
shirts on.
As you see the temperatures scroll in the upper left-hand corner of your screen.
I mean, 62 in Forest Hill. I saw the river 59 or 54 earlier.
Oh my goodness, could you imagine if they had to cross the river on foot this year? It'd be so
It'd
cold.
be freezing.
Oh my goodness, yeah,
Look at the
come
little guy.
on.
Yeah.
I love seeing future generations.
Oh, no,
He's going the wrong way.
way.
You got to love these. This is just the greatest. We're into our final hour and 57 minutes, the greatest hour and 57 minutes in ultra running. Nowhere else you want to be.
Yeah, this is an incredible spot to be spending our mornings talking about more and more race finishers.
No
I
place
parked
I'd rather
parked
be.
a ways away because I figured other people should park closer than me. Walked it in.
Nice.
Each of these finishers is so incredible. We got little bib numbers folded up on things.
Is that 372? Am I seeing that bit right?
I don't know if it's 372.
172?
Oh.
172. Thank you, camera.
cameraman. That was outstanding.
No, thank you to my optometrist.
172 is Jeff Evision.
Jeff.
Let's see if it'll load. There we go.
Yeah.
Unintended?
Has finished once before in 2017 in 28 hours and 16 minutes. He's going to get a PR.
Right on.
Heck yeah. Also, 2017, a hard year.
Oh,
a notoriously hard year.
Way tougher than this year. So he's a researcher, and a shout out to his wife, Jossie, back in Sydney, Australia. Wow. Okay, made the trek over. Well done. He's finished UTMB twice, and a 240-mile race in Australia.
And coming in the
twice as
finishing
well.
stretch, I think Kristen Scott might be the person that's coming in with the entourage at the track. If that's the case, bravo.
Right on,
I think
Kristen.
it's maybe Gavin, Woody, and her nieces and nephews.
Just under 2 hours to go here at Placer High. There's really no other place I'd rather be in the last Sunday.
Yeah, that was
of
Chris.
June.
That was Kristen Scott who came across the finish line again. She starts orientation for residency in the emergency
Right
department
on, okay.
at UW on Monday. So recover well
That's-
today because you got a place to be. You got to be at Harborview tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. So that's that 172.
172 rolling in
Yeah,
solo.
Yeah. He's the gentleman who finished in 2017. Improving on that
Doing
finish
well.
here today.
Yes, I see in the chat John Almeida, he did finish. I am so bummed I missed his finish. Sarah Road,
It happened
was
like right
a
before we came on.
tear-jerking finish. I will have to go back and watch that on the broadcast. But congrats once again to John Almeida. What an incredible story.
Yeah, really just I have helped a runner make it through in a 28-hour finish, and you've been on a vision quest in these final couple hours. Is that 3:15? 3 something? 3:16. I think it's 3:16.
Okay.
Jason McCardle. Jason McCardle.
Okay.
We don't have intel.
No intel on Jason.
Jason, but bib number 316 making his way in.
And he's from
52
Great
years
Britain.
old.
All right, cool.
British athlete. Should we tell him Tom won?
He'll be pretty excited, I think.
Your pal Tom won.
Yeah. They make them strong in the UK.
They really do.
Uh-oh, I see an update from somebody in the chat. Lucy Bartholomew posted her dad fell at mile 96 and is moving very slowly at the moment. She posted this 13 minutes ago. There's
Right on.
progress. So
Okay.
Well, I like to hear that.
They can do it. They just got to keep moving. That's bib 314, it looks like. There.
Did she say he fell?
She
Is it-
fell.
Oh,
Or he fell.
He fell.
Yeah, so 314 entering the track.
Fabrice, this is Fabrice coming in. Fabrice Perrin, he runs, is part of the UTMB group. He runs the live broadcast team
Yeah,
for
but
UTMB.
Yeah, so he's going to help us with the UTMB finals, but he's kind of stepped away from his other UTMB live stuff, and I feel like I heard that he opened up like a running store in Annecy or something.
Okay, you know more than I do.
He's like,
That's cool.
Yeah, so he was what we called, his company was called Wide Media, and he was the contractor for all of the UTMB like TV live stuff, and he's still going to be a part of the finals in Chamonix this fall.
Chamonix.
But he's kind of taken a step back from the full-time media role.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Well,
congratulations, Fabrice. I
yeah,
didn't know
Fabrice.
he was running. Come
well,
on, man.
this is his, I think, fourth now, Western States, and he loves this event. He and his wife come out every year for the training run. They've got 3 kids, and he's going to be a Western States finisher, 4-time finisher.
So cool. We have a special guest getting ready to join us while I'm trying to eat a baked good at the same time. Things are getting messy here in studio. We finally cracked. And I'm mostly just trying to get powdered sugar everywhere. Trying to identify this next runner coming in here. I'm thinking it's either Kat Seba or another Kristen Kanar. I'm not sure though. I couldn't see her number. It's either bib 90 or 299, and I do not know the answer to that.
Back to Fabrice.
Yeah, we have 2 32-year-old women making their way to the finish line. Bibs 90 and 299.
Oh, look at that. He's just stopping there. Right on
Having
Fabrice.
a chat. We love being squished.
There we go.
They're trying to fit us all in studio here because we have another guest. My mic is always hot. Always a hot mic in studio. It's where you get all the good stuff.
All right.
Hi, our faces.
Hi, John Trent.
Hey.
Right on, John. Good to see you.
Good to be here, guys.
Right on.
Is this a little surreal to be like, I'm watching me watch me?
Corinne, just to be, as you said, with the hot mic thing, and now I'm sitting next to you, I want you to say something really provocative. So, yeah.
I'll see if I can add some spice to this conversation. Well, welcome to the studio. We're just beyond second sunrise.
Yes.
But I got handed your book just the other day, and I'm really, really excited to get to bring it home with me.
Oh, well, I hope folks like it because, as everybody's talked about this entire weekend, it's our 50th. And I think it doesn't tell the comprehensive story, but I think it finds the emblems, the important moments, and the really kind of memorable things that have happened over the years. And so for anybody who doesn't know the race, I hope they enjoy it. And I hope for like the geeks, like all of you guys, I hope you dive in and you find some stuff that you might find interesting
Way
too.
to throw us under the bus. Just a bunch of nerds in here.
Hey, John, tell us about the title. Like, how did you, there's a lot of ways to title the book. How did you come up with Second Sunrise?
Yeah, Topher, that's a great question. I've always, that sort of imagery has always kind of spoken to every runner. I mean, even those of us who we can remember that never really entered the equation, it does eventually, because we all sort of have to look to that next horizon, the promise of whatever's out there. And I think that's what Western States has always been about, is it's not just about what's happening right now, but what's going to happen in the future. And I think the people that have been involved with this race, who have really, really, really done the things that have made it what it is, they've looked ahead. And whether it was, Shannon Weil and Mo Livermore back in the 1970s, who saw something that nobody else really saw, or even today with the people that are involved with it now looking ahead. Second Sunrise is about not only what we have now, but rebirth and thinking about how you can make the sport, what we do, running better. Yeah.
Very cool. So both literal for the race, celebrating the full sort of 30-hour journey of a runner, but also a metaphor for life, that there's always a new sunrise and always a new rebirth. That's cool.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think it's something that even today, I think as we get near the golden hour, that's really where this race, you feel the heartbeat, just it comes out, and everybody gets caught up in it. And what you hope is, like, the idea of a second sunrise is people carry this not only today but throughout their lives, right? And every day when they deal with other people, to say, hey, you can keep doing new things. Think about the next horizon and how you can be a part of that.
Right on. Very cool. Very cool. And what for people that how can people pick up the book?
It's through Broad Books, which I'm really proud of the fact that it's women have always been an important part of my life. I have 2 daughters, my wife, we're all ultra runners, and it's a female-owned book company, Jennifer Dorsey and Vanessa Campos, and they're the ones who have produced it. So if people go to Broad Books, /Second Sunrise, it's out there. We have a few hundred copies that we've sold this weekend, and then the mass distribution starts in October, so people can pre-order it like on Amazon and stuff like that. And I have to also say, in addition to those 2 women, the designer Vicky Shea, who's a really dear friend of mine and a runner as well, and Vicky was kind of the person who inspired me to do this book, because she came out here a few years ago and paced, and just pacing, she could feel the pulse of this race, and she always told me, like, you should try to do this book. And without her, and she's a creative person, she's the designer, it's beautiful, and it was kind of her prodding that helped really make this book happen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, speaking of women, speaking of the race that we all love, speaking of the race that we watched the elites come in and finish yesterday, I feel like I've talked to Craig about this, I've talked to Brian Meltzer about this, I've talked to just everyone near me about this. Do you feel like you can comprehend what we saw yesterday?
Yeah, Corinne. I mean,
because it was impressive across the board, right? The top 10 women, they were in the 10 top, before yesterday, 10 fastest times ever.
Yeah.
Really, really phenomenal. Courtney at the front of that. Katie going under a course record that hadn't been close to being touched until yesterday either. Just was an absolutely phenomenal thing to witness.
You don't really realize you're part of a golden era until it's passing, but I think what we're seeing right now on the women's side in particular, this is sort of the golden era. And it starts not only with, like you said, with I think one of the great performances of all time with Courtney's run yesterday. I mean, that, I think I've already told a couple of people, I think that's the greatest 100-miler we've ever seen.
I don't think that time's ever going to be touched.
Yeah.
I think that there will be someone that is that talented again in our sport, but you have to be that talented and have that day, and I just don't know that we'll ever see that.
And that combination of the joy, I mean, I'm the aid station captain at Forest Hill,
yeah.
and she came through, and and she could have just blown through, and she went through very quickly, but she made sure that she waved and said hi to all of us, you know, because we were there in 2018 when she came through, in 2019 when she came through, and we sponged her down, and she spent some time with us. So not only is she running this incredible race, but she has this dynamism to her, which, you know, she just pulls you into her running. And that's unlike anybody we've ever seen in this sport, her ability to run fast, to be focused on a record-setting performance and pull you in as well. I mean, it's an incredible gift she has.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I think we were floored. I said it on the broadcast yesterday. Courtney's not running out of her mind. Her run is making us all like lose our minds. Like, it was just a phenomenal thing to bear witness to.
I agree.
I'm still floored.
Well, JT, as past president, as an incredible wordsmith, as somebody who helped me get through my own Western States experience back in 2015, this book absolutely reads, not only acknowledging the history, which is such a crucial part of what makes this sport, what makes this race what it is in the sport, but it reads like a love letter, an incredible love letter to this race, which I can't think of very few people like John Trent who loves this race as much as he does. So it is very appropriate. Please buy this book wherever you guys can get it. We will pin it in the chat if you can provide us a link in a bit. And please support JT, the race, and just thank you. Thank you to your entire family, the Trents.
Well, thank you guys. I mean, this is not easy what you guys do. I mean, and people, that's another reason. Well, real quickly, you know, Forest Hill, I've been a part of the Forest Hill aid station forever. And each year, people come in early and line up. The last couple years, as the cars have gone further and further down Forest Hill Road, is because they're watching this and they're listening to your words and they're getting excited about what's going on. It's not just the runners, it's just people in general now who have this exposure. And this story that you tell through this is incredible. And that's what's kind of lighting the fire right now. So thank you to you guys for the great job you do.
Right on.
Holding down the fort. Thanks, John.
Thank you for paving the way.
Thank you, guys.
All right. As we see action, fast
This
and
looks
furious.
like maybe a runner from Mexico, if my flags are accurate. Finishing in 28:18. This looks like runner 305. Coming in.
Hey, studio, we have Jamil Curry, who has been providing some fantastic drone footage. Told me a few minutes ago that he has one up near No Hands. If we can check in on that, if you have a visual on that, that would be much appreciated. And if you don't mind, while we have a couple minutes as we have runners finishing, if we can queue up the drone footage from No Hands from Jamil Curry. He has a drone up there. As many images as we can get. Oh, look at that beautiful shot. Topher, do you see that?
Wow. No
Courtesy
Hands
of one,
Bridge.
Jamil Curry, who is helping out, one of the founders of Aravaipa running. Look at that beautiful
That was
image.
beautiful. You know,
Shout
it's just you not only can smell the barn there, you can just taste that finish line. You know you have one 900-foot climb remaining, but that is spectacular.
Chef's
Water
kiss.
flowing under the American River. All of the flags representative of the runners. We have 27 countries represented in the race today, and all flying proudly across No Hands Bridge. It's one of the iconic spots along the course. This is a Tour de Géant finisher or runner coming onto the track.
Tour de Géant, does that ever appeal to you?
I don't know if I am as excited about Tour de Géant as I am 100 milers.
It's a 200-plus mile race. Let's see. We have bib number 167. 200-plus mile race with some insane elevation gain in the Italian Alps.
Yeah, it's just the Italian Alps, exactly, just south of the Mont Blanc. 167. Yeah, he's a Tour de Géant finisher, and Leadville finisher, Ultra Cape Town finisher. He's an underpaid spreadsheet monkey by day, amateur running coach by night. All right, Mike Van Russick. addicted to road tripping through the U.S. 16 states under the belt so far, more to come. All right, great European runner there.
All right, as
Fired
we
up.
see more runners coming through. Hey, studio, if you can queue up the mid-pack shout-out video, I think it's number 4 or 5, just so we can tell a little. Thank you. And I don't think Corinne has seen the footage yet. Whenever we can cut back to that beautiful drone
Mike.
footage from No Hands.
I just saw and then lost Megan Canfield. I was like, Megan, I have all your jackets. And then she disappeared. C'est la vie. It's the little things about a live broadcast that make everything work smoothly.
We can clear the bottom crawl too, by the way, guys. Who do we have here? Number 50.
Is that 50? Yeah.
Oh, there we are. Another drone footage here.
Look at this, Corinne.
Just past.
Wow, people are trying to get here fast.
Just past No Hands Bridge. So this is with about 3 miles to go-ish in the course. See the road to the right that grinds up onto, back up out of the canyon here, the final grind out of the canyon. A couple of runners down lower, moving well on the trail. And there is the iconic No Hands Bridge.
Whoa. So the woman that just came across the finish line was bib number 90, Kat Siba.
Oh, cool. 90.
I have goosebumps.
Kat.
All right, while we have a moment here, and as we continue to cheer on runners, we have a video to cue too, showing some of the runners who are actually running this race, putting a face and a voice to a bib number. So let's cut to that, and we will be back in a couple more minutes.
Hey guys, my name is Stephanie Walker. My bib number is 245. My nickname is Fee, spelled F-E. It is the symbol for iron, which also means faith in Spanish, and it's those two things that are going to get me to the finish line at Western States. And I'm so honored and humbled to be here and to be able to experience this journey. So thank you to everyone for your support and encouragement. I will see you at the finish.
Hi, my name's Steve Martelli from Truckee, California, only 20 minutes down the road from the Western States start. Bib number 127, and after 8 years, 6 lotteries over 8 years, I finally got in. Yay! And I'm going to be joined by my lovely wife and 18 crew members, 3 pacers. One of them will be my son, Kevin Martelli. I'm super excited and stoked. Let's do this!
I'm Thomas Watson, 35 from New Zealand, sitting at the start line of Western States 100 2023, sitting right beneath the escarpment climb that in 13 hours we'll be on our way up. It's taken me 7 years to get here today. It's pretty unreal to be here. I'm extremely excited about tomorrow, and I don't think I'm yet nervous, but I suspect in the morning I will be. I've never seen so many pro runners in one place.
Hey everyone, my name is Kirsten Woody Scott, and I'm wearing bib number 335 for what will be my first Western States after 8 consecutive years of being in the lottery. This dream was born in 2012 when I had the privilege of pacing my amazing brother Gavin Woody on this course, and I am so excited to finally have the opportunity to be part of this historic trail. Thank you so much to my husband John, my incredible family for all their support for me out here, and I'll be cheering everyone on. See you in Auburn, everyone.
No, we're not the Simpsons, but I'm Bill Jackson from Moneta, Wisconsin, and I'm here with the incomparable Erin Marie Winters, who is chief crew, and Blake Sheffy, you're not dropping on my watch, from Wisconsin, and Patrick Acker from Plano, Texas, who's been with me through many races. We're looking forward to a great day in the Sierra together. Let's get it done. Woo!
You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. A big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird, to my baby love. Get on up, big bird.
It was so much fun.
We are back
All right.
with our eye in the sky, our drone.
Right on.
Over by No Hands. Who's flying? Is Jamil
Jamil.
out there?
Jamil's our
Jam with the cam. That's what all the kids say,
Nice.
right?
Exactly. Look at this.
That's what the kids say these
He's going to
days.
find that final climb. There we are. And these guys are up and over it on the way in. The final mile. Final half mile.
Yeah, really,
This
really
white
cool.
bridge.
Yeah.
Now we're back in the No Hands Whoop over the white bridge
Yep,
here.
that's the
So
white
this
bridge.
is half mile to go.
Someone was saying they can't wait till it gets repainted a different color, but we still refer to it as the White Bridge.
Yeah,
Hey,
forever.
Toph, have you, Topher, in all your finishes, have you ever had a second sunrise finish?
I have not. All my finishes have been, thankfully, under 24 hours.
Have you crewed or paced anyone to a second sunrise finish?
Yes.
Yeah. It's-
Dean Carnassus, actually. So
Wow.
he's got a lot of, I think he's got 10 or 11 sub-24s, but, running 100-miler is like a bell curve. It's hard, and then it gets easier, and then it gets hard again.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget Pace and Dean. And Kim and I were crewing him and pacing him that year, and he was, he's like, "What's the 30-hour cutoff?" I'm thinking, Dean, we're not running the 30-hour cutoff time.
And he's like, no, we are.
We are.
You don't realize it yet, Dope, but we are.
We are, exactly.
Yeah, again, my first ever experience at Western States was in 2017, that fire and ice year. The second fire and ice year, I feel like, really. And it was awful. Everyone's feet were like falling off. It was disgusting. You all should run ultras if you're watching this. I'm really trying to sell it right now, but really good friend of mine, Sarah Kais. I had met her when I was living out east. She was one of my first ever trail running buddies. She had gotten in, and so I had agreed to pace her. I was living in Bellingham, Washington, so I was going to drive down and hang out for Broken Arrow and then pace her. And she just didn't have a day, and she sat at Green Gate for a long time. That was the year that Casey tried to drop out at Rucky Chucky, and Stephanie Case told her to get in the boat.
And she got that finish.
Yep, and so we were sitting at Green Gate, and we saw Maggie come through, we saw Casey come through, we saw Stephanie Case, we saw everyone come through, and they'd look at her and be like, "We know, but you just got to keep going, Sarah. Like we're just all suffering. Like just do it." Sure enough, the aid station gave us each a Ducati to take on the road. And we took that Ducati down the trail and walked our way to Auburn.
I love it.
And made it. But it was like a 28-something finish, and it was like, getting to watch the sunrise out, probably by like Brown's Bar, ALT zone, just like watching it come up. They gave me a donut and bacon at Pointed Rocks. It was pretty nice.
That is sweet.
And then I fell asleep on the track.
That is amazing.
Someone had to move me eventually because I was in the sun again. They didn't want me to get burned, so they woke me up so I could scoot over 2 feet, and then I fell back asleep again. I was wrecked. I was just like a shell of a human being.
Yeah, it's something else to be out there. It's so funny because a lot of these runners go, I don't know how anyone can run Western States in 15 hours. 15-hour runners like, I don't know how anyone can run Western States in 30 hours. There's admiration on both sides.
Oh my goodness, I'm getting photos from Jeff Colt's crew, including his
Look at that
3-year-old nephew who was working the spray bottle out at Robinson Flat yesterday.
How fun is that?
152 across the finish line.
152, that's Pierre, 55 years old.
Pierre.
No previous interval
Is it gaming and gardening, off-roading, and horseback riding is what he's into.
Number 67 across the finish line,
67,
charging it home.
Stefano Cassian. Wow, people are just rolling into the track here now. You hit that track and you do get a bit of a second wind. We've got lots of pacers and people walking by who are, I'm sure, equally wrecked. People who keep giving back to their friends and community members.
The crowds are starting to swell here at the finish.
As is our chat. We have over 3,800 people in the live stream.
Well, this is the funnest hour and a half in ultra running.
Our thanks once again to Jamil Curry for providing the beautiful drone images high atop Roby Point, and to all of our volunteers, including our incredible production staff at Studio 637 for providing all the beautiful imagery.
That looked like 381, 386. 368.
Yeah.
Why do we have a
Studio
386 and a
637 crew. What do you have?
Oh, I was going to say, just two guys who came through Roby Point back to back were Jim Crow and Joshua Cromwell. One's 386, one's 368. That's not fair to us, team. You can't do that.
Oh man.
There's another something 86. Maybe that was Tim Crow 386.
368.
Yeah, I think that was Tim Crow.
Well, I've got beta on 368. Joshua.
Oh, I cannot get over
Joshua
how
Cromwell.
beautiful these images are.
Yeah, the
Joshua
drone
Cromwell.
shots are absolutely bonkers.
As you know, we've had record rainfall here in California, and I think it's just all that greenery you see as number 286.
Yeah, so again,
Rounds
this
of
is
track.
Nick Eldridge. Yeah, 286, 386, 368 all came through together. Talk about just screwing with your Roby Point volunteers trying to get those numbers
Nick
down.
Eldridge, yeah.
Nick Eldridge, you're going to be a finisher at Western States from
Right on, Nick.
Wilsonville, Oregon.
He's an exercise physiologist at Boeing.
We've got a couple of those. We've got a couple of
An
physiologists in the
exercise
house.
physiologist at Boeing. So that's cool. I mean, I guess they...
You know, something about this guy's look as he was rounding the track screamed European to me. Something
Pierre?
about, they just have a very distinct style.
He's definitely Italian.
A certain packs, headgear is just not that American ultra runner look.
Yeah, we're more trucker caps and 5 panels over here, you know?
Yep.
Exactly. Look at, so this is looking back. This is 3 miles to go on the course, mile 97, No Hands Bridge. Water flowing under the American River there, the Middle Fork of the American River. What an iconic shot.
Yeah,
Very cool.
Bunch of Tim fans in the chat. Nice work, fam.
I'll just tease it for now, but I just got word that a certain someone arrived to Placer High, and we are hoping to get them in studio.
Yeah, we might have a special guest for you.
Somebody...
They're going to spill all the tea, you know? That's what they're here for.
The only clue I'll give is it's someone that everyone in the chat has been clamoring for. So we'll see if we can line that up.
Dylan Bowman, obviously.
Oh, obviously.
Just kidding.
Way to spill the beans.
286.
Nice.
Officially across the finish line. Again, that's Nick Eldridge, who we were just talking about, that from Wilsonville, Oregon. Oh my goodness, the crews are rolling deep across the White Bridge right
They
now.
are.
Rolling deep.
I was gonna make a comment about how Americans are like the snarky teenage child to European ultra running. We think we're too cool. We're a little bit punk.
I like that. I like that description.
We're a little bit disruptive. They're like, no, you have to do it the traditional way, and we're like, I'm gonna do it my way.
Yeah, we dress with alternative style,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Ted Knutson's running around.
Right on.
He's got a sick red puffy. Everyone's got sick red puppies. I want a sick red puffy.
Well, he runs a
He's
nice running shop.
He
so.
does run a nice running shop, which I'm sure where he stocks the sick red puppies.
Exactly.
Wow, these aerials and no hands are just absolutely amazing. Remember, we are sitting on the track. It's 9:34 local time. They have until 11 a.m. to get here. These runners right now on No Hands Bridge, they have to make it up one big climb.
I mean, they'll make it here,
Roby
but
Point.
it starts in another
We're
another
getting
half hour.
closer
It
to
becomes
the
a
tightness.
bit more
Yeah.
of a, not quite a nail biter, but it starts to get there.
Because you have to remember, too, that the cutoffs, particularly in the middle part of the race, are slower than 30-hour pace. And so you got to kind of be able to accelerate over the back part of the course.
Right.
By the way, I love this tweet from Dylan Bowman. Delirious, inspired, grateful, exhausted.
Aw.
Best sport ever.
Best sport ever. Someone in the chat said, this is the first time I've looked up Western States qualifier since 2019, getting my mojo back. And I was like, heck yeah. Absolutely phenomenal. I love the families. Like I said, I told Craig that I want to come back. I want an admin spot when I'm 40.
That'd be good.
Have a toddler that I get to carry across the finish line.
There
That's
you
kind of
go.
the goal, I think.
That would be sweet.
You can't tell me how to run Western States. That looks
Well,
like 128 to me.
We had some fast moms out there this year.
Oh my goodness, did we? 3rd and 4th in the women's race. We're both moms of 2. That was Eileen Sasburnek, 38 years old.
128?
128, making her way. Colorado Springs, Colorado.
And
Made her way
just
across.
A big family affair here, just crossing the finish line. That looks like a father-son right there. How cool.
Very, very cool. Yeah, Katie Asmuth grabbed Esther Chilog's hand and went, "Moms!" And like they both like fist bumped. It was really, really amazing. Watching them sprint down the final stretch with kids in tow.
Oh yeah, I
That looked
forgot.
like 278. Maya Detmer coming across. Bib number 278 is now on the track.
Totally forgot. Ultra running legend Pam Reed is still out there.
Is she out there?
And remember, she's trying to do
Wow.
this insane triple. Western States today, Badwater in like 10 days, and then Hard Rock.
No, kidding.
Yeah. I was like, wait, am I wrong? No, I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Is that it?
Yep, that's the triple that she's going
She's
for.
incredible. You know,
That is bib number 64, making their way across the finish line, 64.
I don't know if you know
Mansour
this,
Monem.
but Pam Reed, she's won Badwater
Yeah.
outright.
Yeah, I crewed and paced my first Badwater last year. Got to say that was an experience. Got COVID while I was there.
Unbelievable.
Didn't know I had COVID because I assumed that my headache and that I felt really warm
Was just
and then my
the
sore
heat
throat
of-
was because it was 130 degrees and I was pacing 14-mile sections through the desert.
Oh my God.
Nope, it was COVID. It turns
Fair.
out it was just COVID.
All right, another
Nice
runner.
work, team.
That is Pacer.
153 making their way across
See
the
now
finish
that
line.
that is an American ultra runner.
Yeah, Zach Hanna. A different Zach Hanna than our Irish Zach Hanna, but yeah.
153.
Yep,
Zach Hanna.
46 years old from Orange Park, Florida. Zach Hanna.
First Western States finisher.
First time finisher. Yeah, really, really cool to see everyone trickling in here.
The Pam Slam, according to the.
The Pam Slam. It
The
is
Pam Slam.
a Pam Slam. and then Maya, that's Maya Detmer who just crossed bib 278. She
Nice,
just had a
Maya.
leap across the finish line too, which is absolutely
270,
bonkers.
what?
278 was Maya Detmer. I think I just saw Anna Mae Flynn pacing someone in too, or yelling at someone anyway. And then we've got 160.
Oh, there's anime. Is that anime?
Yeah,
No.
I think it looks like Anime.
211 coming in
211
here. Man, they're streaming in.
Anime's like, I'm napping, guys. Leave me alone. And then Jennifer Kenty is also making her way to the finish line. She is walking her way in from Roby Point. It looks like Jennifer Kenty, bib 160, is on her way to the finish line. 42 years old from Medford, Massachusetts.
All right, the final drive in.
I love it so much. Look at that fashion.
Oh.
See, yeah, not European, you know? The cat shirt.
Yeah, the cat shirt. It's like the triple cat.
234. Oh my goodness, this person is hauling.
It's a sprint, not an ultra marathon.
It was an anime doppelganger. I think it's a family member.
Hey, studio, let's get in for a quick selfie.
Hey, Toph.
We're having fun over here.
All right,
Amazing.
56 just finished.
56.
Oh, we got a little bit of a lean here. Number 160.
Yeah, 160. That's Jennifer Kenty making her way in. 56 is Scott Fischel. 56 years old.
Scott Fischel just crossed the finish line. First Western States finisher. Bighorn finisher, Cruel Jewel, and Pinotti.
Wow.
Would you say his finish is official?
It's official.
It's official.
He's fired up. He's a Western States finisher. Did you see a leaner there?
Courtney would have been proud.
I think Jennifer.
She had a little
Jennifer Kenty, who's walking in.
Okay.
Got a slight lean.
Slightly.
Yeah. See. Jamil's giving me a hard time because I don't have his number saved in my phone apparently, and he was texting me yesterday about where he was on the course, and I was like, yeah, sure, cool, thanks, drone man. And but it comes up in my phone as maybe Tom, and I don't, so it throws me for a loop, you know?
Yeah, I'm just.
So
I don't know why.
Now I'm gonna
Jamil-
text with Billy and Ethan and maybe Tom.
I'm just gonna call him Tom Curry from now.
292 maybe?
Yeah, moving
Oh,
well.
yeah,
292. That's Janelle Gomez, 47 years old. Gonna get her Western States finish.
Janelle.
Proctor, Minnesota.
Janelle from Proctor, Minnesota.
Minnesota in the house, and hopefully in studio. Dropping all kinds of clues here.
Janelle is finishing her first
Is that
Western
a Gordy
States.
shirt? No, that
249.
Did that freak you out for a second?
I think that's an ink and burn, but they did make a Gordy shirt back in the day.
Yeah, 249. Robert Angelo making his way to the finish with his crew. We got another stroller on the track. I'm digging the stroller vibes. That could be thought of as a walker,
on.
though, like some assistance.
Don't
That's
get DQ'd,
interesting.
man.
That's interesting.
Don't get DQ'd.
Yeah, don't.
Don't get DQ'd.
Well, you're still pushing. Well, 292.
Janelle Gomez
292.
flew in.
Yeah, that
That's
was
who
Janelle,
that
right?
was. Yeah, she flew in that final mile.
All right, we have almost
Here's Jennifer Kentino on the track. She has made her way back into
Right
a run
on.
after walking in from Roby Point. She's gonna run her way around
Yeah,
the track.
she's moving it
because
right out.
Heck yeah! Sometimes you hit the track and you're like,
Yeah.
you know what? I can do 300 meters.
Lean be gone.
Lean. I'm done with you, Lean.
Almost 4,000 people in our live stream, and over 9,200 people, $9,200 donated by you generous people. Please let us get over 10,000 by the end of golden hour. Help support this wonderful organization that we all love so dearly. As we see yet another female finisher coming in under 29 hours. 2:30.
2:30.
Do we know the cutoff time at Pointed Rocks?
We can find that out. We have the technology to do that. I don't have a 2:30. I have a 2:28.
What's amazing, we've only had a 12% drop rate so
Yeah,
far.
what's our how many silver buckles did we get?
We have over 100.
As we show on the bottom of the crawl.
Yeah, but what
I think it was
what is that in reference to
115
like how
a
many did we have
normal
in
year.
2019 or something? Another year where I think 2019 we had like a record number of silver.
Yeah, we
silver
we had more in 2019. I
Okay.
want to say we had like 135 ish.
Somebody get Liam, 8 Station Fireball. Throw up
Aid
the
Station
bat
Fireball.
signal for him.
Come back, man. Don't leave us hanging now. He was texting me his tweets before he would tweet them.
I still want to know what he looks like.
We can make that happen for you. So the cutoff at Pointed Rocks was 4 minutes ago.
Okay, that's okay. That's
9:40.
So we've got all of our final runners in the last five and a half miles.
Yep. Yeah, and the tentative cutoff, the asterisk cutoff at Roby Point is technically 11 a.m., but they have got to be here by 11 a.m.
Right. So and I think
30-hour
it's
pace.
around
30-hour pace is 10:38 a.m.
and it's 1.1 mile to go when you get to Roby Point.
Yep.
So it's about 15 minutes is the
Yeah, it kind
nail
of depends
biter.
if we can get them running or not
Right.
at that point,
'Cause
right?
there's still a fair amount of climbing from Roby up
There's that
to the
little
top.
mean climb that you're like, really?
You're on the road, but
Come
it's
on, I thought we were done with this.
exactly
Well,
274 maybe.
274, 224. You guys, our eyes are fairly decent. At least mine are. I can't speak for
Wow,
Billy
look at this
Chauffeur.
I'm good at mid-range.
Hauling
which is
down
where
the
I am
finish
right
line
now.
I'm more of a mid-range eye person.
And not awesome.
224 is
224.
Oh my, look at those shorts.
Cardoso. Wow.
Excellent.
He stomped his way to the
Is that
finish.
oh
That's
yeah,
196.
196. Yes.
196 is Adam Foley.
Adam, you're a Western States finisher. 244 is
224.
224 is Germano. He's a
Yep.
director of anesthesiology.
Nice.
So another doctor's in the house, and loves music, photography, and of course he loves working in the hospital.
Yeah, another one of our European finishers making their way in.
He's from Portugal, I think.
Yep.
Porto. 44
I've
years
spent
old.
some time in Porto. It's a cool little spot.
It is sweet.
Yeah. Yeah, we had World Championships
That's
just
in
outside
the
of Porto.
Algarve Coast.
Yeah, we had Worlds really close to there in
Smart
fall
worlds to
2016.
go to. You go to all the good ones.
I do. I try to choose them. 203, you are Western States finisher. Congratulations,
All right.
that's Michael.
Elliot Rainsford with the generous donation. Anonymous as well. Sharon, thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. We've been running a fundraiser in part because Western States is a nonprofit, and the 3 pillars of this event, of this family community event, is to put on a phenomenal race, to raise money for medical research in the endurance community, and to give back to the trails in and around the Western States course that we love and utilize. Speaking of, over 3,000 hours have been volunteered in trail work since November.
Yeah, this has been the biggest
it's
year
absolutely
ever
bonkers.
in Western States history in terms of trail work. I think we spent over 10x our average cost or spend to get it ready after the mosquito fire, and it's not only money, but it's also all of the volunteer time.
All right, well, speaking of time, I have locked eyes on someone who covered the race in...
All right, do we have a number here? We've got a Western States finisher that is just fired up.
You got Magda Boulet there.
Yeah, Magda is so good.
Just giving it, I mean, I want Magda to give me a medal.
She paced a runner to a sub 24-hour finish last night, so she's been on duty.
Oh my goodness, I don't know if you guys heard that voice in the background. It's got a very specific sound.
I see a big smile coming
Someone
into the
has
studio.
slept a little bit, and it wasn't us.
Ooh.
Don't mind Billy's half a pastry.
You've been asking for her. Some of you have been... Come on in. Just blown away, speechless.
I love that for you. You guys, I'm sorry I left you in a pickle last night. You know what? We were like, I hear there was some.
All right, everyone, we did it. It's happened.
Yeah.
Here she is in studio.
Wow.
Wow.
How cool is this?
This
huh?
feels like NASA or something.
Welcome, welcome. Whose voice is that, YouTube chat?
Good morning.
the new voice of the 2024 Western States live broadcast team.
You sound
Courtney.
spry.
Oh my gosh. Morning. Good to see everybody. It's so fun to be at the track this morning.
Isn't it cool?
Yeah,
This
just
is.
finishers rolling in one after the other. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, we got our eyes peeled trying to read bib numbers, which turns out is really difficult.
Yeah.
It makes me think like, okay, I'm gonna put my bib on my right leg.
Yeah.
Or like hold it on my right side of my body.
So after almost 29 hours, you haven't mastered it yet?
No, I haven't gotten better at reading. Or public math. I did a lot of you made me do a lot of public math yesterday.
Ooh.
It was a little bit stressful.
There's always next time.
I'm gonna get better. I'm gonna use my flashcards. It's gonna be okay. Courtney, we missed you last night.
I know, I'm so sorry. I was a train wreck.
That's what it sounded like.
It was like, I felt fine running, and then once I stopped, my body just went full shutdown. Like my legs said no more, and my stomach turned. I've never used one of those little barf bags, and they're quite convenient. But I'm really sorry. I would have loved to chat more. I disappeared to the medical tent.
I think that's totally. I think we can respect that. I think we can respect the champion, the amazing course record setter to need a little bit of a medical reprieve.
Yeah,
from
feeling
us all.
much better this morning. Had some tater tots.
Oh, heck yeah.
If you want half a pastry, it's all yours.
Yeah.
Courtesy
Yeah,
of
Courtney, we appreciate you taking yourself all the way to the well.
Oh, we were in there.
Were you deep in the well?
Yeah.
I mean, it was just such an incredible day. And how was the snow? Like, how was the high country for you? Like,
The high country was fun. I spent most of it with Katie Scheid, which was so cool. Loved chatting with her. And we were not having too much trouble navigating the snow. And when we fell, it would be like a little Gumby doll and then back up. You know, it was never anything catastrophic. The snow was pretty solid up there, though, so it was okay to move on. And then
so you're moving well on the snow.
it wasn't like, a big wrench in the day. And then the temperatures were just so lovely
They were
all
awesome.
day. I didn't use one of my ice gadgets.
Yeah, we noticed you didn't have a hat. You didn't have any icing going
Nothing.
on. You were just like sunglasses, smile, straight ahead.
Yeah, and like I put hand warmers in my pack.
Someone was like, Courtney didn't even look like she was sweating out there. Like, that's not fair.
I didn't put hand warmers in my pack. It was feeling warm, and I was for sure getting doused down, but I never needed like the big hat or anything.
Courtney, I'm still just flabbergasted and speechless by this performance. What was your intention coming into this race when you towed the line? Was it just to be competitive, to get the best out of yourself? Was it to maybe go after the course record? Like, what was your mindset going into this race?
I never go in with a time goal and had no idea if the course record would be in play with the high country or with the burn area where it was going to be extra sunny. But it was definitely to empty the tank and to squeeze everything I could out of 100 miles and then just see where that landed me. And the tank was properly emptied.
Amazing. Like, literally amazed. Like, just, I think people are trying to track Pam Reed. We're going to keep kind of bouncing back and forth here. I'm not sure where she is on the course, but you got an insane double coming up. You're doing the Western States Hard Rock double. Pam is doing maybe something even crazier.
Absolutely.
Is that Pam Reed?
Pam Reed, I think that is
Oh, yeah,
Pam
that
Reed.
is that very
Pam
distinct
Reed.
Pam Reed.
That's Pam.
The Pam Slam. She's got the first race done.
The
That's
Pam Slam.
so amazing.
Pam Slam.
Badwater next, right?
Just
Badwater
casual.
next, exactly. And she's a Badwater champion.
You don't want to add Badwater between now and Hard Rock, do you? Just mix it up.
I think the entry list is full. Shoot.
Oh, darn. Oh, no.
That's an amazing triple. That'll be really fun to follow this summer.
Yeah, I mean, the next couple of weeks are going to be insane. Before your interview got cut short last night due to both vomiting and a bunch of men coming into the finish line at the same time, it was coincidental that all kind of conspired against us. I was reflecting on your 2019 day. Like, you legit, I don't know if you recognize this during the race or after the race now, but like your very first split through Lions Ridge was, I think 8 seconds different from 2019. Like, it was literally like one thing after another. You were just stacking up the exact same times and then kind of like building on them. Particularly, I think once you got to the point of the 2019 course where things started to go a little bit sideways. For me, I'm wondering, like, the last time you were here, 2019, you had a drop. You came back on the start line today or yesterday, 2021. Like, how did it feel, I guess, to be like building on the momentum of something that like almost went really right in 2019?
Yeah, I had no idea that I was matching splits like that. I'm not a big splits person. But I was feeling good. Like, my body was feeling good. And I dropped at, my injury happened on Cal Street, and I dropped at Green Gate in 2019. And so when I hit Cal Street and was like actually able to run it like Cal Street can
Be run.
Yeah. It's a fun section of trail. Yeah, I mean, it was really exciting, and rolling through Green Gate and not having to drag my feet up that Green Gate road back to the car and instead getting to run the single track was...
Oh, we had aerial footage of you just mobbing up that hill, it seemed like.
What?
To us, from the aerial footage from the drone. The drone made you look really good going up to Green Gate.
They must have had it sped up or something.
Were you running scared at all at that moment? Did you know you were being chased, that somebody of Katie's caliber could close that gap? And so was there a little bit of fear?
It wasn't fear, but I was working really hard. Down Cal Street, I pushed the gas pedal down. And
On the downs.
Yeah, I was just hoping that I could hold it for that long. I knew Katie's a closer. She had Topher pacing her.
She dropped Topher.
Is a dream team. Yeah. And like, I was giving it everything I had. So if I was caught, that would just be what it was. But I was working really hard. When I hit Green Gate, I wasn't sure if my legs could get me to the finish.
It's not over till it's over.
It's not over. And basically the entire way.
You kept the gas on, though. I mean, you kept the gas on right through Green Gate all the way to the finish because you just kept, like, pulling the new record lower and lower as you got deeper into the race.
It was silly. Like, we were like, she's 22 minutes up on the course record. She's 25. She's 35. She's 55. She's 62. Like, it was like we were losing it. You weren't. I don't think you were losing it. I think you're just in your pain cave redecorating. But Dylan and I were just like out of our minds here in studio. We Liam Tryon, 8th Station Fireball, was doing some stats for us. And once again, I know you're not a split person, but to put it into perspective, from Forest Hill to the river, Tom Evans ran 2:07. You ran 2:10. You were motoring on that section. Not that it matters.
Thank you, gravity.
Yeah. No, but seriously, like, it was so cool. Like, we were, yeah.
Yeah, well, and I was a little worried at Green Gate that I had spent too many of my coins that I had left. And basically those last 20 miles in, it was every mile just asking my legs to let me do one more, you know, and then get to the next mile, and I'd be like, legs, please give me one more. And they just kept doing it. I don't know why.
I just want to acknowledge a few people across the finish line. We have Brian Kavanaugh, we have Alexi Capilli, Fred Leach, Pam Reed, of course you saw, Owen Wainhouse, Garrett Christensen. We're getting a whole bunch of amazing runners who have put forth an amazing effort to get here to to Auburn, California, as we are approaching Golden Hour. Courtney, tell us about the amazing people behind you. Kevin, your husband, of course, but just the amazing crew that you had to get you to the finish line. Can you talk about them a little bit?
I would love to talk
Your
about
parents,
them.
who I had the pleasure of taking a selfie with.
Anything but me.
Kevin was out there. My parents came from Minnesota, and they were actually at the 2019 Western States when I dropped, and so we had to write a news story together. And then I had our friends, the Stanleys and the Terra Novas, and it was a top-notch crew. They were so great, so much good energy, and we were working those aid stations as quickly as we could.
Hey, Courtney, so, I mean, you talk about energy. We just had John Trent on, who is on the board and wrote The Second Sunrise, and he just talks about, like, the energy you carry through a race is so unique in our sport. You know, you're both focused, but you're pulling everyone into your experience. It's really, really cool. You've always got a smile on your face. It always feels like you're catching as much energy from, you know, the entire race experience, and you're just giving it back in spades to everyone that's following along, and it's really cool. And you know, it's sort of crazy because you know, you wonder, like, how you deliver such an impressive result, but it seems like it just comes either casually or fun. And you have that sense about you, like, it's not
you make it look easy.
You make it look easy.
I know it's not easy, but you made it look easy. You make it look easy.
Well, thank you for saying all of those nice things. It was not easy at all, but I think that, one, I think you can be working really hard and still have fun, and two, I feel so thankful always for anyone who's giving up their time and energy to cheer for us runners and to be out there, whether they're volunteering or crewing someone else or just drove into town to cheer. That's so special, and I love getting to interact with people who do that.
I mean, we were all celebrating a wedding together a month before Western States. Billy and Hillary's wedding all together. And I mean, that was like for anyone training for Western States, I like, okay, that's a big weekend of training block. And I think, you know, Courtney and Kevin were shredding the dance floor to the,
they
to the
were.
wee hours with the biggest smiles on their faces. And I remember, you know, we were like, well, I think we've reached our maximum. And they're like, no, we've got the fun is just beginning, and you're not going anywhere.
We'll tell you when you're done.
Get in the dancing cave with us.
I was like, man, this is the real deal. Like, you know, Courtney and Kevin, they're like, yeah, it's you're super serious about your training, but super serious about having fun in life too. And I think that blend is just so cool in our sport, and love that energy you bring to the sport.
All right, who do we have?
Thank you.
Who do we have here at the finish line? 277. You guys could help me ID her.
We've got it.
Congratulations to her.
And now we're officially in golden hour.
Yes, we are.
We did it.
We've made it to golden hour, team.
This is so inspiring.
Courtney, you want to hang out a bit and watch all
Heather
these inspiring
Davis,
runners?
41 years old.
I mean, I'm going to go hang out trackside so that I can give some...
Yes, go give high five.
Go give some energy back to the crowd.
Absolutely.
You've already given an enormous amount in your race, but it means so much for people to see you here this morning, and thanks for being here.
Well, thank you. Thank you guys for the live stream, for everything you're doing, for the sport, and as humans. I love you guys.
Right
love
on.
you, Court.
I have a dad joke for you, Courtney.
You're batting better than 500 now. Now you're at 750.
That was a nice increase.
Yeah.
I like that.
All right, studio.
Now you can use them as
We're going to go ahead and continue to bring these lovely people across the finish line. And to the people in the production booth, you could go ahead and clear the crawl as we see this beautiful aerial footage above Roby Point and Auburn. What a champ. The people's champ.
So Liam Tryon in the chat. There are 105 silver buckles were awarded in 2019, 110 silver buckles awarded this year.
Wow. So that was a high.
2019.
2019.
Yeah. So
Wait,
that was a year where we had like I think like record silver buckles.
You're right. So 2019 was the highest?
We did five more this year. 5 more silver
Amazing.
buckles this year. Craig Thornley,
Amazing.
we're going broke. Sorry, bud. Give us those silver buckles.
Those silver buckles are the cost is more than an entry fee. So that's part of the nonprofit commitment. It's due in large part for the sponsors we have as well, and 100% of what we bring in goes directly back into the race, into the trail stewardship, and into our medical research. So thank you to our partners and sponsors. Thank you to our generous donors. Thank you to those who are donating to our live feed. 100% of what you provide goes straight back into the organization, straight back into the community.
And thank you to Katie Whiteman, who I saw at the finish line shoot. She is running back and forth with a camera for the live stream, but she is also my fabulous volunteer coordinator. Takes out so much of her time to make sure everyone's in the right place.
She's phenomenal. I watched her. She was getting us coffee yesterday. She was training new GoPro or new gimbal and
Operators,
smartphone
yeah.
operators. She was sleeping in a sleeping bag, I think, at some point, maybe on the track. Like I looked over and someone asked for her, and you were like, "She's not here right now," and pointed at the sleeping bag bundle on the track.
All right, 273 across the finish line.
Fired up.
Nice work, 273. 273.
And now the chat is going wild
Kevin
for
Chow.
Lucy's dad.
He's not yet to Roby Point,
Is this-
I think is the issue.
Is this? Oh, no, this is not Lucy's
no.
dad.
Lucy's dad isn't to Roby Point yet.
Okay, well.
He's got 30-ish minutes to get there.
Everyone, I just want to remind you guys, if you enjoyed John Trent's interview, please support his book, Second Sunrise. We went ahead and pinned it to the top of the chat. Would love to move a few copies on his behalf. And of course, it has the wonderful Courtney Dauwalter, the new F1 on the cover. Oh, look at that drone footage, you guys.
This is cool. This is coming into the finish, huh?
That's where we are. 54 minutes left before the cutoff, the 30-hour cutoff of the 50th Western States.
See, they all have the bib on the left leg. Come on, people. You know, you're away from the camera.
Chef's kiss, Jamil.
All
Look
right,
at
we've
that.
got a Come On 190, Lisa Boer.
Look at that. The crowd is gathering. It is definitely swelling. The atmosphere is getting more electric as we are 53 minutes before the 30-hour cutoff at the 50th Western States Golden Hour. Guys, this is amazing. There's really no other place I'd rather be right now than right here. And I'm going to try to keep my composure this year.
Just wait till the last 5 minutes. Good luck.
And to all you generous souls, $9,800 donated. Thank you guys so much for supporting.
Thank you, Steve Cantors, for your donation.
Is that Darrell? Darrell from Hermosa Beach. Good buddy of mine. I just saw him entering the track. Welcome. Also, while waiting for another friend, Soonchul Choi. Believe he is out there. Hope to see you at the finish line as well.
How many runners do we still have out there? Do we know? That's a question in the chat.
I know. I'm trying to figure that out right now. We've had 287 people go through Roby Point, and I think we had 133 through Pointed Rocks, so potentially like 50 plus people.
That boy, number 57, coming down the finish line chute.
We've had 131 that have made it ahead of the cutoff through Pointed Rocks. We've had 120 something come to 180. I'm doing public math. You guys don't make me do public math. Somebody public math for
You're
me.
good. You're good.
Matt Crane just crossed the finish line. Welcome to Placer High. Darrell Folkert.
What's the number?
50. Are you talking about the bib number?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, 57 just crossed. Along with Darrell, 232.
So there are approximately 39 people between Pointed Rocks and Roby Point.
Okay.
So I think there's 39 people between Pointed Rocks and Roby Point right now. And there are
Thank
and I
you,
think there's
Charlotte, for
25
your
I think
donation.
there's 25 people between Roby Point and the finish line.
Wow, 25 people in the last mile.
Yeah.
Darrell
1.1 mile.
Folkert.
Yeah,
232.
So we're waiting on about, I think, 50-ish people that are still out on course.
There's
Daryl Folkert.
How awesome was that? Did you see Adam
69.
Peterman giving out the medals
Oh,
at the
I
finish
love
line?
that Adam Peterman's giving out the medals. That's really, really cool.
69
So
just
cool.
finished. Jonathan Omlung from Louisville, Kentucky.
Got another finisher coming around the track. Oh my goodness, like you guys, I said, like the track is gonna be full. We just have, it's gonna be constant, a constant just onslaught of human beings.
I just saw my new father-in-law's in the chat.
Oh, Sarah Scazzaro should be
Right on.
finishing soon too. I coached with her at CTS. She lives out in Olympia, or out in the Olympic Peninsula. She'll be making her way to the track here too. She'll be bib 336.
Shout out to Dave Matheson.
Sarah?
Yeah, she's not here yet, but she's on her way.
Proud military spouse and mom of 6 cats.
50 minutes. 50 minutes left in
50 minutes and 50 people. Let's
This is a
do
good
it.
story with Sarah. 21 years after knee injury that led doctors to tell me I would never run again, I'm finally running Western States.
Yeah.
That's cool.
She's really, really phenomenal. I'm a strength and conditioning coach, an ultra running coach.
Is this her coming on the track?
This is 192 across the finish line. 192. Looking spry. I don't know who that is, but I'm trying.
Rhonda Braun from
Rhonda
Brooklyn, New York.
Nice.
39 years old. And Rhonda's got a lot of 100-milers under her belt.
Philip, we see your comment. We will try to give Leanne a shout out when she finishes.
Rhonda is a sweater designer.
Yeah, if you're in the chat, help us ID your runners because it turns out it's basically impossible to see their bib numbers. So keep us posted as you see them come on.
Yeah, and this place is filling up quickly. That means more cell phone users, unfortunately. So the images may be a little more pixelated as more runners and their supporters come through here on their phones. It is what it is, but we will try to ID them the best we can.
Carolyn Barasevich, 158, just came across the finish line.
Right on, Carolyn.
Just saw 431 as well.
From South Lake Tahoe.
Yep. From South Lake, not that far
South
from
Lake,
here.
yeah. She's finished Western States in 2017, and she's run the Cascade Crest, Olmsted, Headlands, San Diego 100. She's a physical therapist turned compliance and ethics officer.
And then just also on the track right now is bib 431, Joseph Pinter.
Joseph Pinter, 431. No news on Joseph.
Yeah, I think that's who's on our screen right now. Joseph Pinter.
Ken Ward, age 66, just passed Roby. He must be one of our older finishers. Gene Dykes ran an amazing effort yesterday.
Yeah, I saw it dropped at Cal 2.
Cal 2,
Yeah,
Cal 2, incredible.
Yeah, dropped. I think missed the time cutoff is
Yeah,
what probably,
okay.
probably happened out there because he was so close. I mean, he was at the time
Another
cutoff
runner coming down the finish
at
line.
Forrestville.
Shoot.
431.
Yep, Joseph Pinter. We were just
Right
talking
on
about.
Joseph. Here's a guy rolling in hot.
Get a spotter on the track to get the numbers and names to the announcers. I know. It's also mad chaos here, you guys.
Can we talk about how the fact that there's already 1,500 volunteers involved in this race, making sure that all the runners make it safely from Olympic Valley in a point-to-point 100-mile backcountry style course to the Placer High School track?
Always love the family finishes. 193.
$193.
Whew, they are coming in one after another, fast and furious. Soaking in the energy of the crowd as
Daniel
it is.
Haight, 47 years old from Cincinnati, Ohio, 193. Who is this here?
336?
136?
No.
336.
336.
Okay, Corinne.
Fired
you guys
up.
Are better.
Fired up. Welcome to Placer.
Sarah.
336.
Scazzaro.
Yep, that's who we were just talking about, the
Yep.
military spouse.
Yep.
Had a catastrophic
You
leg
got it.
injury that 21 years ago, they told her she would likely never run ultras again. Here she is, 93.
Just crossed $10,000, you guys.
Jean-Paul Lavoie.
Thank you, everyone out there, for your contributions. Jean.
Yeah, Jean-Paul.
Congratulations, Jean. His wife, Erin.
Managed
All
the
his
lumber
children
store.
are here. Cool.
Oregon-based runner. Congratulations.
We're streaming in now.
Yeah, really, really cool to see. I mean, like I said, 5 minutes ago we had 50 runners between Pointed Rocks and the finish. 20-some runners between Roby Point and the finish. It's going to be chaos.
Look at this. Just the masses coming in.
Professional of
It's so
runners.
cool. I think it's a great tradition. We let sort of as many crew and pacers come in that final mile. Okay.
I really love seeing the community here at Roby and Auburn really embracing these runners too. Many times you'll see them out there hanging out, lawn chairs, cracking a beer.
Yep, and so remember that the cutoff of the track is 11 a.m. There's no real cutoff at Roby Point. Bib number 83 coming in now, but the idea is that 30-hour pace, you should be at top of Roby Point at 10:38. So we're
10:38, 22 minutes,
keeping
basically.
our eye on the clock. This is bib number 83 coming in.
Oh, is that Sunchol? That's my friend Sunchol Choi.
All right.
Nice.
Way to go.
Sure is, 45 years
Sunchol.
old.
Great job, Korean brother. I paced him.
From
Paced and
Issaquah,
crewed him at
another
Cocodona
Washington.
250. The same crew is still there, minus me, of course. And who's that?
86.
86.
Nice work, bib number 86. That's Andrea Kane, just making her way through that finishing arch.
What's that?
Looks like
No, and 86 is Dan Barger.
no, 86 is Andrea Kane.
Okay.
Tony Kirk. Clink.
No.
Sorry.
I don't know, but it's
Ah,
definitely
yeah,
that.
right. You're right. Okay. How old is Andrea?
Andrea Kane is 37 years old. I believe on our screen right now, we've got, oh man, I think there are 4 different crews on the track right now running runners in.
Yes, Andrea.
It's
So
gonna
proud
be
of you.
fast.
A lot of shout outs for Andrea in the chat.
There's a famous white bridge.
Glad we got her.
Ooh, I've never seen this vantage point.
Here we go. Who is this?
It's either 281 or 291.
What do you think, Corinne?
281 maybe?
I'm trying to use the powers of deduction. Matthew DuBois, 281.
Well, let's see.
That looks like 312.
312. I think we're from
That's-
Europe.
Yeah. Air Cool.
312 Air Cole from London. Air Cole from London.
Yeah, and 281. We just lost our mics. We just lost our mics.
There
Now
we
our
are.
mics are back.
There we are.
281.
281. Air Cole.
81.
Lugari.
No, 281's Matthew DuBois.
And
312 is Air Cole.
345 just across the finish line.
345 is Jeff Tomey. 50 years old.
Oh boy. It's
Our
almost like they
internet is going to be crazy.
83.
It's almost like they wait until the final hour and they just come.
They've all been hanging out at Roby Point.
Yeah,
they want that
basically.
sick golden hour T-shirt they give out. I didn't know-
312.
I didn't know.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Air Cole.
Air Cole.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that they gave out special golden hour T-shirts until 2 years
Mile
ago.
99. Or is it?
No, there's a golden hour T-shirt that you get if you finish within the golden hour.
Yeah, we
Is that
have
year one of doing that?
No, it's been
No,
no,
there's
at
it's-
least 3 years now.
It's sort of a tradition of, I think, one of our partners that does that.
Yeah, I had an athlete finish in the golden hour in 2021 and was so stoked on this cool T-shirt.
It's sort of like
I was like, heck yeah, I want
yeah,
one.
it's cool. It's cool. Badge of honor.
There are, again, 3 or 4 different teams again on the track with runners finishing right now. Yeah, Lisa. I think this is Lisa. Lisa's coming in. Yep, that's who that is. 190.
Right on.
Lisa
yes.
Booher.
Fired
Ooh,
up.
Love that.
And people were cheering for Lisa in the chat
190.
as well. Lisa making her way in,
Right on.
45 years old. Oh man, energy to
Just from
spare.
Alabama.
Oh, she was like, Magda, give me that medal. She grabbed it right from
First
Magda.
timer at Western States, owner and run coach at ART.
Who's that right behind her? 212.
Oh my God.
12.
Daryl just
flooding
donated
in.
$800 to the Western States Endurance
Thank you.
Foundation. Wow.
Thank you,
that's
Daryl.
Leanne Rive right behind her. 212. Just finished as well.
From Jersey in the UK.
First timer. That's
Right on.
43 years old.
Personal trainer.
She watched Unbreakable in 2013 and decided I was going to do Western States one day. I ran my first 100 in 2013. It was messy, but I made it. And now after trying to get in for 9 years, I'm here. I'm 50 this year, and so is the race. What a way to celebrate.
Wow.
Dreams do come true. Congratulations, Bib. That was from 212, Leanne Rive, who just finished moments ago.
Love that.
Who's this here coming in?
Maybe 146.
146?
David
Yeah.
Ivanoff.
David Ivanoff.
David
From
Ivanoff.
France.
Nice work. Oh, that was Paul Garcia.
Okay.
We should have a 146 and a 246. Come
Okay,
on, guys.
okay.
Space your bib numbers out.
Please.
And 401.
401.
Kelly. Kelly Knopp.
Did it,
40
Kelly.
years old. Nice work, Kelly.
First Western States runner.
Yeah, 40 years old.
Loved the
Morgan Hill.
outdoors 20 years ago. Before becoming a runner, I learned that Western States was, and thought maybe I could backpack a section of the trail. I never thought I was capable of running it. Well, you're a Western States finisher now.
That's really cool.
Right on, Kelly.
This is a mad dash of folks from Ruby Point. We're literally just watching crews stream onto the track. Our volunteers are just going back and forth to Roby, picking up a new runner and then running them back here. It is absolute chaos and bedlam and all the things that make races magical. And it's cool that we get to see it from wherever you're watching at home. That's very, that's a unique experience to having something like this live stream. The gentleman rounding the corner of the track looks like he's moving really well. But 205 is going to make their way in. Oh my goodness, there's 3 finishers in the final 100 meters right now. 4 finishers in the final 100 meters? 3 finishers.
Wow.
We've got
205,
205.
346. 205 is Melissa Benstead from Queensland, Australia. Right on, Melissa.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Just missed another finisher right behind one of our pacers. So apologies there, but we
It might have
do
been
have.
340. It was 340. No, it wasn't.
No, this is 348.
348.
Which is Tracy Vogler. Tracy Vogler.
Tracy Vogler from Livermore, California. Dental assistant. Husband.
And here's 146, David Ivanoff. We thought that we saw
All right,
him come in,
okay.
but that was Paul Garcia. So 146, David Ivanoff is in. 246, Paul Garcia is in. 348, Tracy Vogler is in. This is insanity. Here comes another one. And there's going to be another one.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness.
110.
Yeah.
That's Carolyn Parati Lake making her way in. And then who's right behind her?
From Auburn, Carolyn, a local.
And 365. What a good bid number. That's Jim
365.
Gowland
He looked
making
good.
his way in.
Adam Road, Golden Hour, these are my people. Yes.
Gowland from Valencia.
These are my people too. Oh boy.
We're losing it, team. The train has gone off the rails. We've been building the plane.
Oh,
while
cool.
we're flying it.
Carolyn Perotti got in off the raffle, so that's cool.
That's very, very cool.
I'm sure there's a bunch of people on edge to see if your runner can make the cutoffs. We're rooting for them too.
Yep, again, I mean, technically, like if they can make it to the top of Ruby Point by 10:40 and turn on the afterburners, they're gonna make it here. Technically, we say 10:38. It's not an official cutoff.
Right.
It's 30-hour pace for it, but we are gonna see people who can make it there maybe between 10:40.
Do we get a Roby
10:45
point
a.m.
split? Do we get a Roby point split?
We do. That's what I'm looking
Okay.
at. So I am looking at the Ruby Point splits right now.
But they give until 11 for that?
Yes, the cutoff at Ruby Point's 11 a.m. Because you can't
Yeah.
kick them off the course. They got to
you
walk to their
give
car that's
give-
here.
Give everyone the chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But technically, they have to be at the track at 11 a.m. as well. So, but the aid station closes at 11. Look at these aerial shots.
Oh.
Jam Jam, our man in the sky.
Just our continuing
Right
thanks
on.
to all the
Wow.
volunteers, all the people.
Mile
who-
99 is insane right now. Tears are flowing.
All right, Ashley B, whoever you are, let's go.
I wonder if that's Ash Bartholomew.
Oh, yeah.
We're rooting for him too.
Have we seen him come through
He's not come
Roby?
through Roby Point yet. I know that he took a fall
Well, we're just
somewhere
this
past.
is becoming a nail biter.
This is going to become a nail biter for Lucy and her
in
dad.
about 10 more minutes.
Yeah.
All right, Jamie. Ken Ward, number 66. We will shout him out.
Yeah, so right now we are waiting for about, they're currently almost, I think there's another 20 people between here and Ruby Point right now.
Unbelievable.
It's a constant stream of about 20 people over the last mile of the course that are making their way to the track. We've got a little bit of a gap right now between finishers, but I did see large masses of people moving on the streets from our drone that's in the sky. There's so much noise and excitement here, and also there's just like the zombie effect of like battered runners sprawled out on the
Carnage.
infield. It's a really good mix of things going on out here right now. Yeah, so next
Oh.
finishers we expect in are going to look like Olivia Gendre, John Blankenship, William Jackson, John Whitaker, Jason Patton, Ken Ward, Ryan Zamersky, Ryan Williams. So if you're cheering for those people, they should be some of our next people to make it. They've passed through Roby Point. They are on their way here. Again, there are about 20 people as of right now who are between Roby Point and the finish, and that number is going to stay about there as we try to get everyone home here to the Placer High School track. I do see another crew entering the infield, maybe two crews entering the infield, or this person's got a 20-person crew. But I think there's two distinct themes going on. We got the purple hat crew leading, and then we've got a secondary crew making their way around.
Jason Patton is one of the runners.
Do we know that? Have you seen a bib number?
Yeah, 357.
You have eyes on 357.
It's the group trailing the first group.
Okay. Because this, I'm not sure who this is, but it's not any of these people on my first list.
Debo's back in the house.
They're
just
another three
shouting out the
groups.
best hour of the year.
3 groups on the track right now.
Isn't that true?
73.
73 is John
73.
Blankenship. Bib number 73, John Blankenship.
All right, 50 years old from Columbia Falls, Montana.
And then right in front of him is probably either Olivia Gendre or William Jackson. And I'm not sure who's in the purple hat running towards us. But she's got a monster crew with her.
Yes.
And she's giving out high fives left and right.
Family, crew in tow, pacers in tow.
Somebody wrote, I hope Corinne runs Western States next year. For the love of God, no. I claim Corinne in the name of the live stream.
I told Craig I would do it when I'm 40.
Suki.
Welcome to Placer High.
Suki.
What an entourage.
Yeah, this is Hyun Suk
Look it.
Amazing.
Straight back.
Bib
Oh.
number 359. 350
And 357.
And 357 is in as well. 357 is Jason Patton.
Yep.
Wow, I think those 3 groups all within like 10 seconds of each other. Here comes more.
And I really hope this weather is aiding them. It is the first time I can remember at 10:30 on Sunday at Western States
We're
weekend.
wearing
that we're out-
long sleeves.
Yeah, and I'm
So
I'm
John
still a little
Whitaker is
chilly.
there on your screen. John
Whitaker,
Blankenship. John
congrats.
Blankenship is there on your screen.
Wow.
Wow, that is a mass of humans and crews and runners all in one location. 30 minutes to go, team.
Hi, Mumsy. Sorry, my mother-in-law is also in the chat.
Aw.
Wow, cool.
They're like, Billy.
Everyone's following along.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
179, maybe? 179, David Ickeringil is making his way in.
Right on, David. He's just making it look easy these last few
That's
feet.
66. Ken Ward is in. Oh, look at the hug for Craig Thornley.
Illustrious, fearless leader, Craig Thornley.
Yeah, Ken
With
Ward.
Ken Ward.
66 years old. He might be one
Right
of our
on.
oldest
I
finishers
think you're right.
today.
He may get the clock.
Somebody in the chat shouted him out.
Ken Ward made it look good. Look at this family. The daughter's taking him to town to get that finish first, I think.
Quick tip of the cap, by the way, to our fearless leader, the aforementioned Craig Thornley, arguably one of the more challenging years we've ever faced as an organization, between the Mosquito Ridge fire, between the incredible snow levels.
People said we couldn't do it.
People don't realize just how much work goes into actually just getting the trail ready so you can run on it. I mean, we had Matt Keys out last night, still cutting a tree down that had gone down in the middle, sometime after the start and before the runners came through, and he was out there with his chainsaw removing a tree.
Yeah, we had volunteers at the very last minute
And
working on the snow.
Elijah Hall is on the track as well.
Is this Elijah here?
294. No, he'll be one of the next finishers. 294, 50 years old, out of Sacramento, California. He'll be one of your next finishers. 179 is who just came through.
All right, we have over 5,000 people in the live stream. Please help us virtually. Or if
179
you're here in
was
person.
David Ickeringil. And then
Cheer
we
these
also
people
have,
in.
yeah. Here we go.
Right on. Look
Here's
at that
Elijah
group
Hall
coming in.
Let's go, Elijah. Welcome to Placer High.
Yeah, it should be bib number 294, Elijah Hall out of Sacramento, California.
I got some miles in with Elijah. He and Hella on day 2 of the training run.
Nice.
Oh, look
Fired
at
up. Yes.
And Charlie Jones, I think, as well.
165 just crossed the finish line.
165 is Ryan Williams, 44 years old.
Right on. Ryan looks great. Family in tow.
Nice. Oh, and there we have Elijah Hall in as well.
Is Elijah come across right here? All right, Elijah. Congrats. Looking good.
Oh, my God.
260 is in as well. 260 is Charlie Jones.
Charlie.
Damn good.
Charlie's a consummate training.
And then 263 is making their way to the finish line too.
Wow. What number do we have here? We have a mass entourage.
263 Elaine Batson at 57 years old is about to finish as well. That's who's on your screen right now.
253.
Yep, that's Elaine Batson.
Is
263, and she's right with someone else there.
Is Gunhill
Oh wow!
Swanson
Look
in
at
the chat?
There's someone still climbing up to Roby right there.
Oh, so close. Yeah, so Elaine Batson looks like she's maybe running alongside.
Oh boy.
Maybe Melissa Vanny, the two of them coming in pretty close together.
Oh.
Thank you, Jamil, for these drone footages that we're cutting to from time to time.
I think we may be graced with Gunhill Swanson in the chat room. If so, welcome, legend.
Someone has, is Adam Peterman handing out medals?
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm going to help you with this chat situation. Now you'll see all the messages. Don't worry, I got you. IT wizard over here.
That's why we have.
That's why you let the kids do this, you
That's
know?
why we have you in the middle.
Yeah.
You can help us both.
What was I on?
Top chat.
All right, who?
That's 263. Yep, that's Elaine Batson making her way
Right on,
in.
Elaine. You are a Western States finisher.
57 years old.
26 minutes.
We got a slight
25
lean
minutes.
going
Slight
on there
lean.
with
We don't
Elaine.
have a full leaner.
No, no, no.
We've got a couple of like slight leaners. Right on. Magda right there.
That might be Thomas Brown. That just came in across the line for a medal 269.
And it's so pleasant out right now.
It's really nice.
Just a great temperature. This is normally everyone's starting to cook again. And there's people on the track just soaking in the sun, which is sort of a rarity.
Yeah, I know.
Western
We're
states.
shaded here on the track. And I'm like, can you give us more heat, actually? That'd be great. Thanks, team. Nice work, nice work. That looks like Ed Walsh.
349.
Yep, Ed Walsh.
You're getting us tuned up for the award ceremony because we like to honor each finisher.
I'm trying, yeah. That is number 349, Ed Walsh, 47 years old. Making
Here we
his way
go.
in.
And who is this coming in? Right behind Ed.
Oh, we got friends. Oh, that looks like Connor Curley. So who's with Connor? Or it's a Connor Curley doppelganger, which is distinctly possible.
There's 349 again.
Yeah, 349, Ed Walsh. That could have been, is 168 maybe? Ryan Zamersky. Might be the other individual coming in there from Flagstaff, Arizona, 31 years old. Yeah, I think that's who that is. I think that is bib number 168, Ryan Zamersky.
Right on. Ryan.
Who's making his way, gonna get this finish.
Shout out Dublin in the chats. People from all over the world tuning in. Welcome to the best hour in the world.
This is the best hour, and we've got 23 minutes left of the best hour on Earth. Billy's already working up some tears in here, folks.
In the history books, each of these runners are writing their verse. Here we go. That looks like a British.
What gave you that idea?
UK flag.
Yeah,
He
here
is
comes
draped head to toe.
349. That's Ed
Yep.
Walsh making his way to the finish
All right,
line.
him out.
Gonna run every step of this thing in.
Let's go, Ed.
Yeah, Ed.
Ed actually has a finisher shoot by himself. Oh no, someone right behind him.
Almost by himself.
Almost.
That's rare. It's rare
That's
during
rare
the
right
golden
now.
hour. Congratulations, Ed. .268 making his way in. That's Craig Bronstein.
We're officially at 29 hours and 38 minutes. Getting word in the chat that Ash Bartholomew just arrived in Roby Point.
Okay,
Ooh,
come on,
right
Ash.
at the prescribed
No
10:38
Come
clock.
on, Ash. Ash. Oh my God, can you imagine if Ash is our final finisher?
I don't want that kind of nail biter.
I don't want that kind of nail biter either.
Do your thing, Lucy.
Lucy, come on, work your magic, kid.
Well, he was there for her, and she's there for him now.
It's really
so this
full
is
circle,
cool.
yeah.
Gotta invite Rob Carr one of these years just to run people in from Roby Point.
He's like, Rob, you have one job. We're
Yep.
gonna pay you to run back and forth for an hour.
In sandals.
Yell.
Who was 223 that came in?
223 would be Melissa Vanny.
All right.
And then again, 168, this is Flagstaff.
Oh, I was gonna say American
Flagstaff.
for sure.
Like I said, we're the angsty teenagers. Ryan Zamersky, Flagstaff, Arizona. He's finished his Western States.
All right, Chad.
Here we go. Someone walking it in from the
Wrong screen, tough.
wrong screen. Yeah, I'm on a delayed screen. So 191 coming in here.
There's this cool thing where you can pause the video and the live chat still works.
Yeah, because the live chat's connected here. but
Yeah.
This
Corinne's
is
such a
Paul
pro.
Reeder
I
from
find
the UK.
that it takes less internet when the live video is
58
paused.
years old. Right on. Right on, Paul.
Nice work, Paul.
You know, we had a proposal
He
last
finished
night.
in 29:34 in
Yeah, that was a
2014.
proposal.
And I believe Susan Henry is also in this next finishing group as well. I think that's who that is. I can't see her Pacers bib because there's a child in the way. There's never children in the way.
129 or 179?
It could be it's 120 even, which is
Oh,
Susan
120.
Henry. 61 years old.
Firing my optometrist.
Amazing. Amazing, amazing finishes all around.
Shout out UK.
Right on.
Thanks for tuning in, you guys. 20 minutes. Less than 20 minutes.
Oh, 19. Under 20 minutes to go. Yes.
I'm not nervous. No one's nervous around here. We all feel confident.
Everyone's going to make it. Everyone's going to make it. Production booth, you got to say that a little bit louder, please.
Yeah, Ethan, you're too quiet.
Yeah, Ethan, if you want to ping Hillary and ask her about pushing things out on social. Sorry, guys, we're pulling double duty here, and it's also hard to hear because this crowd
It's getting so loud. But know what that means? There are so many of you viewing right now that we're getting really, really excited about it. So more. Tell your friends to tune in. Let's do this thing. Golden hour. The best 19 minutes in the world now.
Man.
Come on, team.
Get your T-shirts.
Do we
Get
have an
your
Ash
Golden Hour
update
T-shirts.
crossing? Do we have an Ash update
We've Ash through
crossing
Roby.
Roby?
Yeah. We've got an Ash
all
through
right.
Roby update, I believe.
And who do we have coming in here now?
Looking for a number
Looking for
refresh.
a number. Anyone see it? 140? No, 140.
I don't know. It's too blurry. My eyeballs are pretty good, but that's pretty hard.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, things like our internet are going to start to freak out here too as more and more people join us on the track. Someone asked, what time was the proposal, Billy? They would like to go back and watch it at some point.
Do
you remember, Billy, what time the proposal was last night?
Yeah, it was late at night. Probably
Wow,
sometime
people just
between midnight
streaming
and
in.
1.
I see no less than 25 people behind one runner out there.
Uh-oh. I just got an update from Sally. Lucy's dad is hunched over.
But it looks like he's at Roby.
Staying in that position up the hill.
Well, hunched over and climbing is good.
Look at this image that she just sent me. That's Ash.
Oh, man.
Oh, come on, Lucy. You got to get him
Come on,
here.
Ash.
He's making his way up the final climb
61.
past Roby Point. Come on, Ash.
We have
149.
49 across the finish line.
That's Anil Rao.
Come on.
Come on, folks. If you are just hanging out on the track and you're listening to us for some reason, which I don't think you are, you should go flood out towards Roby Point and go just start yelling at
That's
people.
what I would do right now.
Like, I can't imagine sitting here waiting. I want to be out there yelling. Go yell more.
Boy, that picture just made it more of a nail biter, Billy.
Yeah, it really, really did. I think Jenny Goodwin is on her way into the finish
All right,
line right
Jenny.
now. Jenny Goodwin, 39 years old.
425, is that Jenny?
Yep, that's Jenny Goodwin.
Right on, Jenny.
Nice work, Jenny Goodwin. You are a Western States finisher, and Adam Peterman just gave you a medal. And I think that's Helen
And then
Rolfe
Mag-
right behind her.
And then Magda Bollet, also a past champion, an Olympian in the marathon, handing out medals at the finish.
Just casual.
Just casual.
Just, you know, the people we hang out
all
with.
in a day. All in a day in Western States.
Just the usual
Look at this guy
sorts.
pounding it out.
Oh my goodness, his pacer can't keep up.
Can't
He's
keep
like,
up.
I
I
think
know
he just
the
gave
feeling,
us salute.
Pacer.
He's
I
like,
know the
okay,
feeling.
let's do this. Come on.
That's incredible.
Oh my goodness, come on. Here we go.
Laying
Final
it all
stretch.
on the track. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh. Smart to back it down.
Yeah, you don't want to go too crazy, you know? Okay, here we go
Okay.
again.
Yeah.
There we
I
go.
feel like I saw a little bit of a lean there. No, he's okay.
You guys, I am
115 Clifford Matthews. That's who's on your screen right now. He's done some
Clifford.
sprinting.
Okay,
he's
now
done
he's
some
just-
walking.
I have
now
some-
he's soaking it in. He's
You got some
a little
tea?
bit of it.
What do you got, Billy?
I have some Ash
I think he looks
updates.
tired in my. What's going on with Ash?
Lucy's bawling, and Sally's telling him that I told her to tell him that the chat is rooting for him, and Sally replied back, "Oh shoot, just told him he's moving faster." So all of you guys cheering him on virtually is helping. So let's get Ash and the rest of our runners who are still out there across the finish line.
Yeah, we've got Jamil's got Ash on the drone as
Yes.
well. We'll see if we can get some of that footage up for you while we watch finishers come in here as well.
Okay.
We've got Ash Bartholomew, Lucy Bartholomew's dad, on the drone outside of Roby Point. He is trying his darndest to get here in time.
Is that just? He just crested Roby Point.
I think he's beyond Roby
I think
Point.
there's Hoka things all the way
He might have
across.
crested the top of the climb.
You know how like you go into the 8 and then you got to climb again? I
hope
think
so.
that's where he is. Okay, everyone, we are going to lose our ever-loving minds trying to get Ash Bartholomew here into the finish line. Don't go anywhere. Oh my goodness.
He's moving.
This is going to be the most emotional finish
Yeah.
ever. He's moving faster. Okay. Tell him that people are cheering extra loud for him. Okay, come on. We've got 150 making his way into the finish here.
14 minutes to go.
Sally just sent me a clip. He was hands on knees.
350. There we go, 350. Yeah,
All
you
right,
soak it up,
350.
sir. Steven Scobie.
Steven,
New
you are
York,
a
New
Western
York.
States finisher from New York.
59 years old
Nice.
from New York, New York.
59 years old. He looks
Come on.
relaxed.
Nice work, Steven Scobie.
That gives us all inspiration. The beauty and longevity of this sport.
It is really something. 346, doing some zigging and some zagging out there, but running down this backstretch looking really solid. Oh yeah, you celebrate with your pacers and your crew. It is such, to me, this is Steve,
Right on.
This is Steve
Look it.
Troxel, 63
Right on,
years
Steve.
old. 63.
Steve, 63?
Yep.
Well done.
63 years old.
Well done, Steve.
Oh my goodness.
Mo Livermore giving out the medal. I think we got, that might be Ash and crew working them.
Yeah, Ash will likely be one of our final finishers.
He's either going to be on he's
we're-
going to be on one side or the other of the map.
I'm going to.
I hope he's on his way
Sally's
up and
going to
down.
play the live stream for Ash. This is desperate times, you know.
Okay, y'all in the chat.
Any motivation we can give him.
Give us all your cheers for Ash in the live stream. Sally's playing him the live stream out there on course.
Oh man, it's blowing up right now.
We got Move That Ash. Come on, you're crushing it.
Move that Ash.
Move that Ash. Yeah, he came through. Ash entered Roby at 10:36 on the nose. We project that being there around 10:38 should be enough to get you to the finish line under
think
that
that's
30-hour
him.
cutoff.
He is hunched over.
They are gonna urge him on every single step, and we are gonna be here waiting
Who
for
is
you.
this? 397?
Yep, 397. Toph, your eyes aren't that bad.
All right.
That was pretty
like
good.
I said, mid-range. We're
That's
good.
Ben Dalzale, 45 years old, Western States finisher. No sleep till Auburn. That
All
away
right.
crew. You and me both, team.
Got it.
There on your
Oh, I
screen,
do
that's
see him
Ash
there.
Bartholomew. Come on, Ash. Let's
yeah.
go. You got the absolute most amazing crew around you. You've got Lucy on your shoulder. You've got Sally McRae there cheering you on. We've got another finisher here at the finish line, which is redundant. 304.
Yes, 304.
Kristen Klink. People have been screaming for Kristen Klink
Right
in
on.
the chat.
Well, she is a finisher.
She did it.
12 minutes to spare.
48 years old. You guys were cheering for her loud and proud in the chat. She is now a Western States finisher from Auburn, California. Another local
Right
making
on.
her way in. Heck
Right on.
yeah. 222 it looks like maybe on our screen. 222 or 227. Those lines and numbers get a little bit tricky. 222, Derek Smith, 33.
Right on,
34
Derek.
years old, making his way into the finish line here. We're also going to be looking for Maria Ostra. She should be one of the next finishers to come in. And then honestly, Ash should be part of that next group as well. He's going to be buoyed along by the likes of Kate Cook, Brent Hetty, Henrik Ostlund, Mark Smith, and Jennifer St. Amand, who have all made it through.
Everything you've got, Ash. Come
on, Ash.
We want to see a 2 and a 9
Has
in
he
your finishing
crossed?
time.
Has he crossed the bridge yet?
No,
Okay.
not cross the bridge
We're
yet.
on that sort of flat section with one little bump. He's got one more minor little bump.
But there's Derek Smith on your screen giving some high fives on his way in.
223, is that Derek?
222.
222.
222. 34 years old.
Your news system's working better for us.
We're doing this. Yeah, we're making it happen. I'm just staring at the Roby point splits and praying is really what's happening.
Exactly.
It's called inferring.
Infer away.
I use a lot of I use a lot of inferring.
Keep rolling with it there.
Okay, who do we
Great.
have coming in here? Oh, it's still Derek Smith with the whole, Derek Smith
Nice.
with the whole family now.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Look at the little guy rolling across.
Oh my goodness, you gotta
He's doing the
lift
the
legs
Western
a little
States
bit.
100 meter.
I don't know. This looks like he's helping Dad out a little bit. But they're helping Dad out a little bit. Nice work,
Nice.
Derek.
Very cool.
Congratulations, you're a Western States finisher.
Couple of pacers.
Come on, Ash.
Come on, Ash.
Okay.
We're under 9 minutes.
9 minutes to
officially.
go, Ash. You got this, okay? I don't know if you can hear me,
It's a nail biter.
but you are gonna do this. This is Maria Ostra.
402.
This is 403 on your
403.
screen, Maria Ostra.
Yeah, Maria. She's rolling right in.
From Bloomington, Minnesota, 49 years old. Western States finisher. Here we
Nice
go.
job.
Nicely done.
Yeah, Maria. Training in Minnesota this winter for Western States could not have been an easy task. You guys had snow for a long, long time. Way to crush it.
Oh boy. Oh, we.
Oh no.
I'm getting to wave
No.
at Nikki Kimball.
Come on, Ash. Oh.
Is he's still got the hunch, but he's moving.
He's there. They're power hiking it out, but they got to keep pushing. Come on,
We
Ash.
got to keep pushing.
Come on, Ash.
Here we
Let's
go.
Come on.
Here we go.
Come on, Sally. Come on, Coach McCrae.
Everything you got, Sally.
Come on, Sally. You got to
Use
get him
all-
up here. Come on.
This is that final little bump before the white bridge.
Come on, Ash.
Oh boy.
Come on, Lucy. You got. No, it's
Oh,
okay.
no.
Come on, Ash. Ash, it's
Keep
okay.
going, Ash.
Ash, it's okay. Come on. One step at a time.
That's it.
One step
We're
at a
ready.
time.
Everything you got.
Come on.
Everything
oh,
you got.
Man. Yeah, we're down
Everything
to a
you got,
few
Ash. Come on.
runners here.
Yeah, there's a couple runners behind Ash as well. There are 8 runners left on course,
Wow.
I believe, to make it through in the next
Up those
8
arms.
minutes. Come on, Ash. You're doing good. Come on, buddy. You got Sally McCrae there. You got Coach McCrae. You got Lucy B. They're dumping water on him.
Yep,
Come on,
that's
Ash. Let's
good.
go. Come on, buddy.
Keep cool.
It's okay, Ash.
Come on, buddy.
It's okay. Come on.
Come on.
Oh man. We.
We're losing it in the studio just a little bit. Come on, Ash. Here's another runner
Here's
making
another
their
runner
way
coming in.
Come on. That might be Kate Cook, 76. Kate Cook, 47 years old. Come on, Kate. Let's go.
Okay, I can't
Right
sit
on,
anymore.
Kate.
Yeah, we're just standing in the studio now because we're losing it. Kate Cook, 47 years old, Marblehead, Massachusetts.
7 minutes. Yes, Kate. She is fired up.
Come on, Kate.
Look like her daughter in tow, maybe.
Bib number 76, now on the track, Kate Cook.
Oh boy.
She came in just behind Ash at Roby Point. She is now on the track with her support crew around her. Oh my goodness, you guys, this is going to be an absolute nail biter.
Yeah, this is tough.
You've got to pick things up, Ash.
We do need Ash to be able to keep it going here. Okay, we got
Who
a
is
few
this coming
big
in?
clusters here. We've got a flag, bearing flags.
Yeah, so Kate Cook is on the track.
Atta girl, Kate.
We're running out of clock time.
Ryan Hamilton.
Clock just is ruthless in this golden hour.
Yeah, the clock waits for no one. But the thing is that Ash is going to make it here. Ash is going
He's
to
gonna
come
make it
covered
here.
on all
He's gonna-
100.2 miles
exactly.
under his own volition.
Exactly.
Sally is doing everything in her absolute power to try to get him here before the clock runs down.
Oh,
I think that is Brent Hetty on the track, bib number 358, also making his way.
We're approaching 5 minutes. Who's got the best in the biz? And Lucy and Sally.
There's crews heading out. There's people heading out towards him.
79. Coming
79
home.
coming in.
76. This is Kate.
76.
This is Kate Cook still.
Looking good.
This is Kate Cook.
Definitely firing my optometrist.
76. It's not fair. I have better than 20/20 vision.
I'm just getting old.
How does it get better than 20/20? What do they call that?
I don't know. Something better than 20/20.
High fidelity.
I had a really bad biathlon race, and my dad made me get my vision checked just in case that's why I couldn't see the targets. And no, it turned out that was not my
There's
problem.
the white bridge.
Ash is on the white bridge. Ash Bartholomew is on the white bridge right now. He is doing everything in his power to make his way.
That is roughly half a mile. That is
Oh my
absolute
gosh.
Friggin' nail biter
3:58.
with 5 minutes. I think
3:58
that's
is
tough.
Brent Hetty. Brent Hetty's
Hetty.
making his way. Sorry, we're standing. We're absolutely losing our minds. We're in frame, right? He's raising the camera, so we're in frame because
Now we'll just stay standing.
we're unpredictable. Yeah, we're on our feet. We're losing our minds. I don't know if you know this.
Oh my God.
There's more people.
More, yeah.
Oh my goodness, crews are motoring their way in. We've got just under 4 minutes to go. 29:56, 16 counting down on the clock. Things are getting tense here in the stadium.
Everyone's just biting nails right now.
Everyone in the bleacher.
Everyone's on their feet right now, waiting for these next couple runners to come in. This is absolutely nail biting. We're on our feet as well.
Of course, my Wi-Fi is crapping out. Come on.
We've got more on the track. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Bring him in, people.
We got lots of screamers out there. I'm yelling into a mic, which is not helpful since I'm amplified as is.
I think Ash is going to do the distance. I think the clock is not his friend right now.
They've got him almost jogging right now. He is doubled over. He is in so much pain and discomfort. Oh my goodness. I just feel my heart like moving out of my body.
It is so heartbreaking to be on.
We have 2:30 left, under 2:30.
But the
2 minutes
the
and 30
plus
seconds.
30 hours, but I think, Corinne, your point with you do the distance.
You do the
know?
distance.
Sally just texted just outside the track.
Oh
150
my
meters.
God.
No way.
Come on. Oh,
we do have
Come
a runner
on, Ash,
coming
let's
in.
go. Come on. I know
This
we got,
place is gonna lose it.
we've got a runner. We've got a runner coming in right
2 minutes.
now. 2 minutes on the clock.
29:58.
We've got a runner on the back side of the track right now, and we've got Ash Bartholomew just
he is
outside the
going
track.
to-
3:46.
3:46.
I think.
Oh my
340?
God. Will he be our final finisher?
3:40 is finishing right now. That's Mark Smith, 44 years old. He's going to be one of our very final finishers of the day.
We have one more on the track.
We have one more runner on the track right now, and Ash Bartholomew is about to make it his way onto the track as well.
He has not yet entered. Oh,
He's going to get a standing ovation.
He is.
He is pushing so hard right now. Ash, you're going to have a lot of fans after this, buddy.
We've got another, perhaps our final finisher here.
we're approaching.
And I don't know his number.
29:59.
Yes. what a great finish.
I think that's Henrik Ostlund, maybe 250 potentially.
All right. Okay. Here we go.
We got the crowds out there. Ash is going to miss the 30-hour time.
No.
But
do we have one more? Oh, we have one more.
Here we are.
Oh, wow.
Likely our final finisher here.
Come on, come on, come on. I think this is Jennifer St. Amand. Come on, Jennifer. Our mics just got cut. Come on,
here we
Jennifer.
go.
Come on, Jennifer. Come on, Jennifer. Let's go. Come on. Come
Right
on,
on,
Jennifer.
Jennifer.
Come on, Jennifer.
Yes. Yes.
Jennifer St. Amand.
With
You-
15 seconds.
seconds to spare. Incredible.
Jennifer St. Amand, you've made it.
Oh my God. Do I see Ash entering the
Ash is
Here
entering
comes
the
Ash
track
entering
right
the
now.
track.
Oh.
Oh.
Ash Bartholomew about to enter the track right now. He's gonna make the lap
He's going
around
to
the
touch
track.
the track at 30
I
hours.
see Sally's hat.
Yep.
Come on, Ash.
Oh, man.
Let's go, Ash. Come on, Ash.
Ah, damn it.
Here we go. He's done the distance. He's on the track.
Yeah, Ash, come on. Absolute bedlam.
Look at the people. Look
Ash,
at the people
Ash is
crossing.
completely doubled over, but in a run.
The people in the infield are just crossing over to witness
Everyone's
this history.
running around to cheer for him right now. This is absolutely insane. Oh my goodness, Ash Bartholomew. You know what? 100.2 miles, just over 30 hours. Come on, Ash.
How can you not be romantic about this sport?
Wow.
He's bringing everything he has.
That is.
He was there for Lucy, paced her in, right?
Yep.
In his,
Yeah, he's been
for
there.
her third place finish.
Absolutely incredible. Way to push. What a day for that family out there.
All right,
Yeah,
Ash.
He's completely doubled over.
Let's see.
Coming into his final 100 meters.
The power of the human spirit. Look no further.
The
than
stadium
Ash
is
Bartholomew.
absolutely packed.
Come on, Ash. Oh my goodness.
Oh man. Oh man. Take it easy, Ash.
Yeah, Ash, come on.
50 meters. Maybe less.
What an absolute day.
Total legend. Ash Bartholomew, welcome to Placer Hockey.
3:02:30 on the clock, Ash. 30:02.
Wow.
What a legend.
Oh.
Year after year, team. It never ceases to amaze me. Are you ready to sit down? Are you ready to sit down?
Oh
We can
my
sit down now.
God.
We're gonna sit. We've been standing.
Oh, that was intense.
Oh,
We had our final finisher with 15 seconds to spare.
making every second count.
Ash Bartholomew just pulling on everyone's heartstrings at the end here. Came in just after the timeline, but did the distance and earns everyone's respect for that.
Yeah, it's, you know, it.
He actually looks all right
He
there
looks
now.
chipper. He looks
Yeah.
happy to be in a chair,
Yeah,
to be completely honest.
right.
Oh.
Can you imagine Sally yelling at you for that long?
I've seen the leaner. I haven't quite seen the. I
The
don't know what we the folder.
Bender.
I have to
The
imagine
folder, the
everything's
bender.
just cramping.
Yeah, just the back, just the body structure giving out.
Yeah, Ash. He waited for a long time to get into the race too, didn't he?
Oh, I think he'd maybe.
I just want to ask him.
Okay, we're watching Ash at the finish line. Billy's gonna go check in on him. I might try to pull him in for an interview, but honestly, I said, Billy, if he's darn near having a medical emergency out there, I don't know that we
He
should be
might not
pulling him
wanna-
into the studio.
You might not want to
He
just sit.
might just need to go lay down for a second.
Exactly. Wow. Another year. I mean, the 50th Western States is in the books.
Yeah, just what a phenomenal day. Yeah, there's Billy with Ash Bartholomew down there right now.
He looks
Craig
pretty.
Thornley.
He looks pretty relaxed, actually.
Yeah. He'll get a buckle, or he won't get a buckle. He'll get a
buckle.
medal.
He'll get a medal. He'll get a finishing medal. He doesn't get the buckle.
He'll get a medal. I imagine those.
We recognize all the finishers at the award ceremony as well.
The golden hour T-shirt might be coming his way too, I think. But yeah, because I think he experienced every second of that second sunrise.
He sure did. All right, Billy, welcome back. It looked like you had some words with Ash. How's he doing?
Absolutely spent.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine.
Yeah. Just thought I'd ask.
What do you think?
Is he okay?
Oh, he's in good spirits.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your takeaway from
what we just
the
witnessed?
last 30 hours?
I mean, bookended by incredible performances, both by Tom Evans, Courtney Dauwalter, absolutely historic. Katie Scheid.
Yeah, under the old course record. I mean, to be frank,
Chilag.
Esther Chilag, who was third yesterday, if Courtney and Katie hadn't been in the race, that would have been the second fastest time ever. She ran faster than Ruth last year.
And a mother.
Yeah, it was just the performances from yesterday here at the track, starting around 7 p.m. all the way until 11:02 a.m. in 30 seconds. Absolutely just mind-blending, melding, etc. My words don't work anymore. We've been doing this for a while.
30 hours of just pure inspiration.
Yeah, inspiration, community, support, watching these runners work together, watching these crews work for their runners, watching that love and determination kind of be given back across that finish line. I mean, every single piece of that is just so incredibly special.
Yeah, I mean, the women's field, the women's race is probably one of the most defining races in Western States history. I think with Courtney's mind-bending
they ran
course
all
record
under 18:10.
In the top 10, all running under 18:10 is incredible.
I mean, before that, the fastest ever 10th place finish was 19:30. Meg Morgan was this happened actually the men
so it's
too.
The fastest top 10 ever.
And they were all within the top. Those basically reset the top 10 fastest times.
Fastest top 10 ever on the women's side, and 2 went under the course record with Courtney and Katie.
11th male, 16:16.
Yeah. No. So
won.
So the 2019 men's top 10 spread was the fastest ever. This was the second fastest ever top 10.
Okay.
Really, really good. The 2019 year was just the back half of that top 10 was packed. They ran 15:56 for 10th that year in Kyle Patari. So incredibly fast performances all over the place. And then just the golden hour. I think we had 60 finishers in the golden hour or something absolutely insane. It's more than a finisher a minute. We had 110 silver buckles get earned. Again, that's the sub 24-hour buckle. I think in 2019 we gave out the most silver buckles ever, and that was 105. So we've added 5 more silver buckles to that list. This was wild. At one point in time, Tim Tollefson was running next to Ryan Montgomery, kind of cheering him on, and he said, "Ryan, you're running 15:10 pace." And Ryan had been kind of moving back in the top 10 a little bit. Maybe he's starting to feel down about himself, and he's like, "Oh shoot, I'm running 15:10 pace." Dang. So it's one of those things where it was the front end of the field was blistering fast, and then just watching everyone finish the push for the 24-hour buckles.
Yeah, we
the
had
last 2.5 hours has just been wild.
And we had Tom Evans was the first international men's winner since Kilian Jornet,
since
right?
Ryan Sands. First European men's winner since Kilian Jornet in 2011, and then he's the only he's the only non-American athlete to ever go under 15 hours, and now he's done that twice. And he bettered his time from 2019 by 20 minutes almost.
Wow. And we had our first, or our highest ranked Chinese finisher in the history of the race.
Yep, with a fourth place,
right?
With a fourth place finish. And he looked like he was fading at one point, and then he picked up a pacer and Patty O'Leary, and Patty just yelled at him, I think, for 20 miles, and sure enough, came storming into fourth.
Wow.
Just really, we had dads and Tyler Green and Anthony Kostalish finishing second and third with their babies in tow. We had moms finishing third and fourth in the women's race with Esther Chillog and Katie Asmith with their kiddos in tow. Just an absolutely amazing finish. Ida Nilsson just missed the Masters overall record and the 40 to 49 record by approximately 2 minutes. And I don't think she knew that that record existed, unfortunately. And Tim Tolson was kind of kicking himself after the fact, like, if I had known, would I have been able to get another 2 minutes out of her, type of thing.
He would have been.
Because Ragnar DeBots ran 17:41 something in 2021.
Wow,
and
okay.
Ida finished in 17:43 and change yesterday. So outstanding performances across the board. I started crying early in the broadcast. We cried when Ed finished his personal Western States yesterday morning. Golden Hour has had its ups and downs, watching friends. I cried when Keely Henninger dislocated her shoulder and had to drop. I cried when Jeff Colt finished. I cried when Tom Evans finished. I cried when all my other teammates finished. It's been a lot of tears have been shed, and I don't just think it's releasing cortisol from my body.
The 50th Western States, 50th Western States delivered just about everything. The only thing it didn't deliver was our usual heat, the weather. The weather cooperated, and that led to some unbelievable times and unbelievable stories and memories to take away forever and ever. I mean, this race delivered.
Yeah. Any final thoughts, Topher?
I think those are great thoughts, and I just it's wonderful to be here with all of you and be with the community. I mean, it's just such a cool community building event, and it's great to see like the different generations from, you know, some of the folks like Mo Livermore and Shannon Wheel that are here today to the next generations that's pulling the traditional Western States. And I love to see this next generation defining what ultra running is becoming. It's super cool.
It's very, very cool. Even if we're the angsty teenager to the European ultra scene. Billy, do you want to give a shout out to our sponsors?
Yes, thank you so much. This whole broadcast was made possible by the generous support of Hoka and Gooder and Start by Adaday, and of course to all of your generous donations. Raised close to 13,000. Well, that number may even be higher because my internet went out during the last few minutes, but just everybody who supported this broadcast, to all of the viewership, to everyone who participated in the chat, to all the volunteers, the wonderful board, including Topher and myself and Debo. I'm still pinching myself that I get to help make decisions, help carve, and just like make this broadcast what it is. I am so eternally grateful for that opportunity. To Katie Whiteman, to the amazing studio and the people behind the scenes at Studio 637, to the social media team. Yeah. And did we talk about the two special needs finishers, by the way? Another tip of the cap to them. John Almeida, the nonverbal runner with autism, and to Zach Bates, sub 24, by the way.
Yeah, as a 21-year-old, the youngest in the field as well. So just we're blown away. I think, you know, with that, we can probably start to sign off. I'm on behalf of myself, Corinne Malcolm, and I can speak for Dylan Bowman because he's not here. On behalf of Dylan Bowman, on behalf of everyone else that helped, all of our volunteers, Zach Marion, Skylar Hall, Billy Yang, Topher Gaylord. Oh, actually, Brett and Finn for pulling their shift as well. Thank you all for tuning in with us, and we cannot wait. Jameel Curry, our eye in the sky. Jameel Curry, our man.
Thank you, Jameel.
He was our eye in the sky. But yeah.
Jason Peters, everyone else. Hillary.
Hillary Yang. There we go. But we will be streaming the award ceremony later. But for our live broadcast for right now, we're going to sign off. Thank you so much. We'll see you next year.
Thank you.
Ethan Vosberg, too. Thank you.